will get you very far.
Welcome in. It's 6 minutes past the hour. It is the kickoff hour, and we thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Good time gang settling in, and we're all in studio ready for another day together. If you're listening live, we are starting a brand new one. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. No RBU this week as we are leaning up on Memorial Day weekend. It'll be a best of show tomorrow, Friday, and then a replay on Monday. So there's your schedule as far as the Rick and Bubba Show goes, but don't forget rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. And as I mentioned, we have a lot to do today and excited to be with you. So let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, hello. How are y'all?
Good.
You know, you were in the break, we were talking about Ben and Benifer. I've always struggled with his last name.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
You
no,
get
you called
confused with the gap insurance.
You called him.
I know it's not
He
Affleck.
said Ben Affleck.
I know it's not Affleck, but I say it every time.
Well, it's easy.
I can't have my mind say that other word.
Ben Affleck. It is hard.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
What is his name? Affleck?
Affleck.
Affleck?
See,
not like
what
me
you're
doing
saying,
it. Now
what
you
you're
got me
saying
doing it.
sounds like what
Affleck.
I just said.
I
It's
know.
Affleck, right?
Affleck.
Not Affleck.
I don't know.
I clearly in the break said the insurance company.
Which way, and we loved it.
And I always do that with him. So I'm just going
There's
to call him Benjamin.
there was rumors in the entertainment world that poor old Jen and Ben and Jen, or Jen
know
and
about
Ben, there's divorce rumors, and their relationships on the rocks.
I can't believe.
And we have a story from Daily Mail that she was asked point blank about the split rumors, and so we were discussing that off air, and then that it turned into that, which we
It turned into
enjoyed.
y'all making fun of the way that I said
right,
Ben's last name.
Right. And there was another story that we discussed, and we were shocked by the percentages.
I need to know more about this.
Weed or alcohol, which is worse for you? According to science, this is.
All right.
Americans are using marijuana more regularly than alcohol. New data shows roughly 17.7 million people in the U.S. are using marijuana daily, compared to 14.7 million daily drinkers, according to findings from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health. This is the first time since records began in 1979 that marijuana has overtaken alcohol. Of course, the trend experts say it's a direct result of the widespread legalization of marijuana. But anyway, those were just, and we'll break it down more if the main show wants to. But it was those numbers were interesting to us. We first of all, Helmsy said, "I can't believe that few drink 14.7 million." You know, you had mentioned that you thought it would be higher.
I did.
That was just. And then it goes into the benefit. You know, it doesn't say either one of them are good for you. Let me just tell you that. But as far as numbers go, it was interesting to see that the marijuana numbers are as high as they are.
Well, we're on record for knowing that we got enough data out there. Alcohol's been around long enough to know that taking it daily, no matter how much it is, can't be good.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
can't be.
I would think the same for marijuana, but I don't know that we've had that many people on it daily as a nice study at this point.
And we've discussed it here, and I know I'm no chemical expert on what's what, but I think sucking any smoke in your lungs is
Right.
bad for you.
Oh yeah.
Well,
You know,
you
they
don't
act
believe
like
that.
everybody's on board that smoking cigarettes is horrible for your health. And even the vaping, I saw a story the other day. A guy's like in his teens, and he had to get double lung transplant.
Right. Yeah.
I get all that. Anything like that you're sucking in your lungs and blowing back out
Mhm.
can't be good for you.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's interesting here.
Now, Speedy likes them gummies.
They talked about some numbers in California where the drug has been legal since 2016, and the hospital admissions for cannabis-related complications has shot up. And in the CDC data showed that roughly 130,000 people under the age of 25 are admitted to the hospital for cannabis-related reasons every year in the U.S. So, like I said, neither one are good for you.
Yeah.
But what was shocking is marijuana has overtaken alcohol. To me, it was anyway. But
Yeah, I think that's That's kind of a shocking headline.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was accessible to that many people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I know it's listen, it's legal in a lot of places now, but it's still hard to get.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah. Of course, we have an administration that, announced earlier this month it would reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug, putting it in the same category for safety categories as Tylenol and steroids.
Yeah, we played our president talking about.
Yeah.
He was proud.
Yeah,
Well,
it was.
here's the thing, and back to your point, Greg, about now if they're including like gummies and brownies and all these things in this, then you take the smoke out of it.
Yeah.
And so then I want that study.
Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah, and it does say some products sold in dispensaries such as oils and stuff contain about 90% of THC, the active ingredient in weed.
I think they're
that
including
causes the
that.
high compared to just 4% in 1995. So it's gone up a lot. But anyway, we'll break that down more. But that headline jumped out at us. That and Ben's last name as old Lopez and Ben are having issues. Who would? At what point does somebody? Are you just such a narcissist though that you don't realize it? Do you go? You know what? It might be me. Because after a short period of time, people seem to think I'm crazy and they break up with me.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent from everyone involved.
I guess, because a good narcissist can fool people. Okay, they can fool you. I mean, they can.
Yeah, they
for
can.
a short period of
100%
time.
they can.
But then after a little bit, the real person starts to come out and you can't fake it anymore.
Yeah.
And then the person realizes who they're with. So do you think that's the deal with Lopez, or is it just her choice of men, or what is it?
It's got to be her.
But at what point do you go, hey, it's me? It's that old Larry King thing.
I blame
six wife.
Well, and I blame
okay.
I blame Ben for this one though, just as much.
Yeah,
he knew
Brody.
better.
Yeah.
I get that others that try it for the first time.
And she could be a narcissistic sociopath. Those are really
Those
are really good ones there.
You're getting into some psychology there.
Well, you lose.
Those.
I mean, sometimes they're just crazy women.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't even have to go the narcissistic side or the sociology side of it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the girl. There was a girl this year that she just wasn't coachable, and I said, I just kind of was like, sometimes I just don't think you're coachable. You know what she said to me? She goes, "You're like the 8th coach that's told me that."
There you go.
And I'm like, "Really?" I said, "Well, that helps me out. Thank you for that."
Yeah.
And she said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Well, it ain't me."
I had a friend of mine that was a principal.
See you at the exit meeting.
He said a mother come to
And that
him.
happened.
He said a mother came to him one time. He was a principal, and said that every year my son gets a teacher that doesn't like him. He was in like the 7th grade. He said so for 7 years he's been unlucky in getting people who don't like him. You think we got the problem? I think we got the common denominator here.
Yeah. And it's hard for everybody. We're all delusional about ourselves.
100%.
And it's hard for everybody to just kind of look at themselves. But after I don't know what number, what number as far as relationships or marriages do you have to finally go, maybe it's me? Either that or you just have some
Depends
really
on the
bad luck
individual.
and some bad taste, so you just keep picking a bunch of losers.
Yeah.
It's one of the two.
Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Alabama Road Trips, they're back with a new road trip for you to win. It's a 2-day guided trip for two to go kayak bass fishing with KBF founder Chad Hoover. You'll get a $200 gift certificate to West End Outdoors, $500 worth of spending money towards your ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package, and more. Head to alabamaroadtrips.org. Sign up for a chance to win the ultimate North Alabama kayak bass fishing road trip package. Once again, sign up for a chance to win at alabamaroadtrips.org. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. Can't pay the IRS? Haven't filed in a while? Receiving threatening letters? The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hard-working Americans just like you. You need Tax Network USA at tnusa.com/Bubba. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation by calling 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all three major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. So what are you missing out on that you'd be doing if you felt better? That's where Relief Factor comes in. Relief Factor is a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It doesn't just mask pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain, whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain. Relief Factor can help. Give it a try by visiting relieffactor.com or calling 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order, or visit rickandbubba.com. Here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap: Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Springtime is all about fresh air, freshly clean homes. It's also the perfect time to give a fresh look at Simply Safe Home Security, the only home security system we use and recommend. The system blankets your whole home in protection. It has sensors to detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you go to simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off. Also, find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
All right, we're back. It's 20 minutes until top of the hour. Helmsy, we have some breaking news that has interested one Greg Burgess because, you know, he's our guy when it comes to competitive eating. Looks like Kobayashi is retiring.
Yep. Kobayashi. But, you know, we haven't seen him.
I no longer feel hunger.
But here's the deal. He's won the hot dog thing like 6 times.
Right.
But he hasn't done it in years. I don't know. Is he just competitive eating at a lower level? I know he got banned by that whatever eating association.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's why. But he acts like he was, pretty much active until now. He said that he's estimated in his career he's eaten over 10,000 hot dogs.
10,000.
And they say he's no longer hungry.
No.
Said he can't get hungry.
He's 46 now. He opened up about his health concerns in the film Hack Your Health, The Secrets of Your Gut, a Netflix documentary in which the 6-time winner says that he is he's out. He is retiring.
He's done.
He said, I
no
hear
longer
people
hungry.
say they're hungry and they look very happy after they've eaten. He said, I'm jealous of those people because I no longer feel hunger.
He's damaged his body. Who'd have thought it? He's skinny guy, too.
He has. Ever since I started my career, I've wondered what damage I've done to my body. I've decided to retire from competitive eating. It's all I've done for the last 20 years. I'm worried about the next step, but I'm excited about my future. I have mixed feelings, he said. Throughout my career,
What's his future going to be?
what's influenced me more than competitive eating is the hot dog. I want to create a healthier hot dog by combining it with healthy Japanese ingredients.
Come on.
I'm just telling you, Greg, what it says.
He's going to make a healthier dog.
Yeah. He's got Helmsy blowing his nose.
Well, no, I turned my mic off. Nobody would have even known.
Blowing the old honker over there. Yeah, after 10,000 dogs, I figure I'd hang it up. I get that.
The way they
back off, you're not going to develop.
Hey, the way they eat their hot dog, good night.
Yeah, it's gross.
Well, you got to start with offering different type of meat.
Yeah,
first of all.
Yeah,
instead of just
That's
taking
that
what's left of the pig
Right.
and squeezing it together.
That's the Japanese ingredients that he wants to bring to the table.
Well, he ought to be an expert on it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
You scarf down that many dogs. That's a lot.
How many dogs? Like, if you're going to sit down, let's say y'all've grilled out or whatever, and hot dogs are there.
It's the only option we have.
Yeah, no hamburgers. How many do you think you'd probably eat? Just
I
to
would
be
eat
comfortable?
2 with the bun, and then probably a couple without.
Oh, you go just weenie?
Wow.
Oh yeah, dip it in barbecue sauce.
He likes that. He likes dipping wings.
Please tell me you cut it up and you don't
Sauce.
hold. You.
Yeah, I cut it up.
Okay.
We use a fork.
Okay.
I only go.
Oh, yeah.
Do I have sides?
I don't know. I just
you
wondered.
got all that stuff to
That's
put
your-
on the hot dog.
That's the meat.
Then I'm just
That's the
going-
main course.
I'm going one, and then I'm gonna get a second one, thinking I can eat it, and I'm gonna eat.
What are
half.
you, a child?
I don't eat many hot dogs.
I'm the same way.
I don't eat much at all. Like this, I don't like.
Tell you what I like better is.
Now
a little-
I'll side it up. Like I'll put a bunch of stuff on it.
Oh yeah.
Are y'all when it comes to hot dogs? Are y'all chips or y'all fries?
Mostly chips. I'll go fries. I like a fried anytime.
I do too, but for some reason I would prefer a chip with a hot dog versus a fry. But fry
can
with a
say that.
hamburger.
Yes.
Fry with hamburger, chip with hot dog.
And I've done chips on both, but
And I kind of want baked beans for some reason.
I want a good baked bean.
So when I'm done with a hot dog and I got a little bit of bread left over, I can run it through the baked beans.
Yeah, that's not a bad deal.
Yeah, that's
Well
just what
played.
I'm
Not a bad deal. at
dreaming
all.
over here.
Yeah.
Of course, I also like to cut sausage up and throw it on the grill with a little barbecue sauce and burn it.
I always
Eat it
do
while I'm
that.
cooking.
That's exactly what I do. I always have Amanda buy a pack of that when we're grilling, not for everybody else, but while I'm
yes.
grilling.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
The
Many
And I
times
have-
it doesn't survive coming back into the house.
And I have to have hot dogs for Buddy, the beef hot dogs.
Okay.
If I grill out, he just sits there because he knows I'm going to feed
yeah.
him.
JC's dog literally he doesn't beg. He just stares at you, and he sits over there, and you look over there, and it's like drip, drip.
Yeah,
he's literally slobbering because
so
he's
hungry.
like, I am so hungry, and
Give
that
me
looks
some of
so
that.
good. Then
Give me some of that.
throw him a little bit, but yeah. Anyway, Memorial Day coming up. Some of you might be ready to grill out and everything, and some hot
I
dogs.
can't think of the last time I grilled out.
Do y'all go when
Grilled out
do y'all,
this week.
Do y'all go hamburger and hot dogs, or just one of the two?
I usually go both.
Both, yeah.
I had that Blackstone covered up with burgers, sausage, and hot dogs Friday or Saturday night. Of course, it started raining at one point, and I had an umbrella.
I'm almost ready to make that leap, but I just hate to clean up.
We did. We made the leap a couple of weeks ago, and we love it so far. It's
Hamburgers will there's a cleanup after hamburgers, but here's the thing, and you got to kind of move them around and move the grease into the trap, but you don't have that flame you have.
They'll burn them. Yeah.
Yes, you don't have that at all.
I will tell you this: since we've started using it, the burgers are delicious. the chicken is tender. It's cooked all the way through. It's really good.
Yeah.
I like how things.
It changed my chicken game.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I'm starving right now.
Yeah.
So
steaks are really good too. You just got to be different with
we
them.
ain't gone steaks yet. That's coming up. Yeah, that's coming up.
I tell you what's fun to do is like your breakfast stuff, or to do like an hibachi type deal where you throw some eggs out there and some rice and some chicken, and you got your Japanese griddle right there.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
that's fun.
That's a fact.
Check.
Found a little area
And pancakes if you want to go that route.
Oh yeah,
for breakfast.
Come
That's
on
fun,
with
too.
it. I am absolutely starving.
Yeah, me too.
But there's your story.
You had me a hot dog.
There's your story. Kobayashi is retiring, and Greg is not happy.
I wish that buffet they have at Regions was set up in our hallway right now. Golly.
Boy, that is a good one.
I'd load a plate up.
I mean, in a second.
Go back for seconds.
So what are y'all's plans for Memorial Day weekend?
I was just about to say that.
I don't even have any.
See, I don't. Well, it's a weird week for us because Amanda and Braden are out of the country on this senior trip, and last night, Maddie was like, "Hey, can I go spend the night with a friend?" And I'm like, "Who is this friend?" And I said, "Don't you have school tomorrow? Today's her last day of school." She goes, "Yeah, but I'll just go to school with her." And you know what? The question I'm always asking them, because some of these people I don't know. I said, "Is she a mom approved friend?"
Oh.
Because I can't be getting back to mom. I can't believe you let our daughter do that. And she said, "Oh yeah." She goes, "And I've spent the night over there before." And I said, "Okay, well then game on." So she was gone, and then Caroline, she was helping me do some things. She's kind of like I don't know. She's like the design person in our house. Like when we need to rearrange something or organize something, I'll kind of get her feedback. Like I go to her first. I don't even go to Amanda. Like I go to her. I'm like, "Hey, what do you think about this?"
Check this out.
So I brought her downstairs yesterday, and I said, "Hey," I said, "I'm doing the decluttering project."
Bless their heart.
What do you think about this room? Like, what needs to go? What needs to stay? How do we need to arrange it? She stood there and looked around a minute, and she goes, I said, "Listen, I don't want to hear that we need new stuff, okay? Like, that's not an option. We need to do the best we have. We got to get rid of a couple things in here, and we got to do really good with what we have. That's the plan." And she's like, "Okay, let me think about this a minute." Mm-hmm. So she kind of helped me, and but then she left. She was like, and I'd asked them earlier, this is what I get. What do y'all want for dinner? I'd ask them that early. I got ahead of it. I said, "Y'all got Taco Mama or Donato's pizza? That's your options tonight. I'll have you some more options tomorrow night.
Can't miss
But tonight, that's your options." They both chose pizza. So I order them pizza, go get it. Maddie leaves, and then Caroline's like, "Hey, I'm going to go to dinner with some friends." And I'm like,
"You got a bunch of pizza?
I've got this large pizza for y'all." She goes, "Well, I'll eat it tomorrow." And I'm like, "Okay, sounds good." So to your point, like all weekend, like I think the girls have plans.
Speaking of pizza, you're going to have to heat it up. And have y'all seen that where you
can
get a pan and put an ice cube in it?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Haven't tried it yet.
Yeah, and then cover it up. And it comes back crispy and warm.
You would like this, Greg, because you like the crispy.
Quit frowning and get your
I
hands
ain't
out.
doing all that.
For anyone living with everyday aches and pains, I got a question. What are you missing out on in your life? What would you do if you felt better? The answer is likely a lot. Well, I want to talk to you about our friends at Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily 100% drug-free supplement developed by doctors that's been incredibly effective, even life-changing for so many people, including me. It doesn't just mask pain, it helps your body fight pain naturally. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. In about 3 weeks, you'll know it's working because you feel the difference all day, every day. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, Relief Factor can help. Give it a try and visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4 or ReliefFactor.com. You can always go to rickandbubba.com and find the information under the sponsors button. So here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Go now to ReliefFactor.com RickenBubba.com. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. But the truth is, the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special, 4 years for $30, and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now. amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought, and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed, and we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Amoxicillin is the Swiss Army knife of antibiotics because it treats so many types of infections. So how is it possible that America could run short of amoxicillin? Antibiotics come from China and India. So if you or a family member gets sick and there's no amoxicillin, then what? That's why we have a medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. It's ready to go. It comes with amoxicillin and other essential prescriptions to treat over 39 medical issues, plus a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly when and how to use each medication. This is not, I repeat, it is not a first aid kit. It's like having urgent care in your home with these essential prescriptions. You've got your medications now, so there's no waiting to see a doctor and no lines at the pharmacy only to learn that they're out of your medicine. Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit. Order yours in minutes and get 15% off by going to twc.health/Bubba. Use the promo code Bubba. That's twc.health/Bubba with the code Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What?
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. As we roll on, Greg's still trying to process Kobayashi retiring, and now we're all starving because we talked about food last segment. But we'll have some great breakfast. Edgar's Bakery always does an awesome job. They take care of
yeah.
breakfast for the staff, and
They're done with it, but
I
yeah,
was texting with them yesterday. I don't know how I inherited that, but it was
Well,
brilliant
you
on
stole
your
it
part.
from me. No,
I
no,
didn't
you
steal
stole it from me.
What are you having to do?
I don't know.
Do you know how
time
it happened?
One time I had to. They texted me actually one
Yeah.
time. I don't know how they got my number.
I didn't give it to them.
And they texted me about something. And I replied, and then they texted me again, and I noticed that you kind of like backed out just a little bit. You were just backing out, and you were like, "Oh."
You told me
texting more.
we were changing an order
Yeah.
at one point, and it had to do with an intern. And you said they just text me, I'll take care of it, and I'm like,
Right. I was just being
Well, we
nice,
got
and
problems
that's what
now?
I get for being nice. But you know what? They're great people, so I'm not complaining about communicating with them. It just you originally were in charge of
Yes, I
communication of breakfast, and masterfully he gave it to me, which was good. But anyway, I was texting with him yesterday about Friday's order, and that we didn't need one Monday because you don't want them showing up with
No, that's a good
everybody's
point.
breakfast on Friday, and
See,
I'm here
that's
by
why you're on
myself.
point.
yep.
And anyway, I was just thanking them, and they appreciate us as well.
This
but,
is why you handle birthday cakes too, because Greg and I would forget.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
I mean, you're
That's
Edgar.
good. That's
Basically,
good.
anything
Listen,
Edgar's
guys,
is
I
you.
know, but let me just
Listen.
tell you, I know what y'all are doing. I just don't want you to think that I know that you think I'm a dumb. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I
yeah.
almost,
Well-
I almost did it wrong. A dumb. Almost did it wrong.
Listen, when you got a gifted
I
man,
just want y'all to know. I like my wife, for instance. If I mess up laundry on purpose, she looks at me and goes, "I know what you're doing.
Yeah, that's true.
You
Hey,
just
when
don't
you-
want to do laundry."
Listen, when you-
I know what y'all are doing.
I get it.
I just don't want you to think I don't know.
hey, when you have a gifted man and you don't allow
See, this
him to
is
use
good.
his
It's your
gifts,
gift.
Hey,
buddy.
you can
we
be,
might as well have a stallion in the barn and never
Well,
leave him out.
That's right.
You can be full of
Let him sit in
somebody
there.
else.
Hell of a job.
There he is, Greg. Oh, boy.
Hot coffee. That was a tough one.
If y'all have a lot, like if y'all get mad or you've got a lot of anger
don't
built
get mad
up,
much.
I know that these women grab sticks and go beat it in the
Yeah,
in the
that
wo-
was
in the
cool.
woods and stuff. But did you see this other?
Sound good.
Well, did they not beat sticks in the woods?
They do. We saw that. We actually
Okay.
saw it on film.
You dirty, y'all just got
I
some
didn't say
dirty
nothing.
minds. I mean, good gosh.
Just joined
You
us.
the one said you eat a hot dog without a bun.
I would admit, there's a
do.
12-year-old that's sitting right over here.
Oh,
Every once in a while, he'll come out.
He'll come out if you invite him.
That's the thing. He never comes out unless he's invited. And I
invited.
blame that on you there,
It's like a
gifted man.
vampire. He can't come in unless you invite him in.
This woman here, of course, TikTok is where she went. So Helmsy, you'll like this. She has come up with an anger management hack to if you've got just some rage on how to get that rage and
I know how to do that.
satisfy. What do you do?
I go to you stomp something or punch something or throw something.
Okay. Well, she throws. She takes a bowl full of ice cubes into the bathroom and starts throwing them into the tub as hard as she can.
Oh, just
Yeah,
now that's weird.
it is, isn't it?
Imagine
That's
that.
weird.
They got rage rooms now. Do you know that?
Yeah.
That people can
Beat on television.
They've had those for a while.
They
though.
have. They have. I
Now,
know
that
that.
camp we saw $4,000 a head.
This ice cube thing I didn't know, but I know they have a
but
rage
the
room.
$4,000 a head the other day when they were beating sticks
Yeah.
and screaming,
Right.
saying they're just that's crazy.
Yeah.
$4,000.
This is a mom
What are they
here. If
selling
her
them
kids
for?
walked into the bathroom and she was
She's
throwing
in there
ice
going-
cubes into the tub, they'd think she was crazy.
How many cubes do you throw before you go? Oh, I'm
She
good.
says she takes a bowl full of ice cubes into the bathroom.
I bet she's quite the catch. Imagine that.
Is that what you had?
Yeah, I was trying to think of a word. I couldn't get it. I don't know what happened. I was trying to think of a word to describe a woman who goes and throws ice cubes in the tub. Picture that. Where's your mother? Well, she's pissed off. She's throwing ice cubes in the tub. You know? Is that her? Is that her?
That's her throwing.
It's screaming as she throws the cubes.
Yeah.
And they just bust and fly everywhere and make a mess.
Oh yeah.
Sound like the Wicked Witch from Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, for real. When's the last time that something hasn't cranked and you just absolutely went nuts? I was having issues with my edger, and I ended up having to take it and get a new carburetor in it and all this kind of stuff. And I was acting a fool because it was hot, and I looked up and my neighbor sitting there looking at me across the street.
Listen,
I think I put a show on for her.
On the list of things that really make me mad, not being able to crank something as high.
Yes.
That's maybe number one.
I need a bucket of ice cubes for that.
I mean, I lose my mind.
From me straight
makes
up.
Me so mad.
God.
Good night. I like when you do that and you realize the problem is you got the switch off.
Yeah,
You've
something's
been
on
just pulling.
you.
Yeah, and you look, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because they won't put on or off. They put like a circle and a line. God forbid you put on or off.
Yeah. Oh, me.
What's that all about?
All right, so we have a few sports stories here. TNT Sports has it looks like they have reached an agreement with ESPN.
How about that?
5-year agreement, and it's going to have to do with this football season. So listen up.
Now, who is
TNT
it?
Sports
TNT.
is subleasing select college football playoff games from ESPN starting this season, the network announced yesterday. TNT Sports will present 2 first-round college football playoff games during the 2024 and 2025 season. In addition to the first-round games, TNT Sports will add 2 quarterfinal games each year, starting with the 2026 season through 2028. TNT will be the primary network televising the subleased college football playoff games among additional TNT Sports distribution platforms. So ESPN and TNT have reached a subleasing agreement. And it's kind of funny, and this brings up more of a conversation that, hey, college football playoffs is going to look a little different this year.
Yeah, it's a lot of games you got to cover.
A lot of games. But how about that? I mean, you think about it, and, you know, I know like when March Madness starts,
Yeah,
you
they
have
play
all
on
these
weird channels.
these Turner networks, you know, you over on the True Network with
Yeah.
games and stuff.
Is that what we're going to be
And
doing?
I guess ESPN and TNT said, you know, we need some more channels for this. We're going to have a lot going on.
Yeah.
And TNT stepped up, and ESPN will show all the other college football games on its network, including the national championship game. ESPN will also continue to manage the sponsorship program for the presentation of the college football playoffs. But anyway, that was news, just TNT Sports and ESPN reaching in a
Yeah,
subleasing
got a lot of
agreement.
games get out there.
Yeah.
Playoffs.
For
That's
sure.
this year, huh?
Yeah.
How about that?
Also, the NCAA board voted to accept the antitrust settlement. According to sources, the NCAA Board of Governors voted yesterday evening to agree to settlement terms in the House versus NCAA
That's gonna
and
cost some
related
big money.
antitrust cases. Sources told ESPN joining 3 power conferences so far in moving forward with a historic change for the way college football sports is operated. The Big 12 and ACC voted to accept the settlement terms Tuesday, and the Big 10 joined them Wednesday. The remaining
trying to
2
get it out,
defendants
get it
named in the
done.
lawsuit is the SEC and the Pac-12, and they're expected to vote to approve the terms later this week. The NCAA board did not vote unanimously Wednesday, but they did vote to approve.
And I have no idea what the
Or accept.
details of all this is.
I'm reading it right now. I haven't had chance to dig into it, but I do think because of this, the landscape of college athletics will look much different in 5 years.
Yeah, because I don't know what the
It says here the
lawsuit
NCAA
was
board
alleging.
vote was expected, but perhaps looms more. He says the board voted in favor of a settlement that would allow schools to pay players. Represents a formal severing of decades-long of
It's
unpaid.
back pay. It's
yeah,
back pay.
That's
is
what it
is.
is. That's, I'm sitting here looking at it. You're
It's
right.
back pay for college athletes. That's what it
I
is
got you.
for name, image, and likeness. The details I haven't been able to dig into yet are where's this money coming from?
Yeah, 'cause you-
$2.8 billion. The NCAA doesn't have.
I was heard that
So
the other day that the Power Fives were paying a certain percent.
it's right here. It's in this article. The NCAA is responsible for 40% of the $2.8 billion settlement, and the remaining 60% will come from reducing its revenue distributions to the 32 Division I conferences over the next 10 years, which is $1.6 billion.
Now, who gets to sit down and decide who gets what?
I don't
Well,
know. but
that's what
it's-
they've been meeting them out. It says the Power 5 conferences, ACC, Big 10, Big 12, Pac-12, and SEC will pay 24% of the overall damages, followed by the Group of 5 will pay 10%. So, like Jacksonville State's part of that Group of 5, that's be 10%.
How do you qualify to get money? If you're, as this is going back, and we're giving everybody back pay. Is it
Who
That I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You know how
They
we
weeds
get
through it,
they
say
comp-
whether you're eligible for a payment.
Yeah. The conference has also agreed to create a forward-looking system that will allow schools to pay roughly $20 million per year and revenue sharing to athletes. Those direct payments, it says here, will likely begin in the fall of 2025. It says, by goodness, by settling, the schools and the NCAA avoid going to trial, where they could have been on the hook for damages in the excess of $4 billion if they lost. So I guess they said, hey, you know what? 2.7/8 billion is a lot, but it's not $4 billion.
Yeah.
And so let's just go now with what we got. But that was news coming out. ESPN is reporting today.
It says the FCS is on the hook for 14%, and non-football conferences in Division I will pay 12%. So, and all this does is it ultimately hurts the student athlete on the other side when it comes to facilities and what they're getting on that front.
That money would have been used for.
Yeah. I mean, there's only a certain amount of money out there.
Yeah, it's not endless.
And to your point, like, where does it stop on the whole? How can I apply to get back pay?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's what I'm saying. Who qualifies? Somebody named House.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. Those are just a couple of updates, and then you got some other stuff that the guys will jump into. But those were the two main ones when it comes to the NCAA, and you got college football playoffs. Y'all, college football is going to be a lot different. We've been looking for something different, and it's here. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/WWO to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/WWO and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay.
Jolly good morning.
Ah, close, love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off. Or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. A wave of concern is washing over America. Recent studies reveal that an astonishing 56% of our fellow citizens report feelings of anxiety or dread about the upcoming presidential election. Hey, this is Rick. This is why we're standing with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Now listen, AMAC is more than a senior discount organization. During these challenging times, they fight for common sense and hope our nation returns to traditional American values. Now, as an AMAC member, we're not only going to enjoy money-saving benefits, but also the AMAC magazine, free Social Security and Medicare advice, a trusted voice in Washington, and a community of like-minded patriots who love this country. Take advantage of this election year special. 4 years for $30 and be part of the solution over the next 4 years by becoming an AMAC member. You're strengthening a movement dedicated to preserving the principles we hold dear. Join now, amac.us/Bubba. That's amac.us/Bubba. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
Thank y'all so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. So we're just sitting around shooting the bull, getting ready for the day, skimming some of the headlines. We'll break them down more for the main show. This portion of the show brought to you by patriotmobile.com/Bubba.
P-Mobile.
patriotmobile.com/Bubba. They've been America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, and you need to check them out right now. We've been talking about them. Actually did an interview here not too long ago about patriotmobile.com/Bubba. And when you switch over there, you're sending the message that you support free speech, religious freedom, sanctity of life, our Second Amendment, and our military veterans. Memorial Day coming up here. They offer the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, giving you the ability to access all three major networks, which means that you get the same coverage you've been accustomed to without funding agendas that none of us agree with. So if you'd like to get more information, go to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes it easy to switch. You get to keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade your phone if you'd like. But check them out now. Join us at patriotmobile.com/Bubba. For more information and free activation, you can also call 972-PATRIOT and use promo code Bubba. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. All right, so we are having a good time today. On this, we've been talking to Elvis Presley a lot. And did I see here,
Elvis?
There's a story out today, Elvis will not, in caps, leave the building. That's the headline.
Yes.
The story is making for a TV movie, it says here. Threats of Graceland going to auction were fought off by Presley's granddaughter, and they're saying it will remain in the Elvis Presley family.
Yeah, because
for sure.
Supposedly Lisa Marie had taken a loan out against the house
Correct.
for like
Yeah,
$3 million.
Right.
And they're saying it was fraudulent.
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday, a little bit after the show ended, our live show, there was a story out that a judge has blocked the attempt to sell Graceland. And so anyway, that's an update we'll have for the main show, but I just kind of wanted to give you that updated headline because we were.
So Elvis has not left the building.
He has not left the building.
Good.
He has not. I repeat, not left the building.
Somebody tried to pull one on Graceland.
They did.
I need to go there just one time. She's always talking about wanting to go.
We were in South Haven playing in a tournament in Mississippi, which is just south of Memphis.
Yeah.
It's not far at all. And we had a big break. It was like, I think we had a morning game, and we didn't have one to the next morning or something. We had it all day. And we jumped in the car and went on over. And we didn't have tickets or anything like that. So we just kind of, from the road, looked in. And,
the gate and all that.
Yeah. That's as close as I've ever been to it.
No, I've never.
You ever
I've
been?
never been.
You've never been?
I've never even rode by it. Like I've only been to Memphis like 4 times.
I don't think I've been to Memphis. I was close one time working, but we weren't quite in Memphis.
If it's one of those things, I'm up there. If I happen to be up there in that area, and I have a half a day, then I probably give it a look. But I'm not going to go just for that.
Remember, I don't forgot her name. The caller that used to call us all the time.
Was it Jenny?
Jenny,
Yeah.
from Missouri.
Jenny from Missouri.
Is that what
And her and her son, they love every boy when Elvis' birthday.
Somebody asked me about her the other day.
Gosh, she was so funny.
And wanted to know what was going on with her. And I said, we hadn't heard from her in a while.
Well, you remember she would, her timing was great. She would make her point and then hang up.
She would. She would.
She was excellent.
Oh, my goodness. So, anyway, the hearing took place yesterday in Memphis about Graceland, and a Shelby County judge there blocked the attempt to sell Graceland. And is it Graceland or Graceland? Am I saying it right?
Graceland.
Graceland. I thought so.
I have no idea.
I don't want to mess it up.
Graceland.
You say Graceland?
I say Graceland.
Graceland. Well, I was saying land too, but
I don't
heard
know.
Graceland.
Hey, listen, I don't know how to say Ben Affleck's name.
Okay,
that's true. So
it'd been scheduled.
I didn't
for,
know the Columbia that disintegrated when it came back either.
Talked to Terry about that on our walk, and she got to giggling a little bit.
Lisa says she didn't really remember it either.
I had so many emails yesterday with people that were hearing it for the first time yesterday, and I'm not saying that to make me feel better.
No,
I'm just
Lisa
saying,
told me, she goes,
because I was
she
pretty
goes, now
clear.
that you mention it, she goes, but I completely forgot about that.
One of my neighbors was weed eating. He had he was weed eating with in his own world, and we start walking by the house. He stops the weed eater and gives me a one-liner about you, about things you probably don't know.
Did he remember it?
He said it was a second plane. Just tell Helmsy.
Oh yeah,
anyway.
Yeah. So it's still going.
Jerk, weed eat your yard. Shut up.
Shut up, man.
He was giggling.
Probably using
as
electric
we all
weed
were.
eater.
Yeah. But anyway, it was supposed to go on foreclosure today, an auction today, but the hearing only lasted 8 minutes, according to this report. And the judge said that the notary has sworn that the notary did not notarize the signature of Lisa Marie Presley on the deed of trust, which brings into question the authenticity of the signature. So anyway, they halted the sale.
They think it was fraud.
Yep. So Riley won that one.
Graceland.
Graceland? Graceland?
I think it is Graceland, or is it Graceland? I don't know.
I've heard it say both ways.
Said both ways. Two words or one?
I just want to make sure that one way everybody goes,
Graceland.
don't say it that way.
I think it's Graceland.
Well, how do you say Disneyland?
Disneyland.
See? It's one word, too.
Is it?
Yes. Isn't it?
I don't know. Probably.
Yeah, it's one word.
Whatever. Who cares?
Would you say Albertville?
Albertville. All I know is that they're not auctioning it off.
They're not. They're
Graceland
not.
or Graceland.
I think I think I've heard both. I just wanted to make sure both were accepted, and I wasn't going to start getting email going, "You're saying it wrong, you dummy."
Oh, we're going to get those emails.
Yeah, and there'll be just as many
half
people
of them
on
will
each
be,
side.
yes, exactly.
And we'll get nothing solved. Nothing.
Mm-hmm. Is that all we got for today?
I think it's Graceland.
I'm going Graceland.
Rick and Bubba.
So you had a lot of people moving around.
Well, so
which is
you were
good.
committed. If you went, I mean, sorry to be so local here, but if you went all the way to Trussville, then all the way back, and then all the way back to where you were, that's
All same
Yeah.
day.
You grabbed the
but I'm-
Buc-ee's in the middle.
And the family.
But I go.
Don't forget that.
You know, I go to Buc-ee's, and Barber's the back way. You know, so
Right.
I get there.
Was
pretty quick.
Buc-ee's and Barber's in the same trip, though?
Yeah, they're right there
Right
next
there
to each
by
other.
each other.
If you're going to Barber's, you're going to
And
Buc-ee's.
we
Yeah.
were going to do Bass Pro Shop too, but we
Just too
bailed
much.
out.
It's just too much.
After we got that brisket in the car, we had to get home and eat that baby.
Just John needed to get home.
I tell you one, they won't be long till Leeds annexes Birmingham. You know it, to West Leeds.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So anyway, we were discussing, doing a little work and over the weekend, and how us with our little job here doing the radio, and we have to watch what we eat, but people who work hard and do labor all day don't have to worry about it. So we were doing a couple of men's gatherings over the weekend for the manchurch.com one Friday night, back where the show began, up there in the Hoax Bluff ball play area at Union number 3, and it was a great night, and Speedy joined the Wilburns. And then last night in Warrior, or if I want to be real specific, Bubba, Smoke Rise, Alabama, right outside of Birmingham, at Crossroads Baptist Church, we had Man Church going into and them doing the 40 weeks of curriculum. And we had a ton of men sign up for that, so it was very exciting. And thank the pastor and everybody there for believing in what we're doing. So anyway, and taking discipling men serious. So when it's over, sometimes guys will come up and we'll have a little talk and had some great things. And there were some men that made some big decisions in their life, and we were celebrating all that. And all of a sudden, a guy comes up over. He said, I want to talk to you just a minute. I said, yes, sir. I said, what's up? Oh, you an apology. I thought, well, that's rare in my life. Usually I have to apologize to people, Oh, you and your partner an apology. And I said, you talking about Bubba? Yeah. Never liked you.
Okay.
Just didn't have no respect. My wife thought y'all think y'all great. I just ain't got. I just said I don't have respect for two men that don't do anything, sit around and talk. They need to get up and get a real job. And I said, well, I appreciate your frankness. And it just bothered me. What kind of job is that? Yeah, I understood, sir. I agree with you 100%. But you know what? After tonight, I got a little different look at you guys, and I just want to come over and apologize to you and pass that along to Bubba. So, Bubba, I want you to know that.
Tell him I appreciate it.
Sorry. But my wife liked y'all. I just didn't ever say, I got no respect for two men that ain't got a real job.
Rick, that sounds like the speech Dad gave me when I took this job.
I know. I was about to say, and I thought to myself, sir, you're not bothering me. The same thing my dad said when I told him about this pathway. But guess what else I met on the good side? The pastor of the church is married to Malcolm Street's daughter, I think. Did I have that right? Or maybe. Anyway, Malcolm Street.
So you got that
tied in.
And he said that he said they're actually trying to get some old recordings. He said, because I never heard him. And the reason why that's important, that's the man that was a legend in radio when Bubba and I were coming up where we're from, and gave me my first paying job in radio. I get paid. So the one
taught us to hold our ears.
Hall
yourself.
building material hall. And he said he laughed. He said, I laughed when I heard you on the air the day talking about him saying it would behoove you to do something. And
Malcolm Street is nothing but the Calhoun County basketball tournament.
Oh, yeah.
He would have his table set up
Tournament.
with his WHMA logo on the front.
Right.
Talking about the Calhoun County tournament.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And he would.
So
that's all that is.
Well, you think about how we're able to document so much now. He said, we're trying to keep some stuff of him when he was in radio, but the only thing you had to record anything then was a reel-to-reel. And my goodness, you realize how long it had to be if you were going to record something? The ability to record things in those days was limited.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah,
to
especially
keep it long term. Yeah, that was.
So anyway, so that was.
And he was partners with Doc Hudson, who was his engineer partner.
Oh yes,
and
they knew Mr. Allen.
Oh well, he worked for him.
Oh
yeah,
sure.
Yeah,
all
that
tied
was
together.
The first time I saw Theodore, he was working at WHMA.
You talking about Ted?
Absolutely. He opened the booth up and let us stick our head in.
You're right, that's
and it was that old, but you had to do the steps up.
Oh yeah. So I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
The tournament.
Quiet memories there.
All right. So we got some things today in Your America. Bubba, you were telling me that the latest cartoon character that's in the crosshairs of the cancel society is the legendary Pepe Le Pew.
Well, Rick, you read this headline, you think, well, this must be a joke, right?
Yeah. Pepe Le Pew's in trouble.
And then you remember that Mr. Potato Head got the axe. So
Dr. Seuss, Mr. Potato Head, we've got.
Have you seen the meme where they have Cancel Heaven and they're welcoming in the new members?
Yes.
I mean, it's hilarious.
Let me tell you what, I laughed my head off at Babylon Bee. And you mentioned Hitler's Mein Kampf, however you say that.
Mein Kampf.
However you say that.
Yeah,
his.
I'm not saying it right either, but you know what I'm talking about. He wrote a book telling everybody exactly what he was going to do.
And that means my
dream or my plan or
struggle.
something.
I can't remember. But here's what's funny.
My German's a little
So
off.
Babylon Bee has a picture of the cover of it. And it says that now Hitler's book has finally been canceled because they found an illustration up in the corner of an Asian man with chopsticks.
That's so good. We're going to finally ban it. That's it.
So anyway, so Pepe Le Pew, Bubba, is now in the crosshairs, or as some people call him, Governor Cuomo.
Rick, the headline here is I'd already moved into what I was going to say.
Listening, dang it.
The headline here really sums up the whole article. It says the French raccoon Pepe Le Pew is now.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. How you doing? Brand new hour on a brand new day and a brand new show. This hour starts with the national anthem. Thanks for being with us. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. So here we go. Brand new hour, as I said, on a brand new day, on a brand new show. This will be the last live show of the week as far as the gang all being here. Certainly Speedy will be here tomorrow, and that show's live. But he'll be playing back some of the best moments in Rick and Bubba history. So enjoy the 30-plus years Rick and Bubba moments with the Best of show tomorrow as you roll into Memorial Day weekend, Monday on Memorial Day, when we remember those who gave the ultimate gift for our freedoms. That's their lives. On that Memorial Day, we'll have a Rick and Bubba replay as well. That's an entire show played back in its entirety while everybody takes the day off to reflect on that and spend some time in enjoying themselves and being thankful for the freedom in which these people have provided. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have given you the kickoff hour. That's done for the day. Eddie Van Adler settles in for the YouTube experience, both live and archived, and including a best of hour that's available on Blaze TV. He also has already made available yesterday's Wednesday Bible study archive. That's available on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. We're missing one, the silver tongue one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess?
Howdy, buddy.
Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Go Flowers! Go Flowers! We're the champions, buddy.
I know it. Like it.
Like it. So unpacking another day and then heading into the long weekend, as I mentioned. The weekend, you know, we take people that gave their lives for our freedoms, and Bubba, we give them a whopping 3-day weekend.
Yeah.
Now, other things, we'll give you months and months and months, and it just, wow.
Well, I am thankful. And
well, yeah.
So many people give the ultimate sacrifice. I mean, they believed in something. It was worth dying for.
How do you think it feels? Now, I don't know, you know, what they can and cannot understand of what's going on since they went on in.
Right.
But let's just say they can, okay? How do you think it would feel to you if you gave your life? Of course, we can also tie this into the gospel. You gave your life for someone to enjoy something they just gave back and threw in the trash.
I have a theory on this, and it's just a theory. I can't back it up with chapter and verse.
Right.
But in paradise, I don't know that they would have much of a view what's going on here because they wouldn't be very happy. And I don't think that's allowed there. So I don't think the TV's on, so to speak.
Yeah,
you know what
sure.
I mean?
Yeah,
maybe they get an update every
Sure.
now and then.
Right, yeah.
But
So-
you couldn't see day to day and be very. It wouldn't feel very paradise-like.
Right,
would
yeah,
it?
yeah, and or just give you a thankfulness for where you are.
Yeah.
So anyway, but yeah, that's those that have done so much, and then for us to give up so much of it, and or throw it in the trash, it just it's it goes back to the same thing we say about the gospel. It might have been a gift to you, and it might have been free, but it ain't cheap.
No.
I was actually talking to my dad just the other day, and he was giving me some numbers.
How's Daddy Wilburn?
They're good. They're these numbers are approximate numbers. 117,000 Americans were killed in World War I, 400,000 in World War II, 38,000 in the Korean War, 58,000 were killed at Vietnam, and we've had others since then. But those are some rough numbers there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot.
How about the Civil War? Do you have those numbers?
No. I just said
it'll dwarf those.
Well, yeah, because everybody who died was all on the same. Well,
right,
it's incredible.
Same countrymen. Yeah, of course that one was that one had a little different feel to it.
Yeah,
it was
not very civil for a civil war.
Well, no, and certainly has been mislabeled.
Well, there's so many mislabels over
sure.
there. It ain't even funny.
Yeah. So we will be enjoying that. I know a lot of you will this weekend. So
Civil War 620,000.
Yeah.
Still how much it. And think about how small the population was then versus what we saw during the World War.
Well, you can't miss, though, that war is the same people. So everybody that died is all from the same place. Right. The other wars are not.
But still, that's
sure. Yeah.
That's families that don't have people coming
home.
Absolutely. On both sides.
Right. And then you go on that one. Oh, boy, here I go. Take out the atrocities of just human beings, okay, because there's no doubt about that. Slavery was a problem all over the world and has been. You need to look to those, as Dennis Prager said, that actually did away with it, because everybody played games with it throughout since the fall of mankind. But in that case, you would sit down and talk about those that died, and you'd probably get a disagreement on which one was fighting for freedom.
Yeah, it's the whole, didn't want to start today with an in-depth conversation on this.
Well, it's Memorial Day weekend. Why not?
It is.
Yep.
That whole thing could have been avoided.
Of course.
And
most wars could be.
And there were reasons it should have never been, and it could have been avoided, and technology was going to solve a lot of it in the coming years, a lot closer than you think. But it should have never got started. That's the thing.
Yep.
And we had people sit by on their hands when they knew what was right and what was wrong, and it caused a big problem.
Yep. And boy, that's been a problem since.
Yep. It's rampant right now.
Yep. Oh. We'll come back 15 minutes past the hour. We will reflect throughout the show. Memorial Day weekend starts tomorrow for us and for a lot of you as well. But it's for all of us on Monday. as it'll be at least a 3-day weekend for everyone. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From Space Jam 2, following allegations that the French skunk normalized rape culture and taught boys that no really didn't mean no.
So
now here he
Pepe
is.
Le Pew.
He's making his move. The cat always got white paint on it every episode.
Yeah.
And he was just the romantic Frenchman that just kept on pursuing the love of his life, Rick.
All right. Well, I have to say this, and I know that the left, they are obsessed, and they consider France to be beloved, because they want us to go to a completely post-Christian, secular, European style of lifestyle. So
I didn't know they were doing Space Jam too.
Yeah, I remember that coming up at one point.
But how about this? He was in that because he was in the first one. Yeah. The cartoon. This is a cartoon, by the way. Let me be clear.
Bubba, it's a cartoon, not even of a person. It's a cartoon of a skunk.
The bad news for this is that if they get Pepe Le Pew, they're going to get all the Warner Brothers character. Bugs Bunny, all of them are gone. They're next. No way around it. And they've already got another one today. I just saw that they're after Speedy Gonzalez now.
Yeah, he's been defended for some reason. The New York Times columnist has blasted Speedy Gonzalez as corrosive stereotype. Pepe Le Pew. Now, I'm going to try to help some of you leftists out there a little bit. First of all, Pepe Le Pew isn't real.
No.
Secondly, we're not looking at the cartoon behavior of a human. We're looking at the cartoon behavior of an animal. Have you ever watched animals in the dating world?
Yeah, you're right.
Pepe Le Pew is quite romantic.
Well,
yeah, I mean, this is an animal.
Yeah. Well, Rich,
this is a cartoon animal.
That's kind of what I was thinking. He's always talking about how he wants to romance this cat and take it to dinner and bring it and he's
no means no, Bubba.
Yeah, he's over the top. But
if you've ever ridden down the highway and saw a couple of dogs on the side of the road,
it's not very romantic.
Hey, bless her heart, she didn't even get dinner.
Yeah, Rick, and there's usually 4 or 5 of them fighting over.
Right. But Bubba, so
I tell you, cats are even worse.
Yeah. Wow. But what I'm saying is, are they not realizing, because the left never thinks anything through because it's emotional. They don't walk it out. What they're really saying is the French stereotype, the French culture should be canceled. Because what do you always hear about for Frenchmen and how they,
Hey, guys, it's a cartoon. Just let's all lighten up.
Greg, not a cartoon of a human, cartoon of an animal.
Yes.
Of a skunk.
How about this? The fact that it's talking.
A French skunk.
The fact that it's talking and it's talking French.
Oui.
Is not real. Can't be held accountable.
Le Pew, they're talking about like he's a real person in this, okay? Has long courted controversy with his behavior for unwanted advances and inappropriate touching. But according to those who have seen the script, he would have gotten in trouble at the hands of NBA star LeBron James in the scene that has now been deleted from the sequel.
What was so bad that it needed to be deleted?
Greg, it's a skunk. It's a cartoon skunk.
This whole thing's a little.
But here we go again. Why this is dangerous.
And
I know I'm a broken record on this, but I think sometimes if you don't have something repped, you don't ever get it. Guys, if you want men to take the treatment of human women seriously, you can't lump them in with a cartoon skunk.
No.
They're going to say, "Oh, that's what y'all think is bad."
That's silly.
What Pepe Le Pew does? I mean, they're not going to take it serious. And here's on Speedy Gonzalez. Here's some of the trending things about it. Here's someone who is Mexican. He says, I don't know why Speedy Gonzalez is trending, but I'll say this. As a Mexican, I love watching Speedy Gonzalez growing up. He always outsmarted everybody that was trying to catch him or attack him. He said,
he was fast.
He said, I'm Mexican. I don't want him canceled. We looked at him like, look, he's smarter than all the people trying to get him.
Yeah, he was never the butt of the joke. He won every time.
We love Speedy Gonzalez.
No
one looks at that cartoon and somehow thinks negative of people of Latino descent. I don't even know how you tie that together.
What?
Rick, here I've got an update on. According to Dateline, the deleted scene shows Pepe Le Pew as a bartender who grabs the arm of a woman and begins kissing it. The character then responds by slapping Le Pew and pouring a drink over his head. LeBron James follows up by delivering a stern rebuke to the skunk, telling him that he cannot grab others without their consent.
Oh my
Well, it seems like that you would want that.
A good thing,
you would want that in the movie.
I'm confused.
You can't even try to make a cartoon politically correct, which I think is silly. People say never enough. We'll take your phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Pepe Le Pew taken out of the Space Jam 2 movie. "21 minutes past the hour." As we work our way back, thank you for being with us today on a brand new Rick and Bubba show, wrapping up our week together. Bubba, we have footage of the Falcon.
Falcon 9.
This is one of Elon's rockets?
Yeah. This was sent to us from Betsy Richards.
So
her
SpaceX?
family, is in Daytona Beach this week, and she said they got to see a Falcon 9 launch from their balcony. Said it was incredibly cool.
Right.
She sent us a little video of it. It's about a minute long. but
Okay, so-
I'll let you see it. It's now remember Daytona's a little clip up from the Cape. I mean they're
Right.
not right next to each other, but
Right.
you got moonlight and you got the rocket. You can hear the ocean here.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I
And,
see the beach there.
And look how bright it is where it's.
Look
oh
at-
wow!
look
launched
at Falcon.
Looks like the sun coming up.
Falcon
doesn't it?
9, is that what you said?
Yep.
Thought that's what it was, Bo.
Yeah, look at that right there. And so the Falcon 9 is launching, and this is a look from Daytona Beach.
Yeah.
And
Falcon.
wow.
People are down at the bottom of the screen there crab hunting.
Of course, you're going to have that every
Well,
night.
they're out there watching that launch.
Look at that right there.
They had a flashlight. That's why
Yeah.
they were looking for
Oh,
crab.
they are. They're no doubt.
They have no idea that that's even going on.
I hope
They
it-
probably
look
walking
up.
the other way.
Hey, look up. Wait, look at it.
Look, they're walking the other. They don't even know.
Look up. They don't even know that's happening. Yes, look at that right there.
How about that?
Wow.
Here comes the money.
The Falcon 9 is now the most successful
Bubba.
rocket we've ever had.
Bubba.
346 launches. 344 have been a full success. One of them had a secondary payload stranded in lower than planned Earth orbit, and one of them was a partial success that went to the International Space Station. Not sure exactly what happened with it, but 344 full successful launches. That's pretty wild over the last 14 years. Been doing this 14 years.
Wow.
Y'all remember when he was blowing them up, trying to get them going?
Yeah. Sure.
So
Sure.
and he's still working on the Starship now, so they'll get that dialed in too.
Starship Enterprise.
It is the Starship.
What is this? Where's this? What's Falcon 9 doing? Are we just?
It's a low Earth orbit. It's probably going to the space station, or it's just
Okay.
dumping out satellites. One or the other.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
But it's not just testing; it's doing something.
Yeah, yeah. They're under full contract to the government to restock the space station and do a lot of other launches with the military. You know, they've got the Falcon Heavy that can carry bigger payloads into orbit, and the Starship will be the one that will go back to the moon and Mars.
Oh, okay.
So they'll get it dialed in too. But I just thought that was cool. I'd love to see
cool.
that at night too.
Oh, what a bonus!
You hear the waves crashing and see that going on.
Well, I got either my hotel room or my condo, just like I like it. I'm on the beach, which is a must. And I'm looking at this beautiful evening on the beach, and suddenly I get a Falcon 9 launch while I'm watching. I mean, what's better than that?
You know, we went down to see one. It got scrubbed because of high winds, but we got to go out and tour the Cape and go right out real close to it. And you know, it's just amazing something that big will just take off. You know, just defy gravity. Say, no, we're going. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is, and really, this is something that you've been calling for decades. Is the private sector is going to have to help?
They're in partnership with NASA. I think it's a great arrangement. They're letting them handle the low Earth orbit things. NASA's looking to the deeper space projects and the things that are just doesn't make financial sense for these rocket companies. But it's not just SpaceX now. We have several. I mean, there's Blue Origin. Of
Greg's
course, everybody
favorite.
knows about it.
Greg's favorite.
But there's 3 or 4 more smaller rocket companies that are putting smaller satellites in orbit now. So the technology's really coming along.
Blue.
Well, the Blue Origin.
Blue's just a little fun ride for celebrities.
So this is still the
Falcon.
Falcon 9.
Oh, that's when it lands.
It's when it lands the booster back, which
That's
is
pretty
still. you know, again, Elon was told that can't be done. It's not worth it, blah, blah, blah. And there it is doing it, you know?
Yeah.
Crazy.
He's
had some really good out-of-the-box engineering. I know he's going through this growth phase now, especially with Tesla, where they're, you know, they've flattened out and they're having some pushback and all that. But and every business goes through these cycles. But they have done some amazing engineering. I heard, I have not rode in the Cybertruck, but I heard somebody who was familiar with it, and they said it was an engineering marvel.
Yeah, did y'all talk about that in the kickoff hour one day this week? Cybertruck.
We brought up that someone had seen one.
No, we talked about it yesterday.
I've seen one in two different places.
I think somebody said they had seen one, and I've seen one recently too. And someone has one in Vestavia.
I want to go for a ride.
And I've seen it riding around like every couple of days.
Did I see an article? Kid Rock's got one painted like the General Lee.
Yeah,
I would not doubt that at all.
He did he sang cowboy in the back of it during a concert.
Really?
I'm a cowboy, baby. Yeah.
But
there's Blue Origin, Greg.
They do have one. Adler? Do you know about the new one they have? They've named it the Greg 6.
There it goes. Hey, look at there.
But hey,
that's a joke. That's what it is.
I hate
guys.
They could fix that.
They really could.
It doesn't have to look like that. That's Bezos just having fun.
I hate to go here, but when you say things like when Elon has them come back and return to where they came from, and he was told he couldn't do that,
or land on a drone ship at sea, which is even more impressive.
You see the difference when people are using capitalism
there it is, right?
and their own money versus taxpayer dollars.
Yeah.
Hey, can we try to save them some money on this? Who cares?
Yeah.
Well, see, there's some things that the private sector can't do efficiently, and there's some things the government cannot do efficiently. And when you get them both in the right column, you have some really cool results.
But is it a true human fact that if I'm using somebody else's stuff versus it's my own?
No, you take care of it totally different.
It's a lot different.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, remember Rick Roberts' song about the rental?
Rental car,
That's that's the reason why it's always important at some point in your life to teach your children some ownership of the things that you're providing, and that they'll have a different attitude about it.
Yeah.
Or remind them that if they haven't participated in it and they're not showing a lot of care to it, that it doesn't belong to them. Yeah, because it is a different mindset.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, it is.
It can be taken back.
That's the reason why the government just thinks this money comes, I guess, out of the sky, but they don't realize it comes from us, do they?
Well, they print it, Rick. They know where it comes from.
Right, yeah.
Can we listen to Kid Rock really quick in the back of the Cybertruck?
I kind of
Don't you think you did enough damage with Taylor Swift yesterday?
Generally.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Is it really smart to play Kid Rock? Because I know he
painted up like the General.
I know he.
I'm sorry. Those are the ugliest.
Rodeo? Is that at a rodeo? Or
I
what?
must be. Those are the ugliest things I've ever seen.
Rock and rodeo.
Speaking of Kid Rock, did you see his house? It's a replica of the White House.
Yes.
Have y'all seen that?
He has a White House.
I guess he was on Tucker Carlson's podcast or something.
I know what you're talking about.
But Tucker, I guess, recently has been there. I don't know, and he had video of walking through it, guys. It's unbelievable. It really is.
He's made a little money.
Yeah,
gold everywhere.
He's done
little
fine.
gaudy.
So when we come back, speaking of that, Bubba, it looks like we have at least some good news on Graceland for the short time. We do have a ruling on the judge on the request to block the attempt to sell Graceland.
How do you say Elvis's granddaughter's last name? I always struggle. Keogh.
So we do have
Like
an
a K
update,
and an O.
Elvis fans. Now this doesn't mean this is the end, but at least there's one little bit of good news today.
The King's Place is safe today.
We'll be back bottom of the hour.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Riley, for saving that.
Thank you, Raleigh.
Thank you. Have a blessed
Thank you, Raleigh. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
A cartoon skunk. Does anybody look to a cartoon skunk as an example of behavior?
Rick and Bubba.
So we had somebody on hold, and they went away out of Florence on WLAY, and he was asking this question, and I heard you and Greg talking about it in the kitchen. Is there a Coming to America 2 movie review today?
And he was going to ask you that question.
Oh, I think absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
so I haven't seen it. I know Greg says I'm worried about Greg's review because he's admitting that he fell asleep during it.
Yeah, and that may not have anything to do with the movie, but it didn't seem as and I may be wrong. Well, I mean, they're going to have their jokes, that are kind of edgy, but to me, the language wasn't as bad as the last one. I don't think. It may have been. I don't know.
Well, Coming to America,
I kept falling in and out of.
I openly admit it was so long ago when I saw it, and of course I was a different human being then. I didn't recall the language and some of the stuff in it being as bad as it was. So I was wondering.
You kind of forget over the years.
Oh yeah,
they had about everybody. I guess if you were still alive and you were in it, they had everybody that was in the original, even Eddie as Randy Watson.
Really?
Yeah, Sexy Chocolate was there.
I don't want to give it away.
So funny.
But, Rick, I read the reviews Friday, and we had brought this up when we first were talking about it. Could Coming to America 2, which we were sure would have some of the same jokes, Eddie Murphy's an 80s guy, okay, that line of joking, would it survive today's critics? Okay, remember now, these critics, most of them are going to be in their 20s, maybe a 30-year-old here and there. The reviews I read just absolutely torched it. One of them used the term a lot of old man jokes. And I thought, well, this is, I can read between the lines. This is snowflakes seeing Coming to America for the first time. And they're just not used to the humor we had in the 80s where nobody cared.
Right.
So I did watch it over the weekend, and the language, of course, I don't recommend it for everybody if you are sensitive, okay? That's part of it. But it is not, there's not as much nudity as there was in the first one, let me put it that way. They do handle adult topics, but that's what they did in the 80s, and they laughed about it and went on, and nobody got all upset about it, right or wrong.
Well, throw all that to the side. What I thought, and again, it kind of was, the storyline was set more in Zamunda or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And to me, the best part of Coming to America was all the stuff, them interacting in America, trying to fit in, and you still have a little of that. The old guys are still at the barbershop, and they're funny.
Now, how do we get the barbershop guys?
They come here. If he has to come find his son, but then they go back to Zamunda.
Oh,
That's where
he's needing to find a male heir to carry on because his dad is passing away, and there's issues in the Zamundan kingdom and surrounding
all he has is daughters.
Areas, and all he has is 3 daughters. So James Earl Jones is back as a dad. All of them are there except his mom, and I don't know what happened to that actress. I don't know if she's alive or they talked about her as she had deceased in the movie, but I don't know why she was not on there. She may have deceased in real life. Don't know. But I'm shocked they got that many people back again.
A bunch of them.
And Rick, it's just, almost all of them you can think of. And of course, like Greg said, you had the barbershop scenes, and they play out
no
this
Jewish man.
Yeah, they play out this scenario of looking for what he believes to be a male heir that may be living in America. Now, I don't want to give the plot away. That you can go with it from there. But Rick, the cameos by current or legendary singing stars, famous people doing what they did when they were famous, that just will pop up from time to time, unexpected. That part was very fun because I love a throwback.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know? And there was a lot of references to the first movie. They even go back and think about things that happened, and you see the clip originally. So if you haven't seen the first one, it makes some sense to you. But I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah. And you don't know, Greg, because you fell asleep.
And it's nothing against the movie one way or the other. It's just when the weekends get here, if I just stop for a minute, I fall asleep.
Right.
Because during the week I don't sleep a lot.
Well,
as much as I'd like to.
Yeah, welcome. I do that all the time.
But
I fell asleep in the kitchen a minute ago.
Nostalgic wise, like I say, they did a good job of getting everybody back, I will say. But when Randy, I hate to ruin it for everybody, but when Randy Watson comes back out, which is one of my favorite parts, I believe that Eddie Murphy's got that with his band Sexy Chocolate.
That's. But I guess what
the singing cameos are unbelievable. I mean, they bring back some stars in this.
Well, I guess what the thing you're talking about, you don't want it to be, filthy, and you don't want to do all that, but 35 minutes past the hour. As we work our way back, Elvis Presley, the ongoing controversy about the state of Graceland. Everybody, let's all sing it together. We can't go on together. Oh, we're suspicious minds. Unsuspicious mind. All right, so it looks like here's kind of where we are on the
It's been a very confusing case.
It has, but I think it gets down to this.
We got clarity yesterday.
Yeah, Lisa Marie allegedly needed collateral, I guess, to build that museum. They haven't been clear on that, thinking it would be an investment that over the long haul would take all this tourism to a profitable situation. And this company, this investment company, claimed that she signed over Graceland as collateral. The granddaughter of Elvis Presley says, my mother's name has obviously been forged on these documents. You said, Bubba, it didn't even have a notary seal. And the judge was asked to halt the attempt to sell Graceland that this investment company claimed they can sell it.
Yeah, a judge only took 8 minutes in Shelby County, Tennessee yesterday to block the attempted sale of Graceland that had been scheduled to be auctioned off on Thursday today. According to ABC, Chancellor Jode Jenkins adjourned the sale of the Graceland, saying the notary had sworn that the notary did not notarize the signature of Lisa Marie Presley on the deed of trust, which brings in question of the authenticity of the signature. So it is at a hole right now. Now, I'm sure if this is legit that this company loaned her the money, they will have a paper record of that.
Yeah, well, what I'm reading is this is the end of this company trying to to take Graceland. The company has revoked all claims to the property, and now the FBI is looking into the case.
Okay, so
they're on full back pedal now.
So they got more than just a delay. Let us find out more. This is the ruling that we think it's fraudulent.
And now they're investigating to see if it was. I mean, they'll charge those people.
So that's what I'm saying. If they actually loan the money, there'll be a trail. They'll come back and they'll file on all of that. But if there's not, then, like I said, her name on the deed, I don't think is good enough, especially if it's not notarized.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Because if you have a loan, where you show money was transferred to her and all that, then you're gonna have another deal. But apparently they didn't have that at this point.
No, they did not. So
didn't show it.
8 minutes, as you said, didn't take very long at all. So the judge must have said, "This is apparent. This is so clear." So thank goodness the granddaughter was there to go to bat. Do you ever wonder?
So do they call judges chancellors in Tennessee?
Well, I guess.
Is that what they do?
I don't know.
Jode Jenkins.
Mm-hmm.
I bet he don't put up with no foolishness. Jode.
Well, you
don't want Judge Jode Jenkins on you, I bet.
How about this? I ain't gonna sit here in Memphis and let somebody come in here and do this to Elvis's grandbaby. That ain't gonna happen. And he shut it down. So Graceland, it appears, has been saved.
For now,
and we'll see what happens. But
they said there was some other issues with some of the paperwork on this whole thing because of the fact that Memphis sits on the border of 3 states.
Yeah,
that some of it was some state line issues and all this other. So I don't know. We've heard so many stories coming out of this thing, but at least we have a clear picture of the most basic issue is her signature. They can't say is real on the deed. So
and she was claiming, look, they forged my mama's name on this, and the judge agreed with her that they don't really prove that they haven't.
Now, is Riley Keough, is she the only one with any sense out of that whole Elvis bunch? Is that why she was chosen to be the heir, because she's the most sane of the bunch?
Apparently.
Didn't her and Priscilla have butt heads after Lisa Marie died over who actually controlled it?
Yeah.
And she's got siblings, too.
Priscilla tried to make trouble?
I think so. Seems like
she was the one that had the brother that killed himself, right?
Yeah, I
think one of the grandsons
did.
Been, yeah. So anyway, they've had a lot of problems, but
maybe
Priscilla's not exactly,
You mean
the
Scylla?
Rock?
You talking about Scylla?
Yeah. So maybe I don't know. Maybe Riley has some sense that at least she got this done.
What do you?
And hadn't been to a garage in Mexico for plastic surgery.
By the way, we just pretend that Priscilla Presley was not in all the Naked Gun series.
Oh, I know. And how about this? Funny in all of
Funny,
this.
very funny.
Funny.
I'd actually forgotten that.
Yeah. So,
and I tell you that whole series. I know OJ was in it too, but hey, it's good.
No need for the.
I know. Exactly.
No need for the quote. By the way, remind me in the break. I'll tell you another version of that that's out there that's hilarious.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, I wonder, and I'm glad that it didn't happen, I guess. But I wonder. I'm not sure why I care, but I'd like if these people had forged anybody's signature, I'm glad that they weren't allowed to just take it.
Yeah. But hopefully they'll be prosecuted if they forged it.
Yeah. But I wonder what do you think Graceland is worth like it sits?
I don't know.
It's an old house.
How many acreage are there?
What is the tourism numbers? I have no idea.
Yeah,
I thought it was hugely successful with I thought in the past, because I think actually Priscilla was credited with turning it around and making it a viable business and all that.
Thank you,
There
Adler.
it is.
Thank you, Adler.
There it is.
Thank you. But he was showing the.
I didn't show it.
He was showing the Naked Gun.
I didn't show it.
Yeah, the taxidermist and all.
Yeah.
Hey.
Let's see.
Think about in the future that was going to be said about Elvis's wife in a movie.
Rick, according to Rolling Stone, the property has an estimated market value of $718 million.
Like it sits.
That's according to the Rolling Stone.
Okay. Yeah, they say that it generates $150 million a year for Graceland in visitors and taxes and all
That's why this
stuff.
bunch was trying to swindle it away from her.
For $300, it was going to go on sale for $300 million, what, 308?
Quite
steal.
About half price.
How can the heirs and whoever's connected to E, how can they be struggling? I mean, if Graceland itself is bringing in that kind of money, and why would Lisa Marie need to have collateral for $3.8 million to build a museum?
Yeah, you think she could have just wrote a check for that, right? Wouldn't you think that?
Yes, Bob, I would. But
now, keep in mind, Elvis bought the home in 1957 for $100,000, which was astronomical back then.
Oh, 57?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
He was 22 years old.
So this is an updated story
Built it for his mama.
that the private lending company suing Lisa Marie Presley estate claimed that she promised Graceland, which was worth $500 million, as collateral for a $3.8 million loan.
Yeah.
What I'm saying though is they said $500 million in this one.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So that's, I guess what.
Yeah. So we can say based on what you just read and Rolling Stones had that it fluctuates somewhere between $500 and $750 million.
Mm-hmm. And what he purchased it for at age 22 at $100,000 is crazy.
It says apparently that that Graceland was a financial drain on Priscilla and Lisa Marie's fortune
I've heard
up
that too.
until 1982 when they opened it up for tours and
that's when Scylla.
It was just kept as a private residence.
They credited Scylla with turning that around.
Yeah.
But
Scylla.
But I have to get back to this. Lisa Marie don't have 3.8 to build a museum.
Yeah.
I don't know. Thumbs up. Well, evidently, it's all made up anyway.
Well, that's true. Maybe she didn't need it. Maybe this investment company, after she died, said, I guess she needed it when she really never did it at all. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, they can't verify whether it was her signature or not.
Still very confusing. The more articles you read, the more different versions you get of what's going on. Except all we know is what the judge said yesterday, and that's some clarification.
Yes. Yeah.
Like point A of their argument.
So think about the value of the estate. It was worth about $5 million at his death in 1977, and it's worth what it is now.
Yeah. Well, you got to factor in all that tourism now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a business.
Right. You're taking over a business now, not just a home.
Yeah. Somebody said they need to investigate. It generates $10 million annually, according to this story.
Okay. It's hard to nail this down.
Is Lisa Marie, is she into Scientology?
Yes.
Yes, she was.
So. She was. Now, I don't know if she still is. And so was Scylla.
Might be what the loan's for.
I guess Scylla.
Well, that's true.
Thank you, Raleigh.
The Church of Scientology is going to get Graceland, aren't they?
Straighten it out.
Thank you for straightening out this mess.
They're going to make a movie.
Scylla, thank you for the tourism, Scylla. We'll come back. So there you go. Looks like Graceland for now.
For now, she's safe.
Be safe. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, our website. Don't forget tomorrow, a best of Rick and Bubba show, some of the more memorable moments in Rick and Bubba history. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Same time, you also have this political correct comedy problem.
Yeah,
that makes things so vanilla they're not even funny. So where did it land
Bobby,
on
did
that?
you ever figure out why the daughter on one of her arms it said Democrat, and that's all it said, and it never. I didn't really get it.
The costumes that they wore in Zamunda for their celebrations are unbelievable. How much they went into it, some of the dance thing. Wesley Snipes is in it. He plays the bad guy in this.
Got about him.
I do too.
So
he's pretty funny in it.
It was a good flashback, to go back to 80s and remember that the comedy wasn't quite. But you could tell this time they didn't carry it out as far as they would have. You could tell where they were tapping the brakes, going, "All right, we got to ease up here. This is getting." But still, the snowflakes barbecued them on the reviews of it.
Yeah. Well, they found out the deal before. If you don't, you try to play to the left, but it's never enough.
And Bubba, I read here in an article a few minutes ago, the house that they used, that was, you remember when Evander Holyfield built that huge house in Georgia?
Right.
That's it. And some rapper named Rick Ross, I don't know who that is. He owns the house now. And he let them, and some of it they did the CG or whatever on it, but the inside the house and all that, and it's huge. It's like 50,000 square foot. And that's where they filmed it at.
I know a lot of it was shot Tyler Perry's place.
Because at the end it had the Georgia peach come up.
Right.
Shot in Georgia.
Yeah, you see that come up a lot now.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see it, don't know anything about it, but I will tell you this. The one moment of television I had this past weekend was Brian Regan's new comedy special on Netflix. And it's brand new because he talks about he went into the pandemic and came out a senior citizen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And let me tell you, it's at Red Rocks, the amphitheater. And it's called On the Rocks because of that. Let me tell you, Brian Regan is as funny as he's ever been. I mean, it's all, he's not a dirty comic anyway.
He's funny.
But, buddy, you talk about funny.
And
a lot of it's the stuff that drives us nuts.
Before we leave the topic, let me just underline again. In Coming to America 2, there's going to be a lot of language that if you're sensitive, you don't need to watch it, okay? It's just, that's the way the conversation went, and just warning.
All right.
That's why I can't comment, because I slept through a lot of it that I can't say.
You're afraid to give anything. You don't know. You don't even know what happened in the movie.
I really don't.
There was you got to pay attention, because it was one of those situations, Rick, where there's a lot of throw-bys very quick, and you got to be paying attention or you'll miss them.
So, Bubba, you've been worrying about this video all since we started the show today.
Well, any snake story, everybody's going to send it to me.
Oh, sure.
I got it about 100 times.
Yep.
But, these stories have just terrorized me as far as going to the restroom in the middle of the night. And now I have to flip the light on to be sure everything's all right at the toilet, before I start
You
my
don't take
business.
but one of these and you'll start.
And, wow, what a story today. Ray Safara was about to sit down and use the toilet at his home in Cambodia. He initially thought the previous user had not properly flushed the commode. But as he looked closer, he realized he had a venomous cobra in the bottom of his commode.
Look at that at the head of it right there, because for a minute you kind of think, he's got a plumbing issue.
Is that where he wants to stay?
Yeah, I don't. It even looks like that water's been used.
It does, right?
Mm-hmm, sadly.
You guys going to get a lot worse here in just a second.
Yeah, so I saw the tongue for just a minute, and why would it seems like I would already be calling animal control before I'd be getting video out and shooting.
Well, I guess when you see something like that, you try to grab it with your camera just to prove people that you're not crazy.
Right. He's about to come out, by the way. You're going to get a good look at him.
So does it see him moving his phone or whatever he's recording?
Rick, I really don't know what the cobra's seeing.
I wouldn't expect that.
But, you see this here, you go, well, that needs to be flushed again,
Yeah, but there's not much you can do with them, though. If you flush them, does anything really even happen? You got to have a lot of force to move a snake out.
Well, it would be.
Here he comes.
It would be hard to get a shovel down in there to take care of that for sure.
No, I mean, what do you do in this situation?
Rick, I have not really reviewed my there's a Cobra in the toilet bowl plan.
What the suspense?
Now I need to update what I would do, because clearly I don't have a plan to handle this kind
There's
of
not
situation.
normally a good plan for that.
I know one thing, I put that lid down and put something heavy on it.
Well, the
right
first
away.
thing I would do if I looked down and saw that in the toilet is I would change my diet.
right. You go,
Look at here. Oh boy,
how about that? Is that? I mean, y'all, there's just a few things that ought to be off limits,
and that's a Cobra. Ten minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us today. TaxNetworkUSA.com/Bubba. Yes. Are you going to buy an IRS after? Have you forgot to file? It's been a while. Yeah. Receiving threatening letters. That's a blast, isn't it? It's only going to get worse. This is not going to go away. If you haven't seen the news, the IRS is hiring an army of agents because, back to what we said really earlier in the show, the government really is in need of lots and lots of revenue, and they're willing to print it, but they're also going to send out these new IRS agents, and they're going after hardworking Americans because, let's be honest, the wall of lawyers around the wealthiest people in this country, they really don't fool with that. Like all predators, they're looking for the easy to pick off. But they didn't know that you would have access to TaxNetworkUSA.com/Bubba. Brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They discovered a limited time special offer. This is an example that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. So why don't you find out if you qualify before it's too late? Never, ever, ever call the IRS alone. Have attorneys at TaxNetworkUSA.com/Bubba. Bubba handle that, because they're the pros. They know which agents you should deal with, which ones you should avoid. They know about these strategies, and they know how to get it done. So why don't you schedule your free consultation today by calling 1-800-245-6000, 1-800-245-6000. You could go directly to TaxNetworkUSA.com/Bubba, or just find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So there you go. Bubba, you were talking, and this happened, like I say, it was actually big news yesterday, but there's more today, this devastating tornadoes in Iowa. So, back when, when you go out to that world, I mean, you can see them, it's flat, the tornadoes are devastating, and though we would never, ever, ever want to make light of the death of any human being when it comes to these natural disasters, it is amazing. And Greg, you've worked these before, hurricanes that were similar when you worked with the Southern Company. But this is one of those aftermaths where you look in the communities that were hit in Iowa, it's like they don't exist anymore.
Yeah. Right.
And they are now saying 4 dead and a dozen injured. Now, you don't want any of that to happen, but you said something I thought was really true. If we're going to decide to live above ground and you have one of these hit, I don't know that you can do any better than 4 dead and a dozen injured as far as finding our advancements on how to keep ourselves safe.
Yeah, I think we have come so far in our predicting ability. Of course, tornadoes quicker, harder to predict.
Sure.
I mean, hurricane, you see it coming 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
But the technology on the radar has got so much better. The meteorologists that present that on TV have got so much better. The weather radio system is good. And our building, I mean, there's a lot of people with storm shelters now. The building codes are tougher, I think, than they've ever been in most places. You're not going to defeat Mother Nature. You just try to survive it.
Yeah.
And for the size of this, again, every life is precious. But on the big scale of how many it could have been, it's amazing And I think the systems that are in place are working as well as they can.
Yep.
Short of us all just deciding to live underground.
Right, and I think that's the takeaway.
Yeah.
And now I understand that if that's your loved one and your friend and all
Yeah,
of
it's
that,
bad.
it's bad. But when you see the damage, I mean,
Oh,
you,
I know.
it's
I know.
you would have thought, well, that whole community,
nothing left.
Yeah,
And TV, if you've ever been to one of these areas, and I know we've had a couple of them
Yeah, we have.
come through here that
Yeah.
we've toured some of the places.
Oh.
TV does not do it justice.
No, they don't. It doesn't.
When you just stand there, and far as you can see, there's no landmarks left. I mean, the people who live there can't tell where they live because there's no trees, there's no corner. The things you're
No
just
street
used to
signs,
seeing. Yeah, that let you know where you're at, and none of it's there.
Also, Adler, I know you're putting together the videos of today. This Mexico election rally, again, wind caused an entire stage to collapse. Now, see, this is what it looks like when it's something happens that you're not prepared for, because you look at the death toll here; it's 9 and 54 injured just on a rally after.
Too much weight on the stage.
An election. Well, no, the wind got it. I mean, they're sitting there, and you see. The screen, the video screen that's there, and they're all celebrating in front of it. Now watch the video
Watch the
screen.
wind. They feel it's getting out of control.
See, look, and it just lifts it, and you see there that the whole thing's going down. So they're out there celebrating this election victory.
Oh my goodness!
And just watch that the screen behind them.
They can tell it's rocking.
Look, and they feel the wind, and now they know something's going on. But I mean, now you got to try to get off that stage. Before it collapses, and down it goes. And unfortunately, it took the life of 9 people and injured 54. So.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
See, compared to, like you say, they're not prepared. They're not in a situation they defend themselves. Versus Iowa, that had a much larger area of damage, and to have that, it's amazing.
But they were ready.
Yep.
Also, some other big headlines.
Oh my goodness! I just found it's big, way bigger than I realized.
Okay, you got more. Oh, look at that, Bubba, please.
Oh, good night.
Okay, it's the top coming down.
Goodness.
Oh my!
The big outdoor.
The lighting rig.
Oh my goodness!
And they're so exposed. I mean, now you have debris and things falling, and you're just out there.
Right.
Nowhere to go.
The lighting rig coming down was that's
it's a lot of weight.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's Curtis Mayfield. Remember, it fell on him and crippled him.
Okay.
The lighting rig during the show.
I'd forgotten about that, Greg. Only you would know that.
Just saying.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that.
A lot of weight. Ain't nowhere to go.
Tribute to Curtis Mayfield. Yeah, and he's but he did survive.
Yeah, I mean, he's paralyzed though.
Greg,
I love Curtis Mayfield.
Greg, we all know that. But thanks for reminding us that.
Where was he hurt at, Greg? I don't remember him when he got hurt. I don't remember the story.
He was playing an outdoor show, and the stage fell on him.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
1990 in Brooklyn. Okay. He was paralyzed from the neck down.
Is there footage of the stage falling?
We didn't.
I don't remember.
We didn't have the documentation back then like we do now.
No.
Oh my!
Think about it now. We'd have everybody give us 3 angles.
Yeah.
Rick, does it say in the story back to the Mexican rally there? Does it say the wind gust or whatever? What they're estimating it, because that. I know that when these companies put up the stage, they have to be able to resist a certain amount.
Yeah,
of course, remember where we are.
Y'all remember? Here's
That's a good
another
point,
one.
Rick.
Here's another one. If we're on this subject, the band Sugarland.
Here he goes.
Outdoor concert. We covered him. We were at the old place years ago, and it did the same thing. It blew the whole thing over. They weren't on the stage yet, I think. They were, but it blew it over and it killed
Great
some people.
memories.
Yeah, we saw that too.
You remember
Thanks,
that?
Greg.
Anything
else you want to run?
Mm-hmm.
Greg, you want to get Great White in the fire in the bar? You want to get that in?
Well, if we were talking about fires, yeah.
Right.
But I'm just saying it's tied to the same.
No, you're right. Situation. You're saying it was strictly wind stories right now?
Yeah. Wind,
Here's
outdoor stage story.
Yeah.
Gigantic.
Look at that. Look at that. See how it got to blowing?
Oh, yeah.
I do remember that.
Ooh, my goodness.
I want to be on there when that happens.
I remember that story. What a terrible story.
Well, you want front row tickets, but not for that.
No, buddy. I'd rather be in the balcony.
No, that's one up on the grass hill would have been just fine.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a great day. Don't forget, catch the Rick and Bubba archives every day, either on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study, that archive now available on the YouTube channel and podcast channel. Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up for most of you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for being with us today. Not a fun topic, not a fun topic at all, but it is a problem. Whether we want to admit it or not, it's even the church doesn't like to talk about it, but we have a serious problem in our country and within the church as far as the addiction to porn is going. 70% of Christian men and 33% of Christian women said they are viewing pornography on a regular basis. And if in your home right now there are laptops, iPads, and phones, you are susceptible to it coming. I mean, what these evil people do to try to get past everything you can think of, to get that first look, to try to reel you in. So you need to have some sort of protection. And Victory by Covenant Eyes is a powerful tool that helps those who are serious and want to quit porn for good, or here's the better news, never start it. Never have it enter into your home, to yourself or your family. And Victory combines industry-leading technology with decades of experience in leadership and recovery content, accountability, and behavior change. The Covenant Eyes Victory app with the powerful accountability features are built in, and it has optional blocking technology, making it unparalleled to anything else that is available. If you are serious about having a porn-free home or life, this is the accountability that you're looking for. So why don't you start the path to recovery or protection for free by visiting CovenantEyes.com. CovenantEyes.com. You can use the promo code RICK for 30 days free, or by clicking on the link in the show notes today. Again, that's CovenantEyes.com, promo code RICK. You do have a defense available to you.
What they say?
In somebody's toilet. So I know
if you at night you don't spot that, you know.
Cobra, Cambodia, in a commode. That's a situation I just don't want to be in.
Well, there it goes back in again.
Yeah, I'm just glad it was in Cambodia and it wasn't like in
So you have to
Walker
kill
County
it.
or something like that.
So you have to kill it. Like you can't. There's no reaching in there with anything and getting it because it's just going to go right back.
What do you do?
Well,
go right back up in there.
You have to flush something down that toilet that'll take
kill
care
it.
of it.
Yeah.
Well, you got to get some out there though that can prove to you it's dead.
Yeah.
I don't like this idea of just flushing it away.
He's just gonna make his way back.
No,
up.
Because he got in the system somehow.
Yeah,
and
I got to have that thing killed so I know it's gone.
What about the little tool that you pick trash up with? Some little pencil.
Yeah, you got to be quick.
No,
Yeah, but now you got a snake on your hands.
Yeah, I don't want him coming back my way. I want to put like gasoline down the line. Or
I want
something.
that thing that I was cutting limbs with.
I don't know that that's the
but
environmentally appropriate thing.
But I don't think I can get to him in time. I think the minute I move toward him with it, he's going down just like he just did.
You're going to have to put something down that line to run him out. I'm sure they make something that they don't like, you know, hopefully flammable.
Yeah, I mean, Bubba, this may be a thing where you just take the toilet and blow the whole thing up.
Yeah, or move.
Or just don't
burn the whole house down.
Just don't live there anymore.
Yeah, I just, you know what? Cambodia's not what it used to be. I'm out.
So
it ain't like the glory days. I'm out of here.
No, I don't know what you do with that.
Yeah,
that is.
I know what you don't do.
But you're right. What if you're in a middle of the night hover situation?
Oh, good night.
You're coming in for a landing.
And Rick, I hate to flip the light on at night because you don't want to wake up when you have to go to the bathroom. You'd rather just go in there, take care of it, and get out of there. But now you got, I have to flip the light on, and then you're blind, for a minute, and you don't know what you saw.
These stories that we've gotten over the years, I'm not that leery, and I probably should be. I'm not that leery with like my home toilet.
Right.
But we have a toilet in the barn.
Ooh.
And I mean, it's all walled off and weatherized and everything. But the fact that
barn toilet.
The fact that it's
not a barn toilet.
I don't.
But Rick ain't in there where the toilet is. It's getting in your field line septic tank.
But for some
somehow.
reason, I think that one out there is more susceptible.
Rick and Bubba.
Thank you for being with us today. Another hour churning on. Best of Rick and Bubba tomorrow. And then a Rick and Bubba replay on Memorial Day. As we, as Americans, say thank you to the families that are still here and to those that gave their lives for the freedoms that we enjoy and sadly many times throw in the trash can. But anyway, let's focus on their sacrifice this weekend. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Say hello to Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us as part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bubba, we this is an active month as far as people we know and family members and birthdays and all this that's going on. And today in the Burgess house, we say happy birthday. Now, there's a running theme with this particular son that I never know how old he is, but Speedy has helped me, and this is easy math.
Do you think you got it?
Because it is 2024, correct?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Even though, Bubba, I know you said you're still in 2023, it is 2024, correct?
Right, that is correct. Bubba made that adjustment a week or so ago.
And if Brody was born in 2001, he has to be 23 today.
Yes. Okay. That's pretty easy math, I think.
Yeah. So I feel pretty strong about that. Now, again, sometime later in the year, I'll get that wrong again.
Yeah.
The funniest one was when I had him at 21 one time, and I was talking to him. I said, "I mean, you're 21 years old." He goes, "Dad, I'm 19."
Okay, I missed.
And I said, "Well, are you really?" And so he, and he is a very interesting dude, young Broderick. He is, he's very unique, and I love to give him a hard time because he, unlike all of his siblings and most of our family, he would rather be behind the scenes. He does not want to be in front of the camera. He doesn't want to be on the stage talking. He doesn't want any of that. Now, he loves the behind the scenes and creating everything and playing that role. So what we do is make sure that now the funniest thing with Brody, because Sherry and I, when we were married, you know, you take on kind of traditions of the family that you marry into a lot of times, and you pick the ones that you now will pull to yourself. And Sherry's family, you know, they weren't really like our family as far as making huge productions out of birthdays. You know, our family's always made huge productions out of birthdays. And, you know, like we came up with the term that you do it like Mardi Gras. You do it over 3 days, and you keep on going Marty, whoever their birthday is. Well, Sherry went all in on all of the kids doing these elaborate birthdays. And I was there the moment that Brody got old enough to say, "Mom, I don't like this."
Oh, he's actually enjoyed the big party.
Yeah, and she was like, "What?"
He not enjoyed the face painting and the pony ride.
Well, and y'all remember this? I think there was some trauma that took place. Now, he doesn't like to be in the spotlight. Period. He doesn't like to be the center of attention. Period. Everybody looking at him. He's got a little pace to him on that when it comes to birthday. Greg's grandson. But anyway, I think some of this birthday stuff, it tied to an incident. Do y'all remember
and he's still around, and I see him from time to time. Probably the most famous Brody friend as far as the show is concerned, Murph.
Oh, I remember Murph's
You know,
stories.
they were roommates at Auburn.
Where is the Murph at nowadays?
That's kind of a moving target. I think Murph is. Honestly, I think the last time I heard is Murph is in Montana, doing something. I don't. I
hope Murphy, Montana.
Yeah, I really. That's funny. But anyway, I think what happened, and this is horrible and Speedy, terrible.
Oh no.
Back, when your kids would move from different classrooms and stuff, and they're all little kids in their little classroom, and you do a birthday party, you send out an invitation to what you think are all their little friends,
right?
And just so some of them can come, some can't, and you try to make sure that you understand. But when your kids are little, you may not understand their relationship with everybody,
right?
Yeah. And we missed Murph.
He didn't make the cut.
And Murph didn't get an invite to one of the big productions. And Murph told Brody when he was a little child that he literally stayed in his room and cried all day.
Oh.
And because
Poor Murph.
he couldn't believe that he
That's
got left
funny.
out of the. And Sherry said it was just an oversight. We were not out.
Yeah.
I honestly,
It's easy to do.
I just missed it. Okay, and I think that traumatic moment
that turned him.
Yeah, that Brody said, I don't want to do this anymore. There's too much risk. There's too much risk.
Yeah. People are upset.
Yeah, and he
Everybody's looking at me.
So
Stay in the room crying, y'all.
Yeah, so honestly, now Murph didn't hold it against us for the rest of his life because Murph's been in. Matter of fact, Brody, as y'all know, produces.
Murph made a comeback.
Even lots of short films and stuff like that, and Murph has starred in some of them. So I mean,
they worked it out.
Yeah,
they did work it out.
Yeah, and Murph, by the way, is a pretty good actor. But you remember he and Murph did that thing that in the videography. What was that class they had at the school? Hunter was in it. What was it called?
Yeah.
Where they go in and you learn how to edit and all this. Where you're supposed to produce something, and they're still showing one of the ones that he and Murph did. And the theme of it was that the librarian actually killed people that wouldn't return books on time.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that.
They allowed him to keep that around.
Yeah,
that book's not coming back. Well,
no, that was it. And it starts out with Murph has got a book that's late, and Brody's like, "What?" And
look out.
And there's a big nobody will hang around him because they know that the librarian's going to take him out.
Oh, gosh.
And,
Funny.
So anyway, but so Brody, even today, I could feel the momentum starting to build, and Brody just now as a married man, he said, "Hey, love y'all. My wife and I are just gonna go out for dinner. That's it.
Chill.
Yeah, chill." So what I'm going to do,
He called it.
but he can't stop the show. So what I've done is not only have I talked about it now on the air, not only will I encourage everybody to wish him a happy birthday.
Right, please text him.
Not only have I posted pictures on Instagram, even on X, I posted baby pictures.
Ooh.
So I'm going to do everything I can. And by the way, whatever that thing you do up top, is that the story?
Uh-huh.
I have put a famous baby picture of Brody on his birthday, and he's wearing nothing but diapers. So I'm out. I'm out for blood.
You are.
I am out for blood today.
Stuff.
So, there he is on his wedding day. So,
Look at
and
that.
yeah, and we've got some other pictures, and that's me helping him get his tux on, ready to go. Of course,
Ready.
Yeah. Of course, my sons got married within 30 days of each other. Two of them. I like
How
to
about
thank them
that?
for that.
Yeah, Greg got a good plan.
Quite a month, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
And but there's certain things, and there's by the way, if you look, stop right there, look at my forearm. I have staph infection.
Oh,
I remember that.
And I made the tournament anyway, and Sherry got mad at me because I wouldn't go to the hospital, and I said, I'm going to the tournament first, then I'll go in the hospital after. See how swollen it is?
Like Popeye.
Yeah, and so I go into the hospital, but they won this tournament, so by the way, it was worth it.
Worth it.
Yeah, it was worth it. So anyway, we've got some stuff out there today. And he's just nothing. He's been nothing but a blessing to our family in so many ways. God, very gracious to allow us. As I say all the time, he's the 23-year-old man I wish I had been.
Yeah. There's the picture.
Yeah, look at that. Right, you see
Rick,
that?
in some ways, he's the 46-year-old man I wish I could be.
Right, look right there. Look.
That's good.
Look, that. By the way,
That's gold.
I had somebody tell me that when you showed that new YouTube channel that has all the old Rick and Bubba Turner South stuff, and we were showing the time we did the infomercial on that house right there. That's the one we were selling.
That's right.
I don't remember all that. And I had a guy yesterday. He said I was crying watching that
Because Bubba, I'd forgotten. He said we'd do things like go to the bathroom and like one of the guys would be sitting on the toilet and we go, oh, sorry, and we come back.
One was in there. Yeah.
And people just kept showing up from the show in various parts of the house. I forgot. Do you remember doing that?
I do not.
Yeah, I can't remember
have
either.
Absolutely no remembrance.
And the guy said he was literally watching. He said I had tears running. He said that was hilarious, and we don't even remember it. But anyway, that's that same house right there. That's when we were still living there. Brody's about to move up the street.
There he is.
But there he is on his birthday. I guess that's probably his first birthday. Doesn't it look about one right there?
Yep.
Because I don't think we lived there past that. I think that's his first birthday ever.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So he'll love me for that picture right there. You think?
Happy birthday, Brody.
I did get it. I got an email because we were showing the back deck, and they said, "Is that the deck that the fireworks show went bad on?"
That is the one.
And I'm like, "Yes, that
is the one." I miss the glorious deck.
You thought you had?
Hey, was that not a nice deck, though?
Yes.
That thing was glorious.
Golly.
Of course, I nearly killed my family by shooting fireworks off of it, but still.
Right.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite stories.
Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour, we're rolling right now. We thank you for participating, being here with us. We start this hour with the national anthem. How do, Bubba?
How are you, Rick Burgess? Good. Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Thank goodness for the ability to wear our clothing shirt tail out. You know, you and I have been talking especially the large community, and some of you tuck in, and you shouldn't. I mean, it is as we said.
I know you think you should,
right? And we learned this from James Gregory, a kind of a statement, not about tucking in, but this statement is overall. I remember the day that he talked about all of us in the large community, and he said, "Look, we're overweight, but we're not blind."
Right?
I don't know. When did overweightness equate blindness? I mean, we're not blind. We can see a mirror. We can look and see. And anytime you're starting to get to the point where you're tucked in and you start to look like, you know, one of those rubber balls that they put in the big wire cage at the grocery store, the one that has the band stripe around it, and your belt starts looking like that, and you like a human version of that ball, and you've got stomach tucked, you know, crammed down in the pants, and it's just not good, and you know you're better just to do the shirt tail out if you can. Well, I had a double whammy today because where we live, we're caught in a. You know, if you work for this show, you already stand in your closet worried that what you're going to put on will be ridiculed for your entire day at work.
Right.
Okay. So you got that you're dealing with. Well, now the way the weather is here, you wake up to it's like really cold, too cold to wear shorts and short sleeves. But then by the time the day clicks on, if you dress too warm, now you're too hot.
Yep.
So you try to find these in-between combinations of clothing. So today I was like, still cool enough out there that I need long pants because of how the day's going to start. But I don't want to get too warm. And I went in and I realized that I got behind the 8-ball and none of my jeans were clean. And look, I get multiple days out of my jeans.
I was going to say, you can rewear them.
Now in the summer, not so much.
No, a little swampy.
Yeah.
Don't want that.
You know, we've all picked them up and put the butt of the jeans in your up to your face. Went, nope, can't wear those.
Okay.
But anyway, so
is that how you check officially?
Yeah, I bring them up and say, nope, those are out. But anyway, so I maybe they were in the laundry room, and I should have just simply went in there and looked and see if they were hanging up in there. I'm sure that was possible because usually we stay on top of that pretty good. So then I thought to myself, oh no, it's khakis. And you know,
a lot of problems with khakis.
A lot of problems with khakis, and you know, older men in khakis is a bad combination.
Yeah.
And I've tried about everything you could possibly try not to have that issue.
after you leave the restroom, and it's almost like it just waits on you and says, "Oh, you think you got this?"
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And then how about there's a little for you. And so you and khakis are jeans. Nobody knows in jeans. But khakis, they're
Rick, what are you talking about?
Yeah, khakis will just man. It's almost like you had an artist that painted on the front of them. You know,
it's like a beacon
that everybody wants to see it.
Yep.
And so then I thought to myself, wait a minute, I can get away with these khakis with shirt tail out. You know, so I've gone shirt tail out, so I think I'm okay.
Okay.
But I went through quite a bit of thinking this morning on how I was going to dress.
Have you ever thrown a lot of water on the front of your khakis to go, dang the sink?
Yeah, I have done that.
You know,
I absolutely have done
just
that.
to cover.
That stupid sink.
Look at that sink.
That stupid sink in there.
Yeah, I got it all over me.
Well, when you're around a lot of water, you're going to get splattered sometimes.
Sure,
yeah,
buddy.
you will.
You are.
And you know, if you go in the public restroom, if you try, then everybody's hollering stuff in there. You know, so you hurry.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing really that's more traumatizing when you were a little boy than when your daddy brought you into like a ball game.
The trough.
Yeah, and you're in there, and all those men are in there, and they're saying just terrible things. You know,
and they're leaning against you.
Oh yeah, and
on each side of it,
and they don't care.
And a lot of strange sounds.
Yeah, just all kinds of sounds. And they've kind of earned the right. Like they don't even care anymore.
Yeah.
"21 minutes past the hour." Funny email from Lindy. "I'm an elementary school librarian. My students never return books. Please, 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 how can I see the movie that Brody and Murph made?" You know, I don't know. Maybe Brody Burgess on YouTube, maybe? He may have it on his YouTube channel. I don't know. But maybe. Also, one of the things we love, do you love if you end up where your kids are working or whatever, they don't know you're there? And so Brody was in the same place I was on, was it Tuesday, maybe? I can't remember what day it was, but in Monday or Tuesday. And so he was in the same building working, and somebody let me know. And I made sure I wouldn't interrupt anything, but he literally had somebody set up that he was videoing for some kind of something he was putting together. And I stuck my head and I said, "Hey, do you mind if I just sit here and watch my baby do his work?" And he just looked at me and he said, "Dad, what are you doing here? Please leave." I said, "I don't want to be disruptive, but I just want to watch my little baby son do his work and watch him video.
I'm not here.
Just pretend I'm not here. I want to see you work, son." And he was like, "Dad, please,
please."
All right, so let's. This is Bubba. The world. So China, and they're calling it punishment. So Taiwan has elected a new leader, and you said in the break he is a separatist, right?
Yeah, well, that's what China calls
Well,
it,
that's
because he's not bowing to them.
Yeah.
He's a separatist.
Yeah, right. Well, he's...
And they really are. Taiwan was part of China. They just never... It would be like... I've tried to study this because I don't think we're all up on it as much as we need to be.
I'm certainly not.
Imagine if Florida was an island and it wasn't connected, but it was real close and our capital was there. And communists came in and took over the country in a civil war. And they took over the country, but they never got Florida.
Right.
Florida is Taiwan in this.
So let me...
They were the capital of China. And they are China. They're just not Red China.
All right, that's what I was about to say. It also feels like that Red China claims they're red, and they say, no, we're not. It's like, because Red China will not acknowledge their independence, but Taiwan says we're clearly independent. Right?
Right. And the rest of the world, China kind of forced the rest of the world to recognize Red China as China and not Taiwan.
Correct.
And then they will rebuke anybody that recognizes Taiwan as anything but China.
Right.
And there is a unification type plan out there over a long period of time. I believe it was Taiwan. It was one.
Look at Taiwan sitting there against Red China.
So it basically was a capital that the communists never took over.
They couldn't get it.
They fought them off.
But they claim
because of the water, obviously, give them a defensive barrier they couldn't overcome.
But they still claim it. But then Taiwan says, no, you don't have a claim on us. And they say, yes, we do.
Right.
They just pretend that didn't happen, which communists always do. Right.
Right. Right.
So now Taiwan has elected a new leader, as Bubba correctly said, the Chinese government calls a separatist, and they're even saying that the military drills they're doing around Taiwan are a punishment.
Yes, for them electing a conservative, if you would, who doesn't bow to the communists, they call them a separatist, which they are technically. And I think, should be proud of that.
So this puts us in a tough situation with our current leadership. So it seems like to me we're going to get down a road pretty quick where everyone is going to look to the United States of America and say, "How you feel about Taiwan being punished?" And then what's your comment on that? And to your point, the comment is pretty important.
Well, they're out there doing military exercises. I don't know that they can. They're not giving them an embargo. They're flying planes in and out every day. So, but it certainly would heighten the situation that there could be an accident.
Right.
Now you shoot down a jetliner coming in or a military plane, then you're going to have an issue. And it's an interesting dynamic, Rick. A lot's been written about it, but since Taiwan resisted the communist overthrow in the 50s, they have been planning for a land invasion by Red China. They've had a long time to dig in and prepare for it. That's probably why China hasn't already gone and got them. But now Xi wants them, and he would like to bring them in under the fist if he has to.
Right.
And I think most people believe that China would eventually be able to do that. But Taiwan is well armed. Excuse me. They've been armed by the United States for many, many years, that they would give China a bad blow for its military, that they could harm them in the process. Excuse me.
Yeah, so really what you're saying is, when we use this analogy a lot, and I see it's got you so upset you're choking, but there is a... Yeah, I know it's always a problem, especially when you
5-minute meal will get you every time.
Did a piece of egg get you again?
Sure,
That's the one that gets me. I hate that.
Wayward egg. It's almost guaranteed.
It is. But I was. We use this analogy a lot, but the red China bunch, that's a predator, and usually predators want to pick off those that they won't get hurt trying to eat. But Taiwan becomes a prey that you go, I may end up with it, but I'm going to be. Is it worth what it's going to take to get it? Because I'm going to be beat up a little bit when it's over.
Here is what I think some people are concerned about with this going on, too. That if you are going to grab Taiwan, if you're going to do it with force, the best time to do it is when the United States would be unwilling to defend it. And that would probably be right after the election. When there is a transitional period, confusion, we're going to be arguing about who won, who cheated, all that kind of stuff. So I think that is a pinch point in that relationship that needs to be not overlooked.
Or as I've said, you would go now while you have this current administration.
Well, see, you kind of would anyway at that point because he still would be the president. And,
That's
and
right.
If has he been elected? Has he not? We're arguing.
You're
lawsuits.
down. You're down to the month. January makes more sense than right now.
Yeah, I mean, right around the election would be the best time. Now you go before, you might help Trump get in.
Right.
You go after. Yeah. Trump can't do anything. He's not president. Biden is confused.
I got you.
They're running for coverage. They're trying to save their skin. Confusion with the election, all that stuff. But I think, and it was told to me like this, that China may kill the snake, okay, Taiwan being the snake, but the snake will get in. It's 2 pounds of flesh on this. They will damage the economy of China because that's how they have been built for 50 years to do that.
Yeah, back to the predator.
And at that point, China has to decide: is it worth us taking a economic hit from the missiles they're going to launch before we destroy them?
Right.
And we'll get the island, but at what cost?
Yeah, it kind of goes back to the old westerns when you would have, somebody backed up and he realized he's outnumbered. He said, "Now y'all are going to get me, but I am going to shoot some of you." So
some of you I'm taking with me.
Right.
So who's it going to be?
Yeah. Who's willing to get shot for y'all to get me?
Yeah, I think that's exactly the case you're looking at. And China, I think the Ukrainian thing has caused them a pause on that too. But then the other side, maybe we need to get it now before it becomes a Ukrainian situation.
Yep. All right, we'll come back. We'll go phone calls from you on any topic that we've talked about. 866-WE-BE-BIG. The real Greg Burgess moves to the phones. You can talk about anything you want to talk about, but we have hit a number of topics already today that you might want to jump in on. And we'll chat with you, America, when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It can be tough in there. So anyway, but I think I'm good. I've checked my shirt tail situation, and I do everything I can not to be in that situation. But sometimes it just doesn't seem to matter. I don't know how to
shirt out.
I don't know how to defeat that.
I need some more of those untucked shirts.
Oh,
because
yeah.
most of the time I go untuck, and it's not an official untucked shirt.
Well, there is a company, Untuck It.
Yeah, well,
And
remember.
then throw a vest on top of it. I think that's a good look.
Yeah,
It goes with anything.
There's nothing like a shirt toe hanging out from the under a vest.
Yes.
I think you
And I
invented
do that a lot.
I think
I
you
do
invented
that a lot.
style.
Yeah.
But if the vest just came down to where
Look,
the shirt
I've
toe
seen some of the styles out there today. You know
you
what?
can do
That's
anything.
mild.
Amen.
That's mild.
It's your style, Bubba. You own it.
You
That's
own
right.
it. But
Own it.
But here's the problem with me.
Love it. Own it.
I've talked about this on the air. I drifted toward Untuck It as hard as I could go, only to discover that I'm a lot of torso. I have, Burgesses have a tremendous amount of torso. If you get that genetic code, and some of us have it, some of us don't. So the Untuck It shirt doesn't fit me right. And to Bubba's point, I wear a regular button down and untuck it, and it looks like the way an Untuck It's supposed to look.
Yeah. Except for that weird cut.
Yeah, except for that weird. But it hangs where it's supposed to.
Well, you can wear it. You just can't signal touchdown.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah.
Don't reach for the top shelf.
No.
So there we go. So it's khaki day.
Oh boy.
You're not near as freewheeling on khaki day. You're a little self-conscious. 16 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this. Bubba, I know we were thinking about things to discuss today. Do you want to update us on what's going on with Meghan and Harry?
No, not really.
The royal family?
You can't get through any news stories today because everything's clogged up with what the Queen thinks and what they think. And, there is a story that she has told everybody there'll be no statement, stay calm, and just carry on right now. So they're circling the wagons.
Yeah, well.
They tried to put out a statement yesterday, they said, and she vetoed it. So.
Well, Greg just told me that the what's her name, Meghan, that her dad actually sides with the royal family.
Yeah, well, she's
they've been kind of
they've been
on
the
trashing her dad for a long time. Her half sister says that she's about crazy too. So.
Yeah, the story we have is that the dad says he believes the royal family, they're not racist, but California is.
So California is.
Yes, he said California is racist.
I thought California was utopia.
Rick, what it is, it's funny too because Meghan in this story, or her and Harry introduced this racism card in this about the young prince and all this. So immediately that has done, I think, what she wanted it to do. It has made the Hollywood elites all line up behind them.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And against the Queen. Now, the people who are loyal to the crown absolutely despise Meghan and Harry because they have gone against the tradition. Piers Morgan is one of them.
Piers Morgan, he walked off.
He's
the
about
set.
to lose his mind.
The UK morning show, he walked off the set. They got in an argument on air, which is extremely secondhand embarrassment.
Really?
Yeah, he storms off the set.
So where does he work now?
The UK morning show, TV show. I guess he was
has
on it.
His own show.
He was on it, and he stormed off the set.
And he got mad about what?
Yeah.
When coworkers, were speaking up for Meghan Markle, he of course he thinks it was her greatest acting job that she's ever done.
Right. Well,
see, that just shows you the divide.
Well, Harry seems to buy
again,
it too.
Yeah.
And again, I don't really think there's a winner in this.
Yeah.
I think you got
guys. When you see a husband going along with his wife, that's not shocking news.
No, not at all.
Yeah. That's on both sides of the pond.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So he's on some UK version of something.
Yeah,
he has his own show.
But he
has his own show.
It's like their Good Morning America, but it's Good Morning UK. I get it. I get it.
Good morning,
Good morning, Britain.
It's Good Morning British Empire.
So yes,
lately he has been all over the cancel
Right.
culture.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it's been fun to watch.
Yeah, and this guy didn't like it, and Pierce finally says, "I'm out." Yeah. I watched him go from a liberal to somewhat a conservative, even when he was doing more stuff here. But I'm laughing at Babylon Bee, and I read it to you guys, but I'm going to read just the first paragraph of the story on Babylon Bee. There's a man here.
The Patriot Mobile phone troll is rolling. Make your phone money matter. Switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba today. All right. Lines are available. The real Greg Burgess there. We go 30 seconds a pop. Come on. At the end of 30 seconds, buzzer grabs you. Your time on the program will end. Another person gets a shot. No meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs here. And you can find a way to the show right now because we do have 10 lines available. So we started thinking, look, let's go for bigger samples of people. It is a little harder to manage, but the phone show helps us manage that so that even if you're caller 9, you know that the callers in front of you are going to be, they're not going to be allowed to be long-winded, and we'll get to you pretty quick. So dial right now, 866-WE-BE-BIG. As you do, I have mine. It is almost to me. I'm following the shipping, and I'm speaking, of course, of the medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. This is really, really a great, great idea. I love this business plan because many times, you're in your home, your kids, yourself, or your husband or your wife. It's something simple. You have strep throat. God forbid you have a UTI. You have some sort of sinus infection. And you know that you're going to have to go to some sort of urgent care, or you're going to have to go to the doctor, and all they're going to do is prescribe you something that you could already have in your home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. These are not first aid kits. They're going to send you these, long-standing, like amoxicillin, these antibiotics we've had around that have been proven for 39 different sicknesses that you can just simply treat at home. It's really just saving you a trip to the urgent care. You already have it in your house. Bronchitis, pneumonia, strep throat. So go right now to twc.health/Bubba. I've done this. It's very simple. twc.health/Bubba. Yes, you will get a call from a doctor, and that doctor will be sure they have all your information right. You get 15% off your medications right now. This also helps with any potential shortages of these basic antibiotics that may be in our future. We saw some of that, didn't we, after the pandemic, and India and China is where we get most of the stuff now. So let's just say this Taiwan thing goes south, for instance. China could easily say no more meds for you.
No.
Yeah, so go to the link also there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. That's the Wellness Company, twc.health/Bubba. All right, to the phones we go. Let's get started. Let me see. Let's start with Sid. Sid's out of Sweet Home, Alabama, trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling for trouble. Sid, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. Oh, you like that little?
I do. That's pretty cool.
Go ahead.
Hey, I got a 1942 New York Times newspaper, and the front cover has got 3 stories. One's about the time, setting back the time because of, the war, and we can get more productivity out of the citizens. And the other one is about the new branch of service, which is the Air Force.
30 seconds. I'm so sorry. No timeout for you. Let's go to Mark in Alabama. Mark, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
How you doing, guys?
Good.
Hey, talking about the whole Graceland thing, I think if Elvis is still alive, it's about time he popped up and saved that. Don't you guys think that?
Well, now we knew, and Bubba called
he's busy preaching in Arkansas.
Somebody asked me.
Where's that at?
Somebody asked me how yeah. No, Bubba said it on the air. Many others did long ago. When Lisa Marie married, and I'm putting quotes around that, Michael Jackson, that's when we knew that Elvis was dead.
Yeah.
Anybody claiming that Elvis was alive, all of those claims just went south that day.
That's right.
And what's the pastor's name? I can't remember his name. Right
Bob
offhand.
Joyce.
Thank you, buddy.
That's him.
What is it again?
Bob Joyce.
Okay.
If you watch the similarities in the two, the way they walk, they talk, they handle themselves, their musical ability, it is mind-blowing. But I don't think this is Elvis. But what I would say, they may be related somewhere down the road,
and not even know it.
Yeah,
and not even know
that's very possible because the similarities. The wrinkles are in the same place. I saw some pictures of about a scar over his eye. Have you heard? Pot him up, Rick. Here, listen to him talk.
We've done.
Life all alone.
Oh my goodness. Well, here's the other thing: is think about this.
It is scary. I'm gonna tell you, the resemblances are amazing.
Think about this. How many times? I know there are some out there. Hear me, and I've even had some that didn't sing a lot, but every now and then they would sing a hymn. Had this happen a few Sundays ago. But most of us, our pastor doesn't sit down and sing to us.
Right.
You know, I mean,
well, some churches.
Well, yeah, but not a lot.
Unless he's Elvis.
Right.
Well, that's Rick's point.
Yeah. Adler, have you got, since we're on the topic, look at, there's a couple of things where they show the scar over his eye, and it's identical. And it's something that happened to Elvis when he was a kid.
Well, my favorite.
And this guy has the same scar.
My favorite is that he had to come out and tell the world he's not Elvis.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, Rick, if you sing like that and you walk into his mannerisms are the same. It's scary.
Let's go to Danny out of Alabama. Danny, go ahead. 30 seconds.
I've got green grass and mooncake.
You know what? Your phone cut out at a very unfortunate time.
See, Biden is called.
Yeah. All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good.
Try again.
You always introduce the real Greg Burgess Greg Burgess. Number one, where did the real come from, and has there ever been a fake one on the show?
Yes, there has.
Yeah.
Yes to both of those. We call him the real Greg Burgess because before he was on the show, we had people would always call in every time we named an intern. And Greg's minions, and they were developed long before he became on the show, they would say, name the intern Greg Burgess.
Yeah.
And so eventually we did. So we had a intern named Greg Burgess, so that's why we started calling him the real Greg Burgess, because there was a fake.
Yeah. Boy.
So that Danny, you are correct. Figured it out, and that's a yes. Marie out of Alabama. Marie, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering, did y'all see the signs last week on TV where they had two planes that said it was for Trump and say, if you convict, we must acquit.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Two
that.
signs.
Two signs.
One that read, if you
The
convict,
sign
we
said,
must
if
acquit.
you must convict, we must acquit.
Okay.
You know, acquit, vote him in. That's president.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I didn't see that. I did not, Marie.
Thank you, Greg.
I did not.
And there's been a lot of discussion about can Trump pardon himself in some of these. Now, some of them, if there's state laws, he can't do anything with it, right? That's only a governor could do that.
Right.
But the federal charges, maybe. But he would have to be president again. I mean, it really may get down to this on election night. If you don't vote Trump in so he can pardon himself, he's going to jail. That's very possible. That is a possible scenario, friends, of what we're up against.
Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
Hello, American history.
Yeah.
He's something else, Greg Burgess.
Yeah, I can't believe.
So happy.
Honestly, the state of this country and everything you just said, I can't. It's and we're getting to the point now. I know we've played these clips, but I saw another one yesterday. People were putting out. I mean, Biden even at times he gets confused and says we need to vote Trump back in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
he actually said, "I'll vote Trump."
Yeah.
Vote Trump. Vote Trump. Vote Trump. Vote Trump. Yeah, baby, vote Trump.
And Bubba, like you said, it may be the only way to get him out of jail.
It may be. Listen, we're headed into an historic election on so many fronts.
Oh,
So many fronts.
I mean. All right, we'll come back. More stories to cover. We'll get to some more of your phone calls later in the show, too. No Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend, but you can go back and catch some of those that you might have missed. There's 202 of them, I think, and they're all out there, wherever you get podcasts or they're on our YouTube channel. So that'd be a good time to catch up over the weekend.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He looks like Speedy, and he's got a shirt on that's American flag. And it says, "Man glad he's an American so he didn't have to pretend to care about the royal family." Listen to the first paragraph, and it's supposed to be his quote. "George Washington didn't die for me in the American Revolution so that I would just go back and have to worry about this royal couple or whatever they think they are."
Well, look, Harry, on Harry's part, look, he's the spare. Okay, Diana had an heir and a spare.
Look
We
at
all
Speedy.
know that joke. So he's really got nothing to lose. But you have to think that him and his brother had some kind of relationship, and this is driving a big wedge through them too.
Bubba, you don't think somebody's wife can drive them away from their own brother? Of course they can. Wives can drive you away onto an island with just you and her, with no friends, no family, no nothing.
I still, I don't know. It's all so silly to me.
Well, Black Lives
both
Matter
of
has come out and
they're in it?
BLM has come out. They're one of the co-founders and says that they need to boycott the royal family.
Essentially, Harry's play here is, I saw the way you treated my mom, and y'all basically moved her into an isolation and wouldn't help her and blah, 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 blah. And I see y'all going down this same path with my wife, and I'm not going to allow it. That's essentially what this is all about.
Yeah.
Now, whether all that's true or not, I don't know. But that's the card Harry's playing here.
Yeah. Well, now the Queen, there's really never been anyone that's denied the fact, and we said this on the air the other day, that she comes through that world that Bubba was talking about, and she thinks her first duty is to be the monarch. Period.
Exactly.
And she has always been cold to her own children and to everybody else, and it really has made no bones about it.
I know.
Saying I'm the queen, and that supersedes everything else.
Go look at Prince Charles.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
maybe wisely so in that one that she wouldn't step aside,
right?
Yeah. To let Ichabod Crane be the king.
Yeah, I mean sometimes just like you remember the scenes of her even talking to the prime ministers. Yeah. Basically told them, "Y'all come and go, I stay."
And seemed to be okay with Philip doing pretty much whatever he wanted to do.
Yeah.
Hey, Philip, isn't he laid up right now?
Yeah. Hey, be careful if you neglect your husband.
Yeah.
Not trying to quote that pastor that's telling everybody to. Did we ever play that idiot?
We did not.
The funniest part about that pastor telling women to take care of themselves is he's not taking care of himself.
No.
But that's classic.
Yeah, sure.
That's the Missouri pastor for those that are.
Yeah,
wondering.
we didn't play. It's been
we
out
have
there.
not played.
We were going to play it. I forgot about it.
I may not fully understand the whole British royalty thing, but if I follow it right, and I had someone who was up on it trying to explain to me how they went from a king or queen that had absolute power to do what they wanted to, including, hey, I don't like you today, I'll cut your head off.
Right.
And they did that quite a bit.
Oh, yes.
If you remember the history, to the fact that they are somewhat of a democracy now. And the fact that they keep the mascot, right?
And that's all it really is.
Mm-hmm. But if you look at the way they did it, Rick, and I may be wrong the way I understand this, so some of you with British ties can correct this if I'm wrong. But the Crown said, okay. Now, granted, the people were about to storm the mansion and kill all of them.
They took a little gander to a French Revolution. How that went.
And they said, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to grant you the authority to be a democracy and have a prime minister that makes decisions. So the prime minister and the House of Commons or whatever it's called does all
Parliament. Yeah.
But they did it because the Crown let them do it. So they kind of think they still have the authority to cancel that and go back the old way if they want to. They never officially, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like the prime minister when the people elect him, he has to go there and they have to approve of it.
Yeah.
But we don't really know what would happen if they didn't approve of it.
They never did.
Because they've never not approved of one.
The way they kept their authority was to say, we will let you be a democracy under our authority.
Well, they cut a sweet deal. They got rid of all the responsibility and kept all the good side.
Kept all the money.
Right. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba. Basement Joe.
Any update on the president ever having just a straight up press conference where people just ask him questions, whatever?
Still haven't had
Have
one.
we still not
State of the Union?
It's like 45, 46 days.
Right.
They haven't had one.
It's pretty common that we
even the adoring White House media is beginning to go, hey, when are we going to get to ask some questions?
So here's Biden again, and this time what does he start?
He appears to have forgotten the defense secretary's name.
Oh boy. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so a couple of stories we need to hit involving the NCAA. One of them is...
this is a biggie, too.
It's a biggie. That's your big boy.
Boy, you talking about the NCAA letting it get away because of their arrogance and willingness to accept the changing world and do something about it, and thought they had the cards stacked in their favor, and they are going to pay a terrible price for this. We all are to some degree. So the NCAA Board of Governors, I've noticed too when you talk to people, they think choked up again.
Not telling
that the NCAA is just it's like the the Star Wars group that's ruling the world with an iron fist.
Right.
The NCAA is the representation of the members. I mean, they are the ones that said we got. And I've heard people say, "Well, we got to get away from them. We got our own." Your own conference still would become the NCAA. So you have to have somebody that sets the rules and enforces the rules.
Right.
So the NCAA Board of Governors voted Wednesday evening to agree to settlement terms in the House versus NCAA and related antitrust cases, according to ESPN. 3 conferences have so far moved forward with a historic change for the way that college football is operated. The Big 12 and ACC voted to accept settlement terms Tuesday. The Big 10 joined them Wednesday. The remaining 2 defendants in the lawsuit, the SEC and the Pac-12, are expected to vote to approve terms sometime this week. The NCAA board did not vote unanimously, though, according to ESPN. Now, what does all this mean? Let's try to get to the bottom line here. The settlement terms state that the NCAA will provide more than $2.7 billion.
Hey now.
$2.7 billion to former athletes. Over the next decade for back damages related to the Association of Name, Image, and Likeness restrictions, according to the source. The conferences also agreed to create a forward-looking system that will allow schools to pay roughly $20 million per year in permissive revenue sharing to athletes. Those direct payments, an unprecedented shift in college sports, would begin in fall of 2025. By settling, the schools and the NCAA avoid going to trial where they could have been on the hook for damages up to $4 billion if they lost, which legal experts considered a likelihood considering the NCAA's recent poor record in court cases. According to sources, the plaintiffs will also agree to dismiss 2 other pending antitrust cases against the NCAA that have potentially added billions more in damages to an already daunting total.
Well. So we're going back damages.
Let me tell you how this is going to get passed down. Helms had talked about it earlier. The conferences are going to have to pay this. Look, it will trickle down to us, the consumer. It
of
always
course.
does.
Well, everything does like this, yeah.
And I don't know if you've tried to buy tickets to a college football game
haven't.
lately.
I haven't.
Hey now.
I know what they're like.
If you can get them, you have to join a club, pay the fee to that, to go in the lottery, to pay some outrageous price for your tickets.
Sure.
It's something else, and it's only going to trickle down. How will it affect the non-revenue sports immediately? Will they all get the axe? How will Title IX play into this? That Title IX is already confused and stressed currently with everything going on. So it's just more confusion and mess coming down the pipeline.
More money's coming.
Thank you, lawyers.
Yeah, more affirmation of sitting on that couch watching it on my nice TV. Yeah, sounds like a good idea to me. Yeah, I could pay an arm and a leg to have people spill beer on me, be crunched up against me in 1,000 degrees. After first, of course, standing in line all day to get in.
Because we've made the seats real small so we can fit more people in there. So they're all over.
Right. Or I could just be at home watching it and also getting all the angles and replays and all that you can't see in the stadium.
Or will the TV rights get so high that nobody can afford to cover it?
Well, that's true. Probably not.
You got that out there too.
Well, you know what you do. You just you go back and say we have a mammoth audience. They charged us more. You just said it, and then they go to the advertiser and they go, so we have to charge you more.
Yeah, and
then they get the same net game.
Yeah.
I tell you, the advertising world has been upside down since COVID, and this is not going to help it any.
Yeah. And speaking of TV, TNT and ESPN agreed to a subleasing of the college football playoffs starting this year. And so TNT is going to run, I believe, the first round or two. We have it, but just off memory. and then it'll go on into a little bit more in 2026. But ESPN will still have later coverage in the college football playoff championship game and stuff. But so you'll have to tune into TNT to see some of the beginning of it.
But TNT looks like they're going to lose the NBA,
which they're probably. Well, have you seen those numbers?
Oh yeah.
It's pretty not very good.
Which ones are you talking
NBA.
about? They're what?
Overall,
the
viewership's not
the
bad.
ratings.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well,
So
I
they
know
may be
that-
losing it on purpose to pick this up.
Correct. Correct.
The show that Barkley and them do, is it called Inside NBA? When they host?
I know it's funny.
I
though.
wish they would do a different sport. So I wish they'd do it for baseball or football.
Heck, I'd like to see them do cover football.
Well, they may end up.
Yeah.
But it's we're going to see a lot of shifts. Of course, you've got the SEC that affects us heavily. They're going to ABC. We're going to lose that this year. That changes this year, right?
Correct.
Isn't it this year?
That is correct.
So, but it's kind of strange because when we were growing up, it was ABC, and then it went to CBS, and now we're coming back.
But the good news is, if you have been missing since 2014, I think I have that year right, EA Sports NCAA college football video game, it is back.
It is.
Coming out in July. I've seen the hot video.
How much is it? Do you know?
Oh, it's probably $1,000.
Yeah, but you got to pay all the players.
And you got to pay that every time you play it.
But what did you think about? And we read the deal, and I think I remember it right. What did you think about them just going up and says, all right, $600 for everybody in the free game?
Yeah.
And they all signed up.
Yep.
Yeah. And so it's we'll see. I saw the hot video for it. It looks like that every time these things get out and they have more technology and they can make it look even more real. The hot video looked incredible.
Yeah.
So that'll hit July, and I bet that'll be a monster.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
At least they're counting on EA Sports thinks
They
it will
sure
be
are.
for what they invested.
Mm.
Yeah.
That'll be cool.
Yeah. So it's been 10 years. That was.
Remember how into it you were?
Oh, I loved it.
I don't see. I don't see how.
It's the only video game I've ever played.
The NCAA overplayed their hand.
Yep.
And instead of trying to meet the needs of student athletes and saying, they always said they want them to be treated like other students, but they didn't allow them to be treated like other students.
Overplay, like you said.
So they got into court, and it took a long time, but they got the ruling they wanted. And I don't know where it's going to go. We all love college sports, love college football, but you have to have some ruling body with some ability to rein in and make rules and punish people who don't follow the rules. You can't have a league of a sport that has no rules. And it's just whatever you want to do. You can't have that.
Well, whoever's doing it
won't make it.
Well, whoever was doing it now, you're right. What they need a change in that because these people were so foolish. If they had just given a few crumbs and, like you just said, not overplayed their hand, they would not be in this situation. The players would think that it was the greatest day ever, that they all get a few $100s every month.
Well, some of them just wish they had a full scholarship,
right? Stuff like that.
Baseball, and that's one of the things that's going to be affected by this. Is you're going to see baseball get full scholarships. So, okay, well, we have these scholarships now, and the roster size is what it is. Now, what do we do with these others? So that's the equivalency thing we're talking about. So let's say that's when, Bubba, you talk about what happens to some of these non-revenue sports. Well, if 11.7 scholarships for baseball is now a 25-man roster, well, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And so what you're going to see happen is these 4.5 that go to men's tennis is going to be gone.
They'll just move it over to baseball.
And golf teams may be eliminated. Hey, your 4.5 are gone.
Let me ask you this. Why would they have to fund the 11.5 for baseball? I didn't follow that.
That's part of this. Roster sizes and scholarship limits will change. That's part of this whole thing. I've been digging into the details.
I bet you
like
have.
a geek over here.
Well, no,
and
there's a
it
reason
affects
you
me
did.
directly.
Yeah.
It's why I'm coaching women, guys.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you in part by our friends at First Cup Coffee Company. Freedom to make, delicious cup of coffee. And you're saying, Rick, what do you do? Well, let me tell you about this. You're going to love this. If you're trying to teach your family, and, of course, this is Memorial Day weekend, be a great time to get started. Teach them American history. Every roast that First Cup Coffee Company provides, they all have historical moments in American history. As you enjoy these delicious coffees, and they are fantastic. Go to firstcup.com and use the code Bubba right now. Now, you'll get 10% for doing that, but then if you become a subscriber, an additional 10% will be put on there for the life of your prescription. You get free shipping. There's no contracts. You can cancel anytime you want. Enjoy American history while enjoying a wonderful cup of coffee from First Cup Coffee Company. Go to firstcup.com right now. .com.
I want to make sure we thank the Secretary for all he's done to try to implement what we've just talked about, and for recommending these two women for promotion. Thank you all. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Name's Lloyd Austin, President.
I got to have that again.
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know Basement Joe?
Wow. So he doesn't know, can't grab that name and refers to him as the guy that runs that outfit over there?
And Rick, what he was trying to tiptoe around
my gosh.
is, you know, our armed forces are supposed to be run by the civilian leadership.
Mm-hmm.
So the Secretary of Defense is supposed to be a civilian. If you were a general and you come out of the military, you're supposed to be out for a certain amount of time before you can be the Secretary of Defense. Well, the current Secretary of Defense was not out long enough, so they had to go to Congress and get a special permission for him to serve as Secretary of Defense because he'd not been out long enough. And we can't have military people running the military.
Yeah, you don't want that.
So that's why I think he was trying to tiptoe around calling him general, because they try not to call them general after they've been appointed to that position.
But you'd like for him to remember his name.
He could have just said Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin.
Yeah, or
right.
Probably
Who's
anything.
got ties to our state.
How about this? Anything other than that guy that runs that outfit over there.
Right.
All right. So
Well,
let's hear that again.
That's good stuff.
Okay.
I just want to thank you both, and I want to thank the former general. I keep calling him general, but the guy who runs that outfit over there. I want to make sure we thank the Secretary for all he's done to try to implement what we've just talked about, and for recommending these two women for promotion.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
On International Women's Day yesterday, we upgraded two.
Where did it go?
Two females. I guess you could still say that, because I'm confused, because we're not supposed to talk about gender, but they keep talking about gender.
Now, one of them, I saw their picture.
We have two female generals that were upgraded to 4-star, which is high as you can be in the military without being supreme commander of a world war. So that's quite a promotion for those two ladies.
But back
females, or whatever you're supposed to call them. Now. I'm sorry, those two soldiers.
Back to your original.
But why do we have it on International Women's Day if we don't celebrate gender, and we now can be sued if we have boys and girls clothing separated? Boy, it's confusing.
Yeah, it's a lot of.
It goes back to what happened with us on race relations.
One of them's female.
How about this? Yeah, we pursued through Dr. King. I suppose he dreamed that he would live in a colorblind society where people would be judged on character. But now it's considered to be racist to try to be colorblind. Same thing with gender. They keep telling us that utopia would be genders would not exist, but then they keep telling us you better recognize gender or else you're going to be called a misogynist. So I don't know what to do with all this here a gender, no a gender, hide a gender, what's a gender. Can you even have, Bubba, to your point, should we participate as a country of genderless people in an international female day?
If you go by what this administration is saying every other day, we shouldn't even have International Women's Day.
No. If the rest of the world wants to do it, because anybody check to see if any of the Sharia law countries got on board with International Women's Day yesterday?
Doubt that.
Probably didn't happen. But Cuomo, did he get on board with it?
My favorite is when they will be ranting about all of this, and that it should be genderless, and you can what do they call it? You can associate with whatever sex you want to be, and then turn right around and congratulate Kamala Harris on being the first female vice president. I'm like, confusing.
No, Bubba, it's hard for you to walk in.
Contradiction.
Well, let's say you walked into a room and said, I would like to abide by the rules of the day. I don't have any convictions of any kind. I want to get along with everybody. So what would y'all like me to do? And somebody looked at you and said, well, here's what we'd like when it comes to gender. We would like for you not to acknowledge gender while acknowledging female gender. Okay. Huh? What now? So there is no gender except when we want to promote women or we want to have a special treatment for women. Yep. Thankful that you are here as a brand new hour begins. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. A Rick and Bubba Best Of show tomorrow as we head into Memorial Day weekend, remembering those that have given their lives and their loved ones who have people that are in their families who have given their lives for our freedoms. We say thank you and remember them this weekend. And maybe make more of a commitment to not give up the freedoms they paid for so easily. That's a thought. So anyway, Best Of show tomorrow. Rick and Bubba replay coming up on Monday. No Rick and Bubba University this weekend. You can go back and catch those that you may have missed. You do have a brand new Bible study archive from yesterday. If you haven't caught it, you can catch over the weekend as well, or today. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We hope that you're listening and viewing out of your own decision, but if you're being forced somehow, let us know.
Oh, we'll take it, though.
But we will take you. Don't get us wrong.
All right, so do you want to go through Trump trial, some of that stuff? Where y'all want to go?
We got a lot of Trump.
Where you want to go here? The latest update on all this circus.
Yeah. Well, we have more members of Congress who are attending the trial in New York, and we have one Cuban-American congresswoman who shares her thoughts on how this trial is going.
Okay, so we have that one, and we'll start with it. Here we go.
I will get
Thank you.
En español, dime. En español, yes. Lo que acabo de decir es que esto es un circo político. Nosotros we are the largest minority in the country, the Hispanics. Los hispanos somos la minoría más importante en los Estados Unidos. Esto es un circo político que solamente se ve en Cuba, en Venezuela y en Nicaragua. Es una vergüenza que nosotros, independientemente de lo que usted piensa de Trump, si le gusta Trump, no le gusta Trump, piense de él.
What you think of him? It's that in this country, it is not possible a political fight in the courts. It is achieved in the ballot box, at the polls. And that's why I'm telling you, to Hispanics, wake up. This is what's happening. It's Marxism. And we came to this country to not have it. But so far, and not for our children as well. Anyway.
Yeah, and this is what
I didn't realize it was in Spanish.
Good job, Adler.
Yeah, very good.
I didn't know it was in Spanish either, so I was like, well, I guess I got to read this.
She did a full deal in English, but what hits home with this one, and what's freaking the Dems out, is she's sitting there speaking in Spanish and talking to the Hispanics, and that's freaking the Dems out because they're like, wow, somebody is speaking in their language with that emotion and that passion, and that's freaking the Dems out.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Look, don't mess with the Cubans. Don't mess with the Cubans.
Well,
they have a passion for freedom that is unmatched.
Yeah.
Well, and as all of us heard her say in Adler's translation, or if you understood Spanish, she's saying this is exactly what we came to get away from. Mm-hmm. This is Cuba. This is Venezuela. This is Nicaragua. This is.
You don't have to say it like that.
Yeah, well, you do actually. Brian Regan taught us that. Which was
should you not roll your R's when you use Spanish words if that's how it's pronounced?
You should. You're right. It's hard to do it every time, though.
Right.
You know,
Venezuela,
like Venezuela, Nicaragua.
I always had a problem with that in Spanish class.
Cuba.
Almost
that's
had to be
good.
doing it funny to be able to say it right. I couldn't just say.
But guys, this is
Bubba.
this is a big point, and we're such doofuses. We don't listen because some of you that embrace Marxism and communism, you love it because you never lived under it.
Amen.
The people who lived under it are screaming to you, do not let this happen. An election decided in a courtroom, that's what happens where we all escape from. So anyway.
Well, this ain't even a decision about ballots or how something's counted. This is deliberately interfering with a candidate who, by the way, is leading in the polls, his ability to get out and campaign.
Mm-hmm. Alan Dershowitz, is that next?
Yep.
He was in the courtroom, and here's how he describes his experience in English.
Remember, the judge threw out all the media, but for some reason, I was sitting in the front row with some of Trump's lawyers, and I suspect they just didn't throw me out. And so I was there, had a front row seat to the judge going berserk and yelling and threatening the witness for the defense, Bob Costello. We'll talk about that right now, but you can read about it in the New York Post today. Okay, so I was there the whole 8 hours, and I think in the 8 hours I was there, I saw the judge make more mistakes of law in one day than I generally see in a trial of a month or 2 months, and some of them were really quite serious.
Wow.
So he said the judge is just not. This is such a it's what the woman from Cuba said. Cuba. Said it's a political circus. I mean, you hear Dershowitz, who is not a right winger.
Mm-hmm.
He at times is.
Well, he taught at Harvard, didn't he?
What he tries to say is, I do know the Constitution, and I would like to see us follow that. That's kind of been his thing, and he can't believe what he sees. So, and help me on this one because I don't really know what we're promoting here in C.
Trump's lawyer, one of his lawyers, that Alina Habba. Female that you see a lot. She was talking about the weird fact that this judge that's over this Trump trial, some other cases that he's been over as well.
Some known but pretty popular conservatives that have had legal trials. He seems to always get those.
I understood. Okay.
And then you have Judge Merchan, who should have recused himself. Judge Merchan, who I want the American people to remember very astutely, has somehow randomly had Steve Bannon's case, had Alan Weisselberg's case, and now put Alan Weisselberg back in jail. Okay? This is what we're dealing with. Somehow he randomly also gets Donald Trump. That's not the way the system works. You assign a case randomly. That's the way it's supposed to work. But in the new America, under the Biden regime, we are sitting here in a politicization of all our judicial systems. He is intentionally obstructing the defense's case. There is no point in us even putting on a defense when you have a judge who is sitting there telling the jury, don't listen to them, I'm going to scream, I'm going to even tell the press that they can't sit in there. And God knows the press is tough on me, but I had their back in this one. They had no business kicking them out. And that judge is so crooked that he couldn't stand that there was bad evidence being brought in by this attorney who happened to work for the SDNY, let's not forget, who has a great, stellar reputation, as you mentioned. But the judge lost his cool. He lost his cool on Monday, and he lost his cool again today. So it's time to wrap this case up, throw it out. If this judge wants any credibility back, that's what he should do. There should have been a directed verdict. There should have been a mistrial.
Okay.
So there you go.
And that's the same day
But
that
let me tell
Alan
you,
was in there.
Let me tell you, there won't be.
No.
They
No.
will vote, and it doesn't matter the evidence. They are going to convict Donald Trump because that was decided when they struck the jury.
Yeah. Oh, and it sounds like the judge and the jury are all working together to come to a foregone conclusion.
Yeah. And again, there's a rotation of judges in different circuits and states, and it is odd that this guy keeps getting the high-profile conservative cases.
Or maybe a better term, not surprising.
Yeah.
So we'll come back.
Fannie Willis is in trouble also. This is the prosecutor in Georgia who's already had issues on this case that she lied about, and now more trouble.
Yeah, is this the one where she's sitting there being interviewed and by a committee about
Something she's done. I heard you listen
Well,
to that.
she's-
Is that different than this? We'll see what she's done when we come back. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's gender, isn't it? No, there's no gender except when we need you to acknowledge gender. Now, see, that would be very hard to follow. You know, then you go,
Rick, it kind of hurt my head when you said it.
And then,
I mean, my eyes twitching now. I can't.
And then you go in and say, how should I handle race relations? By being colorblind but recognizing all color. Okay. So you want me to recognize color? Yes and no. Okay, well, sometimes yes, sometimes no. That is correct. You have that right. So colorblind, meaning that the color of your skin does not cause me to have any reaction to you. I just respond to you as a human being. We like that, except when we need you to acknowledge people's color and make and celebrate people's color while not seeing color. See, this is all very difficult to follow. It's
Rick, see, you don't have time to worry about these kind of things if you're out farming all day.
Right.
And I really think us getting away from a farming society has really, the benefits, or in this case, the negativity of that is really beginning to show itself.
Yeah, I know that it would be a lot of inconveniences for me to leave the industrial world. I got it. But it seems like, and I'm not doing it to save the planet over carbon emissions, but I'm wondering if the total abandonment of the agricultural society that we once had,
yes,
it's given us too much free time.
Yeah, it really has. I think it has.
I like those conveniences, I really do, but I don't want to have to go get a crop in and this here in a few months. I mean, plant one. I really don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a pleasant thing to think about.
But I probably wouldn't be worried about this.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to quote the line from the great song, "An idle mind is a playground for the devil."
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. So what if I said, well, I would like to also. Now, what do I do when I encounter people of color who are a gender? Oh, now Rick, you really got your hands full.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, so what should I do there? You need to acknowledge their gender and ethnicity while not doing it. Well, I'm sorry. Which one am I doing? So I should just look at them and say, "Hello, person." No, because that's disrespecting their culture. Okay.
And you could show white privilege if you're not careful.
Yeah, but so they're a person of color.
Check that privilege.
Can I say this woman? No, you cannot unless it's International Women's Day. Okay, so she has a gender that day. Correct. Does she have a gender if she's the first woman to do fill in the blank? 100%. So she does have a gender. No, she doesn't.
Well, let's just take these two ladies.
You see how hard that is to follow?
Let's take these two ladies who have obviously had a brilliant military career to get to the level of a 4-star general. They probably would go in, and the first speech they would give is, "I'm a 4-star general. It doesn't matter if I'm male or female."
Correct.
That's what counts.
Yeah.
Coming from a ceremony that just acknowledged and celebrated the fact they were female.
Correct. You see what I mean? You see how difficult this is?
Danger, Will Robinson.
Right.
Does not compute.
And this does make me want to go plant squash.
Yes, it does. And look at trees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest with
Fresh
you,
air.
like when Sherry and I had a work day at the farm Saturday, we didn't care about any of this.
No.
No. And at the Hickory Chip, women were women and men were men.
The way God made them.
So, 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. I just saw the headline, Biden is getting ready for his national address to the whole nation. That'll be a dilly.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. How about it, Rick and Bubba's show? Thank you for being here with us today. All right, so Memorial Day weekend coming up. Best of show tomorrow. Replay coming up on Memorial Day. Everyone will be off. Looking ahead, Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be with the Stallions on June 1st.
Calvin.
He'll be there working them into an undefeated Stallions frenzy. So if you're coming to that game, know that's coming up next Saturday. And then coming up the weekend of June 7th, 8th, and 9th, Sherry Burgess and I will be headed to Sikeston, Missouri at Minor Baptist Church, but anybody can come. You don't have to be a member of that church. Men's event Friday night, women's event Saturday morning, marriage event Saturday night, and then I'm speaking at the church on their service on Sunday morning. So it's a lot going on, and you can come to all of it or just some of it. That link will show you exactly what to do at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, and we're excited to be there coming up on the June 7th, 8th, and 9th weekend. All right, so you want to finish this, and then we got to hear this guy, this Trump impersonator, sing "Don't Stop Believing." But Fannie Willis, we know that she's a little bit of a dicey character, and it looks like this only continues.
Yeah, it looks like she got a letter from the United States highlighting her misuse of $500,000 in youth empowerment and gang prevention money.
Don't miss this other one either.
Yeah. Well,
what do you do with gang prevention money?
Well, apparently you pocket it.
Evidently, you go on vacation.
But Greg, look at the other one. I mean, that you're talking about.
Well, you're about to hear it.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well, let's let them say it.
Okay, here we go.
On May 15th, Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis received a letter from the United States Senate highlighting her misuse of $500,000 for a youth empowerment and gang prevention center and $2 million for the sexual assault kit initiative.
Oh, boy.
Instead, she spent those funds on traveling. In light of potential prosecution and disbarment, I respectfully ask Fannie Willis to resign, effective immediately.
Well said.
She used all of it for travel.
She just was reelected by an overwhelming margin.
Of course she was.
And was that the guy that she ran against? Was that it looked like the guy.
Is it Fannie or Fanny? He was going Fannie.
It's Fannie. We call her Fannie, but it's Fannie. Okay. Yeah. Take a load off, Fannie. Take some money out, Fannie.
She must travel.
Take
a
some
lot.
money for free.
I mean, she must be quite the traveler.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I mean, guys, do you see?
Not much of the money manager, though.
All right, anybody in this room thinks she's going to step down?
No. And the judge wouldn't even remove her off the case.
You think Fannie cares?
That she had misled and had, illicit affairs going on and all this stuff behind the scenes. And, if the judge won't, to me, we see a lot of these judge cases lately. A judge has to make sure not only that it's legal, but that it looks clean and honest to the public, and that's where I think they're failing this miserably.
And that was Christian Wise-Smith. Y'all are correct. The guy that was running against her.
Yeah, I thought it was
kind of showing he might have been a better choice. All right, so Bubba, but I know a lot of us think that maybe Trump will not make it through all this. But a Trump impersonator does not want us to give up hope.
That's funny.
We have a Trump impersonator.
Now,
we got one on our staff.
We don't have studio quality here, but it's good enough to where he does sound like Trump. Okay. I mean, it's like you can tell it's like in their apartment.
I just want to be sure I see this title right.
Yeah.
A Trump impersonator is not only going to attempt to be Trump because he's an impersonator. He's going to be Trump singing Steve Perry, "Don't Stop Believing."
Well, here he is.
Correct.
Start working
you
on
are
this.
correct.
Okay. All right.
No, not a good pianist.
Just a small-town girl. And where was she? But living in a lonely world? Why?
Pretty good.
She took a midnight train, and I'm telling you, when I say it was going anywhere, we won't know.
We won't know.
On the other hand, just a city boy, was it New York? No, it wasn't. This boy was born and raised in South Detroit.
Pretty good.
And again, he also was on that train, a midnight train going anywhere. And I'm telling you now, don't stop believing, don't ever stop. Hold on to that feeling.
That's not bad.
That wasn't bad.
The quality
started off a little rough.
The quality was not good. He definitely has Trump's meter down on stuff.
Piano player,
and I'm telling you, well, the piano
That's a
player,
small town.
he was in over his
was
head a little bit too,
laughing,
but he got it done.
He got it done.
He got it done.
You can get away with that on a parody.
No, so
That's pretty good. What do you think over there, Man of a Thousand Voices?
Well, I tell you, I tried it.
Hey, you see the mouth he's doing now?
James Cagney, Rick.
Did you see- you dirty rat.
You dirty rat.
Dirty rat. You're talking about. So
I think I got him.
no, you.
That had a Charles Howell III.
Yeah, there you go.
It did. Thurston
That'd
Howell.
be Thurston Howell. That's fine.
Who is Charles? Oh,
That's
Charles
your
Howell
son.
is a golfer.
That's your son.
I'll tell you.
Oh my God.
He's a guy
So
who
Rick,
was a pro golfer.
we've got another little
Small
clip
town
here
girl.
of one of our favorites, AOC.
Yeah.
And she's kind of admitting
2A.
that the whole plan is to tie Donald Trump up so he can't.
And she doesn't even realize what she's saying.
Now, Greg, now he's what's the target that's exiting stage left?
Exiting stage left.
Snaggletooth, was that what it's called?
Snaggletooth, something.
Murgatroyd.
That was funny.
All right, so here's AOC. Remember, when people get mad and emotional, they usually just tell the truth. So here we go.
And by the way, he's doing it in the South Bronx not to make a point, but because he's got court. And the man practically has the legal version of an ankle bracelet around him, and he can't leave the 5 boroughs because he always has to be in court. And so it is truly an embarrassment to him.
She's admitting that what they're doing is working.
We're doing
They put an ankle bracelet on him so he can't campaign.
We're doing this so he
and
can't
this is
get
the
out
only
there.
place he can campaign because he's tied to New York.
But watch the crowd tonight. It's going to be unbelievable.
See what I mean?
You're stuck on an island with Gilligan. You're stuck on an island with Gilligan.
It was a
You've
cross
been on a 3-hour
between
tour. Thurston Howell III
and
Snaggletooth.
Snaggletooth.
Snagglepuss. What was it called? Whatever it is.
I think Tooth. I think it was Tooth.
There's a little bit of Mayberry Floyd in there.
Towards
the
I
end.
need to hear his liner, and then I got him. I'm trying to.
You'll lock right in.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is.
It's like a copy machine.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's
unreal.
It's like we ran a tape
It's like an
recorder.
AI.
Yeah, if I had,
I mean, it's like living AI. Right?
All right, listen. Are you listening, Speedy? Listen. Okay.
This is Donald Trump, President of the United States, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
This is Donald Trump, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Buddy, he's not real sleepy.
Why are you
This is
holding?
Donald Trump, President of the United States.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think this is the first radio show I've done as president, if you want to know the truth. And you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Proud of myself.
And
I got him.
Trump
you
will
got
make
him.
a statement, bold, clear, and he will rise to the end of it. Then he will stop, drop an octave, and give you a detail about
Yes,
that.
every time.
That's his meter.
Because
on it.
I never rest, and you know.
Someone's on a train. I'm in the train over there.
Stormy
Maybe the best ever.
Not aging well.
This is Donald Trump.
So you're gonna get him.
I got him.
This is Donald Trump.
buddy.
Yeah.
You can't say the name, this is Donald Trump, as part of the impression. That just gives it away what you're trying to do.
I'm very proud of myself.
What?
Whoa, now he's drinking moonshine.
That was more like Biden.
You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll be right back.
Okay, I don't know what that is. I'm actually mad about it.
It's like you're getting worse at it, not better.
I think I got him.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, before we move into some more lighthearted stuff, whatever, just a somber moment. Friend of the show, been on the show, and also for those of you that listened, we interviewed him about the book when he put it out. He's a good friend, got to know him, spent a lot of time with Bill Cersei, and those of you that came to the Pursuit Men's Conference last year in Dothan, the first one we had. You can see the picture here. There's Bill Cersei to my left. That's Rich Wingo on the far left, and Brody Kroll on the right. We were speaking at the first Pursuit Conference, and I remember one of the moments with Bill Cersei when he was telling his testimony and all the things that he'd been through. And Rich Wingo was talking about sitting next to a young man in the audience listening to Bill and all the things and the suffering that he's been through. And he would always say this term, and then, when he was giving his testimony, and then I went through that, and he got to about the fifth and then, and the guy just looked at Rich Wingo and says, my goodness,
I mean, this guy, and of course, the final and then was that he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Fought hard, went in, and actually at one point was declared cancer-free, but had all kinds of health issues and struggles. And sadly, yesterday got the word that our dear friend and great man of God, you talk about somebody who lived out what I certainly can relate to, sadly. Jesus said, those that have been forgiven much seem to just love me more. And, Cersei had a difficult life, some of it self-induced, but when he became redeemed, became a devout disciple of Jesus Christ, and everywhere he went through all of his different medical trials and tribulations, every single person he came in contact with, he always told them about Jesus. And he used his suffering to point people to Jesus. But yesterday, the Lord decided it was time for Cersei to be done with the suffering and ultimately be healed and brought him into his presence. So we love Bill, and y'all pray for his family as they now grieve the earthly loss of Bill Cersei. But buddy, they know by the way that he lived out the last part of his life, they know that reunion will come. So if you've never heard
what a better day for him today.
Woo, if you've never heard his story, never read his book, I would highly,
really good book.
Highly suggest that you do so. What an incredible story. That moment, and you can see how he impacted men and men's ministry, and did a lot of speaking for themanchurch.com, and was part of us launching that. Was so excited about that, and when he tells that moment about his son, and of course I've gotten to know his son when his son was like 11 years old when. He was addicted to drugs, and they kept trying to get him in rehab, and it just one bad thing after another, and they were trying to talk him into going to rehab, which ultimately would lead to his redemption when he finally did this. So his son led to his own father's redemption with these words, and I'll never forget this. Y'all have heard him say it before in his testimony. When his son is telling him, "Daddy, please go into rehab," and Bill looked at his son and said, "Look, I'm just not ready. I'm not going to do it." And he said, "Daddy, I'm afraid you're going to die." And he looked at his son and said, "But then if I die, I'll just see you in heaven." And his son looked at him and said, "But Daddy, you ain't going to heaven." Ooh, I mean, and that was the wake up call for him. And he went into a faith-based rehabilitation, and he said where the guy was hard-nosed and took and no nonsense, and he got off drugs and was redeemed by Christ, and then lived out all the way up till yesterday, advancing the kingdom of God. So, and to watch his son, to be able to watch his daddy become a man of God just because a little boy told his daddy the truth. See, the truth's sometimes uncomfortable, but it might save your life. So Bill Cersei gets a well done yesterday. And so y'all remember him in your prayers, his family that are still here. As far as Billy, he's completely healed. And we'll let you know. There may be an opportunity. They're putting together some type of memorial service. He's from South Carolina originally, so there's some things there on where the body's going to be laid to rest, and there may be something. Most of friends and family and everybody who knows him is from Alabama, so there'll probably be something here in Alabama too. And so I'll keep you posted on that. Bubba, on like I say, a much lighter note, we mentioned yesterday because Billy Cersei also loved a lot of comedy, and we had a lot of days that we sat back and laughed. I remember one day, after he got out of his first cancer treatment, that he's a big guy, Rich Wingo, and me sat in the same shooting house for an afternoon hunt. And, of course, there wasn't a deer anywhere near us because all we did is sit there and scream and laugh the entire afternoon. But we had a great time because we were sitting in the woods talking and laughing. But you said that, I mentioned yesterday that I got a suggestion from my son who turned 30 yesterday. Boomer sent me a text message, said, "Dad, you have to know that Brian Regan has a new comedy special."
Wow.
And I'm watching it on Netflix, and it is slaying me. So as soon as I could get in front of a TV this past weekend,
For the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are thankful that you have made plans to hang out with us today. Thank you so much for that. If you are, our age or somewhere around that age, and you started getting, the mail from AARP, and you're like, I'm not sure I like the political moves they make, even though these benefits look, maybe intriguing. Well, you have a choice now, and that is the Association of Mature American Citizens, AMAC. We a few weeks ago talked to Rebecca Weber, the CEO of AMAC, you do have a choice. Same wonderful things, like travel discounts and restaurant discounts and cruise discounts and all of those type things. You get their magazine, but you get the benefits of an organization that's looking after mature citizens, but you get conservative representation in Washington, not an organization that goes along with Obamacare and the Inflation Reduction Act, which was poorly named. You still get some Medicare advice too, with that trusted voice you now have in Washington. Insurance discounts, free Social Security advice as well. So why don't you join like we are all doing now by going to amac.us/Bubba. Yes, you have a choice. $30 for 4 years is the election year special. If you'd like to wade in a little more gingerly, you can do 1 year for $16. They go to amac.us/Bubba or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, if you remember, we talked about this a couple of, I guess maybe a little over a year ago. There was kind of a movement on the show. We all began to panic that Camp House might be in danger at the farm, and this is the half trailer, half house that we go down there when we hunt. It's kind of our guy area at the farm, and Sherry's had her eye on it. She's had it marked for a while,
Sure.
and so we went down one road for a plan, then we kind of backed off, said I don't think that's a good plan. And so we're kind of back to Camp House. It felt like, you remember when Sherry came in and says, why am I seeing on social media #Save Camp House?
Yeah, right.
And I said, well, we might have mentioned something about it on the show. And,
Maybe.
And so
It went viral.
So there's things that can be the doom of something. And and I won't get into names or anything like that, but one of the things that Camp House needed, and every home does to some extent, especially older homes, and especially when you're not there all the time, is, you got to make sure, and I can't say this word, encapsulation. Am I saying that right?
Encapsulation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line is you want for the underneath for there to be no moisture, and you want to keep it dry, and it creates kind of a smell, and all that. And so we came in and said this, we got to take care of this, and put some brand new tarp down there, and got that taken care of, and and it's even gotten to the point where even Sherry will come over there, probably even more than we had maybe thought, and so there's
Well
a
said.
lot of things keep coming in there.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about that a little bit. Well, I got a call, on just a typical maintenance thing, and the person said, you might want to. I'm a little worried about Camp House. And I said, what do you mean? And said, well, foundationally, we saw some things. And I didn't know. I mean, I certainly am not an expert on it. But, Bubba, you have taught me long ago, you certainly want to go with second opinions.
Absolutely.
When they're,
I would get 3.
Yeah, when
you had time to do it.
And then when I heard what they were wanting to do to, in their minds, save Camp House, I was like, I don't even think Camp House is worth that. I mean, if we were to put it on the market, so I was like, so I was down to no way I was going to do that on an investment on something that plays a role in our family, a very important role, but not that kind of an investment role.
Yeah, right.
And so my fear was, is this the end of Camp House?
Right.
And I was like, oh, Camp House. And so trying to get some time to get down there, and so I made my way there yesterday. I kind of put together we had the Bible study yesterday. Greg, I'm sorry that Don Day did not come yesterday.
I wasn't going to mention
it. You didn't have to. The look on your face has told us everything. I'm sorry he didn't roast you some peanuts.
Speedy was glad.
And bring that yesterday. But anyway, so headed out after that. Had to make a little run for an errand. Was going to go by the dump, had some things I need to drop off at the dump, and then on to Camp House to meet an engineer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that the engineer knew that. I mean, our dreams, because I don't want to influence him at all, and I'm just like, we love Camp House, and I could see, I could tell when he got there, he fell in love with it almost instantly.
Yeah.
And so he gets out, and
he's an outdoorsman too.
Yeah, he is. He is, and big fan of the show. Thank you. Glad to hear that. Actually, has a history with the show. Found out, Bubba, that he. Do you remember?
Easy.
Do you remember our discussion of one of Speedy's travel teams and 3 letters that we put out beside things when they got down?
Yeah, GLM.
This guy was very, very aware of that. And he was part of that team.
Yeah, he was.
Okay. So anyway, he gets out and we shake hands, and he can tell I'm a little emotional. And he's like, "Hey man, everything all right?" I said, "Well, it's Camp House." And I said,
I'm scared for Camp House.
Need a good report here.
Camp House might as well be a family member, and you're the doctor. Okay. And we kind of wondering what your diagnosis is going to be. And he said, "Okay, well, hey," and he kind of was reassuring me, "Hey, it's all right. It's all right." And he took a look at it. And he said, "So talk to me about the role of Camp House." And I said, "Well, Camp House plays a wonderful role. It is where the men of the family, it's a hub for us. We come down here to hunt, and this is where our hunting stuff stays, and this is where we keep everything secure, and this is where we spend time here." And then I got a little choked up because I got talking about Camp House breakfast, and that's when my emotions kind of got away from me. And so he steps in and he sees all the pictures of the various hunting memories and the fishing stuff and all the memorabilia. Camp House has a story to tell.
It does.
And then I could tell he noticed the hodgepodge of various pieces of furniture that just seemed to be thrown in there randomly, and did kind of seem to like my rug. But anyway, so he says, "All right, I'm looking around," and he goes over with his flashlight, and I can see him. He goes, "Mm," and I went.
He did the.
I said, "Oh, what's the number?" He goes, "No, it's just. I mean, you're gonna have that," and he said, and he looks and he goes, "Well, the fact that it's half trailer and half house, you're gonna have this." And I said, "No, I got that. That we're not." Now tell me again, what role does this place play? And I said, just an important role, but it's not in our lives every day.
Yeah.
He said, "Okay." So then the big moment, he put his suit on, and when they put that cover all on,
go to crawling.
He said, "I'm going in the crawl space."
Nice time of year to crawl, too.
Oh yeah. He said, Bubba, something you would hate. He said he loves to come out from underneath with a snake so everybody can realize it's been living underneath there. And I said, "Well, if there's one in there, let's take it out." And he said, "No, you've got yours pretty secure. I doubt I'm going to find one." And of course, that was something that we did later. But and then about the time that all I want to do is just let this engineer, here comes the truck pulling up. "Hey, what y'all doing?"
How does he know?
And I said,
"How does he
Gary,
know?"
I said,
You tell him to get under there with him.
I said, "Gary, hey," and what does he do immediately? "Hey, what are you doing? I could have done this for you." And I said, "Gary, I don't. This guy's an engineer. You're not."
And he's going to tell you that guy doesn't know what he's doing.
100%. I said, "He's an engineer." Hey, I'm gonna tell you. I mean, Rick, I don't know why you do these things.
I just know better.
Hey, how much is he charging you? And I said, "Gary, it's not a big nothing." I said it's a very simple charge for his time. It's nothing elaborate, and he's trying to save me tens of thousands of dollars or lose Camp House.
Right.
Based on what he says today.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't understand it. I've been under there and looking around. It's fine. I said, "Of course, and when did you get your engineering degree?" "I'm just telling you, Rick, I know what I'm doing. Sometimes you don't know how much I know."
Rick telling me something when it comes to chimneys.
Right.
Right.
I said, "I'd like to see smoke go up that chimney one time."
That'd be nice.
Well, no, it ain't on me.
If you get a win there, you can move forward.
I watched Gary's face, and this is just us talking, guys.
Okay.
The guy goes, "Well, I see there's been a fire." And I just looked at Gary, and Gary literally walks off and goes walking the other direction.
He
said,
vapored?
I said, "Yes, sir. There was a fire one time, but it's all fine.
Everything's good."
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah.
All good.
It's
Everybody's
good.
good.
And so it's almost like literally it felt like I was sitting in a waiting room at a hospital, waiting, on the doctor. And Gary's like, "Hey, let me go over and show you what I'm doing." I said, "Gary, I'm not leaving here till he comes out."
Right.
"Well, how long is he gonna be under there?" And I said, "I don't think half a day." I said, "I think it ain't gonna be that long."
Let the man do his job.
"Hey, I'm up there working where that tire was. I'm cleaning that off now. I want you to see it." "Well, can we finish this first?" Well, I could have done that. And so he comes out.
Oh boy, suit.
suit, starts unzipping the coveralls, and I'm trying to get something on his face, and I said, let's, he goes, so let me tell you something about Camp House. And I said, okay. He said, she's a war horse. And I said, she is. We love Camp House. He goes, I can see. It's a wonderful place. I know that it would not kill you to fix that one gutter, but
sure could use a booger light.
hey, we want water going away from here, probably not straight down.
Yeah.
But, be able to simple fix that gutter. But,
let's get it away from the foundation.
Yeah, but he said, based on is she old and worn? She is. Does she have some issues if this was your main house or you were looking to settle it at some point, whatever, you're going to have some inspection problems. I said, yeah. He said, but for what she does, she's perfect. Yeah. You've already been there for 10 years. You'll at least have another decade or so out of her.
Yeah.
Let her remain to play her role. She is in perfect shape to continue to play her role.
Yeah. Good.
Woo! Wow. And just in a moment when I wanted to be comforted, what do you think I got from Gary? Well, hell, I could have told you that. I could have told you that for free.
Smartest
for
man
free.
ever.
And of course, I reminded Gary, now, what do you do for free?
Right. Where you at?
Hey, you don't know. I take care of you, Rick. I do. Hey, people, it costs a lot more than somebody else.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To Netflix and watch Brian Regan's new comedy special On the Rocks, and you saw it last night.
Yeah, it just worked
funny.
out for me and Betty to have a little time. We could watch that last night, and Betty suggested we check it out because I love Brian Regan too, and it was really funny. It was good to see him back out doing something.
Yep.
Where is that venue at? That's a very
It's
unique.
in Colorado, isn't it?
Yeah, Red Rocks.
Red Rocks.
Amphitheater.
Yeah, there's a lot of famous concerts have been there in that amphitheater, and it's that's why it's called the comedy special is called On the Rocks because he comes out at Red Rocks, and you can see the rocks around the stage.
It looks like they built half a football stadium inside a Levine, not a Levine.
You talking about Mark Levine?
Yeah, yeah. in amongst all the rocks there, so it's
it's a really neat looking place.
Yeah. If you watched Aerial America, you'd see that.
At least you didn't do like me, Bubba, and called it a raven.
Right, I got you. Yeah, I thought about that. So, but it was very funny, and we laughed. He's always funny, but toward the end of that, Rick, I was crying.
Oh gosh,
I was crying when he
Brian
did his bagpipe routine.
Greg, I don't know if you've ever heard the bagpipe routine
and the patent office. I mean, the two go together. So.
Because he doesn't know why we came up with this, and he figures it's a guy who didn't quite have it put together, but ran to the patent office to get it patented. And they start asking him what it does.
Before it closes.
It pops in a bag. Well, what does it do? Well, I mean, he starts doing the noises.
Yeah.
But
bagpipes are a funny instrument.
And he claims you can't tell somebody plays it well or bad. You really don't know.
Yeah, that's a great point.
He said the person who doesn't know what they're doing, the person who knows what they're doing. He said, to me, it sounds exactly the same.
That's a great point. It's whack no matter what.
Yeah.
When he did the whole thing about running to get in the patent office before they closed because he thought, hey, did I make it? And throws it down on the desk. Well, what is this? Well, it's a bag and I got pipes out of it.
Well, the thing,
let's call it bagpipes.
The great thing, and then there was that one bit about the marching band that I've heard before. Most of the material that I heard, I would say probably 3/4 of it I'd never heard before. Mm-hmm. But he dropped in the marching band thing, which was hilarious. And I told Bubba I've seen him live in concert, I think 3 times. And so what he'll do, he'll come out and do whatever the current act is, and then he walks back out, and you can just shout like "Me Monster," and he'll start doing the First Man on the Moon or whatever. So I'm thinking that he did that here because they edited it together for a special, and he must have walked back out and somebody screamed marching bands because he does that bit. You don't know where that really was in the concert, and or he just threw it in. As some people throw a hit in on some new stuff too. I know Seinfeld did that. The last thing I saw, he had some of the stuff that was from his old stuff, and then it was mixed with new. But I've never heard of a comedian that would just walk back out on the stage and you could shout any old bit and he would do it.
Yeah, that's a little different. But his whole marching band bit is pretty funny. Of course, I won't give it away, but he talks about there's not a lot of other professions that have a talent where they just say, let's march around while we're doing it.
Let's do what we do while marching.
And clearly the flute players are the ones that came up with this idea, not the tuba players.
That's his great line. It's like he's a tuba guy. He goes, I was a flute person. Hey, look, man, let's do this while we're marching. The tuba guy goes, what? And then he starts screaming, we need straps.
Yeah.
People with drums.
We don't have straps. That's funny.
He claims there ain't no way it was that part of the band that wanted to march.
And then Betty introduced me to another comedian that she liked it. I didn't know anything about.
I actually introduced him to y'all 2 years ago.
You did, yeah.
But
I watched it,
but I haven't seen him that I remembered.
I watched
what
that
was his
special.
name?
Nate Bargatze.
Yeah,
Good luck with that name, Bubba.
Yeah, the Tennessee kid.
Just call him Nate. Yes.
Yeah. I watched his special. Funny. I hadn't seen a new one from him, and there may be a new one out there, but I've seen it. He's funny.
He's funny. Funny guy.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you've heard us reference it, but we're going to dive in now and go ahead and let's get it out there. The Missouri pastor that everybody started putting his message out on social media, he has gone on leave after what is being called, Bubba, a sexist sermon, in which he told women to lose weight and to look less butch, and he held Melania Trump as the epic trophy wife. Okay. Now, this is a pastor. Please don't miss that. If
right.
you want. He was the preacher at First General Baptist Church in Malden, Missouri. I guess I'm saying that.
So he
right.
was.
And can we bring it? Let's really bring it in.
Leave.
Let's really bring this in. And Helmsy, you can comment on this. Some of our audience goes to this church.
They do not.
So a couple weeks ago, we got a couple emails in regards to this that obviously taken it off the internet at that point in time, but there were some clips on Facebook that had been shared, a 3-minute clip and like a 7 or 8 minute clip. And there were people saying, hey, what do you think about this?
8 minutes to the top. Here come the people at 866 We Be Big. Let's chat with you. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. The Patriot mobile phone tro rolling. Make your phone money matter today by switching to patriotmobile.com/Bubba. Calvin Speedy Wilbur on the phones and ready to take your phone calls right now. So dial up and join us. Tomorrow, as we are remembering the 30-plus years of the Rick and Bubba Show, a great time to hear some of the most memorable moments in Rick and Bubba history is Calvin Speedy Wilburn, who's on the phones right now, lining you up ready to go. We'll be hosting a Best Of show. So if there's some bits you'd like to hear him play for you tomorrow, as you get ready for Memorial Day weekend, Speedy at rickandbubba.com. And it always helps when he's hosting one, or any of the guys are hosting one, to hear from you. They may not always be able to find it, but it definitely prompts them to go ahead and start planning the show, looking for the ones that the people are wanting to hear. It's also a great time, for you to reminisce and remember some of these historic moments. Now, if you're looking to build your own playlist, you always can. By going, to Spotify. There's a Spotify channel. You can go to iTunes and go to all the Rick and Bubba CDs and build your own best of the best if you want to anytime. Let's continue. Drew is in Tuscaloosa. Drew, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
How y'all doing today?
Good, Drew.
We're good.
Good. I was going to ask you if y'all had any memorabilia in the camp house from when you went hunting down there at Rich Wingo's place. When Bubba had the snake scare him to death in the shooting house, or when you blew up the decoy?
Did you have a? I don't remember that happening at Wingo's. Did you ever have a snake in the shooting house?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did that happen?
You'd be aware of it, I bet.
There definitely is memorabilia
you didn't blow
there.
up a decoy either, did you?
No.
It was a JT, but that wasn't.
When they were shooting the 10 at night thing, or was it
the fake deer?
Is that what he's talking about?
Because that wasn't it.
Yeah,
that wasn't Wingo.
I think he's just throwing out random hunting.
Yeah, he's
moments,
got about 3 things there that don't fit together,
and he's making them all be at Wingo's.
Right.
Yeah, I got.
Yeah, the snake was at a remote.
Yeah, that's right.
Center.
Yeah. We do have memorabilia there from all the different places we've had the honor to hunt. So a yes on that. Doug in Pelham, ZZK. Doug, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. I've emailed you several times back a couple of years ago. I used to work for a foundation company that you used.
Yep.
And you had a plug down there that Gary was supposed to fix.
You think that ever
wire
happened?
in I doubt it. That's what I was wondering. You know, he's all big and bad, but did he do that simple thing?
You know why he didn't, and you know why. Bubba knows. Bubba worked with him before I did. Hey, all they trying to do is do something that ain't necessary. I don't think that's necessary. I've been down there and I looked at what we got set up and it's fine. Now, so I don't, because when Gary decided to be a foundation expert, I don't know.
Well, it's everything else.
Hey, let me tell you, I know more.
Gary does know a lot.
He does. I will tell you, he does.
He can do a lot of things. I'm a Gary fan.
I am too. Well,
I wish you'd listen to him.
Well, I do love these little things.
Gary?
I love little things like this, though. Hey, look, now, walk over here a minute. Let me show you something. You see it right there? That's a huckleberry bush. Okay. Hey, when them huckleberries come up, come get them now. We can get some huckleberry pie. And so.
You got to have that.
Right. John, Ozark, Alabama. John, go ahead.
Hey, everything is wrong with the world today. We have not made grown-ups for 4 generations. We're sent to school to be developmentally retarded. People born since 65 and college graduates are just horrid, stupid children, and they run the show. And that is all.
Thank you. And he did that in 20 seconds, by the way. Didn't even take 30. Didn't even take 30.
I did see a guy making the point. It was on something the other day that said we used to teach Latin and Greek in high school. Now we teach remedial English in college. So that should tell you our education system is.
And you just prompted me on something. I'm pretty sure that Babylon B just weighed in on that. Yep, here it is. Public school valedictorian wows fellow students during graduation speech by reciting the entire alphabet.
Wow.
You know what is strange though? You can go and look up like some of these tests they used to take in 8th and 9th grade back at the turn of the century.
Unbelievable.
I mean, it's like some doctorate level stuff, huh? Good night.
We are so well, and I think it was.
But you know what? It's inclusive. And everybody's in, and we're all
feelings
good,
are hurt,
and nobody's feelings are hurt.
Well, and the model is wrong too. The model that we send our kids to every day was built when we were expecting them to go to factories and to plants, and those things are not as prevalent as they were then. But we hadn't changed the model. Mm-hmm. We're still sending them in a factory working environment every day. Yep. They punch a clock at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. They punch another one at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And it's set up that way. We go to lunch same time, just like we take lunch, in these they haven't changed it at all.
Well, and the main reason for that, and I know we've talked about this in the past, but it's worth mentioning again.
Sure.
Once we invited the government into education, that it all went south.
Yeah.
Should have never happened. Should have never happened. Yeah. It should have remained community run, and at the worst case, state run. When the federal
Jimmy Carter.
When the federal government came into education, it became it's
Rick, they're just there to help.
And
they're just there to be an umbrella.
That's classic government.
They're just there to be an umbrella, Rick. They're not going to get involved in day-to-day. They're not going to tell you what the curriculum is.
But on the other thing, out in society, and it was the best parenting advice I ever got, and I can't remember who gave it to me. I would love to give them credit for that. Is the first time that I was told the phrase, "Remember when raising your children, don't get caught up on saying I'm raising good children. What you're raising are good adults." If your mindset always is just, I want to be sure they're good children, and we want that. I'm not saying, he said, but that can't be the end goal. The end goal is you're supposed to be raising good adults.
Yeah, good children are on the path to good adults.
And what we do is we spend a lot of time trying to make them good children, but we're not training them to be good adults. To the guy's point.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, we hope you have a great weekend. Don't forget what I just told you about the Best Of show tomorrow, and enjoy your Memorial Day weekend. If you got more Rick and Bubba, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Members of this church, and obviously this is disgusting, and we don't know what to do with it. And so there are people listening right now that go to this church.
Well, here's what I would like for them to call, because we're going to do a phone segment after this, and you can talk about anything, not just this. Yeah. But I would like to hear, because let's be honest, when things happen, every one of us know, let's say that whoever it is, and they'll say, hey, so-and-so did this, this, and this the other day. You either say, I'm shocked, or, yeah, that sounds about right. So what I'm wondering, has this guy shown signs that he is a little bizarro as a pastor? Now, the thing that makes this funnier for those of you that can't see it, he himself doesn't look like he is taking care of himself physically to be desirable to his wife.
Right.
So that makes this even funnier. Is that he's laying this down while he himself is frumpy and doesn't look like he's taking care of himself physically.
And you can tell too. There's
that makes it even better.
Yeah, and I don't know what clips we have, guys, and I'll try to find the whole thing and put it in show notes. But there's these awkward moments when he's standing in the pulpit after he makes some of these comments, and he's not getting a reaction because everybody's kind of quiet. They can't believe it, and he starts asking the question, "Hey, can I get an amen?" And there's one guy that, "Hey, amen."
You talking about the single guy?
Are you saying the rest of them are not going? There's no way they're going to.
Are you saying cringe-worthy?
Right. Yes. Hey, listen to the sound of the one guy that doesn't have a wife.
Yeah. Can I get an amen? Amen. Amen. Boy, Luther.
All right,
exactly.
All right. So here we go. Look at him.
Why is it so many times that women, after they get married, let themselves go?
You're looking good, buddy.
Oh, no.
Why is it? Why do they do that? Oh, God. Here's how way too many women are.
Oh, boy.
I got him now. The chase is over. Hey, that's where you're wrong. The chase ain't never over. Now, look, I'm not saying every woman can be the epic trophy wife of all time, like Melania Trump. I'm not saying that at all. Now, most women can't be trophy wives, but you know, like her, maybe a participation trophy. I don't know, but all I can say is not everybody looks like that. Amen. Not everybody looks like that. But you don't need to look like a butch either.
Yeah, wow. He takes it.
Hey, here's something you need to know. You need to know this. Men have a need for their women to look like women. Why is it so many times that women, after they get married,
So he
says.
Did you hear the silence? He even tried to crack a joke, and they gave him nothing.
Guys,
buddy.
that wasn't even.
No,
it
gets worse.
Here's audio only, just a little bit more from me. And he says,
please let him go
need,
for an amen here.
Women need to keep it right and keep it tight.
Okay.
Gets on makeup at one point too.
Your man needs an attractive wife. Hockey player said. He said, I married a trophy wife, but now she looks like the Stanley Cup. You see what I'm talking about? And ladies here, here's the thing you need to know about men.
No laughs.
Don't give him a reason to be looking around. Hello?
Oh, my God.
Don't do that.
Hey, he gets going on makeup. The whole thing, Bubba, you said it best. It is cringe-worthy.
Well, you can tell that the congregation, they don't know what to do with it.
Yeah. So this is what secondhand embarrassment feels like. I wonder what it was like.
Can I ask this?
Welcome in, Rick.
These comments are in the context of what sermon? What is this?
I don't know what.
What is this a part of?
Yeah, what got him going down
what
this
scripture
road?
Is he referencing when he's holding the Word of God and talking about it?
I think the part about the Stanley Cup.
Because
in all fairness, the video thing we saw was edited.
Yeah.
You could tell.
That's true.
Well,
all of that didn't come at one time. So.
It's a highlight, is what we were doing.
Thing.
We were giving you a highlight because it's pretty lengthy, the sermon.
Well, I'm looking at what he's saying. All right, so I'm pretty familiar with Proverbs 31, the woman described there. That's not it. I'm pretty familiar with what Peter says to the women who are living in the Roman Empire who have become followers of Jesus, but their husbands have not. And he actually says that you shouldn't make your beauty be outward, and you shouldn't go out and dress in a way that brings attention to your body. Let the attention be to your spirit. So I'm not sure what part of Scripture.
Maybe he's in Song of Solomon. I don't know.
That's that is and again, God forbid that the person delivering the message actually apply it to themselves.
Yeah, right.
Well, he had his hair like he liked it.
Yeah. I mean, does he think that his wife is?
He thinks he's fine. You can tell.
Right. Well. Again, we're all delusional to a degree.
I know, because he got that hair like he likes.
Right. But yeah, I think that marriage, and I'm not saying that is it good for us to for our wives and wives for their husbands to take care of themselves? Yeah, absolutely. But because you don't want them to have to deal with all your health problems, you don't want them to have to overcome things just because you've let yourself go. I got all that.
But the way he's presenting it
that's
and
what
this
I was gonna
message
say.
is
There was several times in the 10 to 15 minutes I saw where I thought, I see where you're trying to take this. And not the clips we just played, but there were clips of him saying things that I thought, I get that, I understand what he's trying to say, but you're doing a horrible job at presenting this.
It sounds like to me at one point he, and look, I've been there. You start chasing a rabbit. It's a terrible feeling. But in one point, it's like he started chasing this rabbit. And you ever had that moment where you're hearing somebody speak and they're trying to say something? You're not even here. You don't exist anymore, and they're indirectly talking to someone else. It's like he's mad at his wife, and everybody just kind of get caught up in it, going, "Are you upset with your wife about something?" Come on with that. 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Bubba, we've got. Is this a full blown Biden update or just various things?
All kind of Biden.
Where'd it go?
Bidenomics.
Somebody say.
Anybody
Hey.
know?
Basement Joe. Basement Joe.
Here is Bidenomics right out of the gate. Let's get an update on how Bidenomics is working for the restaurant industry. Here we go.
Restaurants that are closing in 2024. Fuddruckers is expected to close all locations by the end of the year. Old Country Buffet is closing all remainder locations. IHOP is closing 100 underperforming locations. Buffalo Wild Wings is closing all Canada locations, as well as 60 locations in the U.S. Applebee's is closing 35 locations due to underperformance. Red Lobster is closing 50 locations due to financial struggles and high operational costs. Denny's is closing 20 locations by the end of the year. Marie Callender's is shutting down all remainder locations. Pizza Hut is planning to close 500 locations and focus more on delivery services. Outback Steakhouse is closing 41 of their 700 locations. Sbarro is closing a total of 50 locations, with majority being mall locations. Mart Pizza is closing a total of 27 locations. Ruby Tuesday is closing 16 more locations in 2024. PDQ is closing 8 of their 59 locations. Joe's Crab Shack is closing 41 of their 60 locations. Bonefish Grill is closing 7 locations due to underperformance. So sad to see all our favorite restaurants disappear.
Wow, what was that, AI?
Robot voice, yes.
Yeah, robot boy.
By the way, the Bonefish Challenge.
Two things, the minimum wage, it keeps getting bumped up, and the economy as a whole. I mean, you can't survive. I mean, you just
Food's
can't do
expensive.
it.
Bubba, let's go to that conservative bastion, Bronx. I don't think any of us would think that the Bronx would be getting out saying, let's go. But it's surprising New Yorkers, they can feel the squeeze too. And here's some of the residents of the Bronx talking about their struggle. Here we go.
Everybody's struggling. People are getting desperate too. That brings the crime up. When you get poverty and you get a bunch of people that come here that get actually more benefits than the people that been here, then what?
This is real America. This right here, people are paying 30, 40% more. We were just going to buy Windex to clean the windshield. Everything is expensive. Everybody is hurting. People need to see that their leader cares about them. And Donald Trump does care about them. And that's why he's coming here.
Why do you want to see Donald Trump tomorrow?
But Donald Trump is the man. Everybody want to see Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is the man.
Was that Mike Tyson?
So you know
tonight in the Bronx,
it's everybody's hurting, and you got to have some kind of change, or it's just not going to get any better. I will say this for Trump: going to the Bronx is probably not a home team, game for him. But he doesn't back away from that. He almost enjoys that challenge. Remember, and I forget this sometimes. He walked into North Korea. He went and met Kim Jong-un because nobody previously would talk to him, and said, "Look, I'm gonna try." Now he didn't have a lot of luck, and he realizes it's difficult, but at least he made the effort. Hey, he walked into North Korea, Rick.
Yeah,
I mean, we forget that.
And that soldier ran by him on his way.
Can I tell you why, Bubba, I think things like the Bronx tonight, one of the reasons I think Trump loves to do this kind of stuff is because we're living in a fake world. And what he loves to do is to take a false narrative about himself and prove it to be false.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody hates Donald Trump. And then he walks into the Bronx where you would think nobody, and he's going to show you the big crowd. He's going to show you people saying we're hurting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he's also going to get a big, noisy crowd there. I predict. Now there'll be some people that might be protesting or whatever. They do everything now, but I think he'll have an overwhelming turnout.
And he's also going to get up there, no matter where he's at. To your point, Bubba, on the Korea thing, and he's going to say it like it is, like it actually is. He's going to tell you what's actually going on, and not tell you what happened in the past. And 45 years ago, he's going to talk about today and the hurts of what's going on right now with the American people.
Yep. And it's going to be an easy message.
Some of the people may not like what he has to say, but he's going to say it.
One of my favorites, and there's a comedian that does an impersonation of him. I can't think of his name. He hosted Saturday Night Live a few weeks ago. When Trump came out of the situation room after we'd killed that terrorist guy, and he said, "Yeah, we killed him. He died like a dog," and his whole thing. And I mean, nobody else will say that.
No. Shane Gillis is who you're talking about.
Yes. Oh my gosh, it's fun. That is one of the best impersonations when he does that.
Here come the Democrats doing what they've done for a very long time, create a problem they then come in and say they're going to solve.
Right.
So here is Karine Jean-Pierre admitting that people need relief. So she says now that you need relief because of what they're doing. But she's going to say the relief you need that we created, we're going to help you by forgiving loans, better known as buying votes. So here comes Karine.
Just wanted to follow up on the student loan debt forgiveness. In the announcement, the Undersecretary of Education said, "We congratulate those borrowers on their due forgiveness." I'm just wondering why people who take out a loan to go to school, then go to school, why are they due forgiveness?
Everybody has a different story as to why they need student loans. Everybody has a different reasoning as to why they want to go to college. I cannot speak for everyone.
But why is forgiveness due to them?
What we have been very clear about is the student loan system needs to be fixed. The president is trying to do that and fix it in a way where people are not feeling that crushing financial burden that they deal with when they leave college. And that is something that they shouldn't have to. They should be given a little bit of breathing room.
Let us up.
Called an investment.
Who doesn't have to? Let me ask you this. Why doesn't the president attack and go after the cost of college then?
Yeah.
Why didn't he go after that much?
Because that's a voting block. College.
Now that leads right in.
Santa Claus don't want to do that.
Greg, to your point, what you were saying, and Bubba, you're hitting on it. That leads to the next video, where a question is gonna be asked: why do people who now have college educations, why do they need something that other people also need? Why are they getting it? So here we go.
Just to put a fine point on it now, for the 4.7 billion Americans who have received this debt relief, the average, as you said at the start of this visit, was $35,000 their relief has been for. So I guess why don't those individuals who didn't receive $35,000 in debt cancellation deserve a $35,000 check from other Americans for what other means they would want to use it?
You're talking about
those people who didn't go to college, so they're not getting debt relief, the $35,000 that they don't get because they didn't go.
We're talking about folks who are in debt who are literally being crushed. Literally being crushed because they took
nobody else is.
they took
being crushed. Let's be
financially. Okay, is that okay with you? Okay, but I know, but crushed financially, and so
forced to take that.
They're trying to get their lives back on track.
Yeah, well, let me tell you what. I have crushing mortgages. I have crushing payments on other things.
I had a crushing conversation with my wife the other night.
The point being,
on this matter.
The point being, you have two people. You have one that decides to go to college, one that does not. Maybe they go into trade. Maybe they do. Or they're an electrician, a plumber. Why don't they get $35,000? They're being cheated out of $35,000 because they didn't go to college.
And why don't the ones that paid for their college get their money back?
And that's even more apples to apples.
Yeah,
I mean, shouldn't I get a refund of $35,000 because I paid and I didn't have a student?
So I had the audacity, like my wife paid for her own college, and she at one time was working 3 different jobs. So how come she doesn't get hers back?
You know when you take it out, it's going to be quite the bill to pay back, and you just know that. It ain't like they tricked you and said, it's not going to be that bad.
I've got some loans right now. I'd like to have some relief on.
If it was about people who are being financially, of course, she realized when she said literally, that means that their bodies are being physically crushed. And the guy said, you can't really use. I know we throw the word literally around a lot. We need to go back and know what literally means.
That's not what literally means.
Well, financially. Well, I would say to that point, let's say he brought up, say you're the janitor. Well, I know because I remember being there. I had to do it myself. When you take an equity on your house and say we can't survive without taking the equity of our house and using it right now for a repair we didn't expect or some kind of whatever. So, and now that equity loan is crushing us. We could breathe if we didn't have that equity loan. Why doesn't the government say, well, good, we'll take care of that too? See, where does it end?
Yeah.
And what they're doing is buying votes. It's no more complicated than that. That's exactly what they're doing. They know they're in a bind. They know the economy is bad. They know people feel the crunch. And they're like, what could we do? Because if you had somebody forgive a loan, you might be likely to vote for them.
Yeah. Sure.
And they're picking and choosing who they do it to. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, it's
but he brings her up at one point,
and he says,
I think she was probably not where she needed to be for his standard, and she changed.
One of those. But is he ever going to get where she wishes he was?
Probably not.
He's working on it.
Reading some of the transcripts.
So does he give a reason for his wife to look elsewhere if it's just physical attraction?
Right.
Yeah. I still am curious what the sermon was.
Yeah, well, maybe somebody tell us.
Context.
We'll take phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Maybe he'll call.
Yeah, maybe he'll call. Because he certainly didn't have to prepare for a message this week.
No.
He's on leave.
No, he's seeking professional counseling, he says.
Yeah, that's probably better.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the phones we go. Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Jennifer is standing by. Jennifer, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. I've never called in my entire life, but after listening to this, I just had to call in. I was laughing so hard on my way to work.
Wow.
And first off, I agree with what the pastor said. I mean, I think both sides, both the male and the female, sometimes as we get comfortable, tend to forget about ourselves and making sure that we personally take care of ourselves. It's not about the other person, it's about ourselves. But I had to laugh. If you hadn't told me he was a pastor, I would have thought he was a comedian, and I wanted to go see him.
Yeah, it sounded like a comedy bit, but as Bubba was saying, we're trying to find out what Scripture, because you would have thought that as if you look at Scripture says that our spiritual health supersedes everything, and then everything else will flow from there. And we're to be, spiritually in line. And then that might cause you to be convicted that you also have not taken care of yourself physically. So
your health.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, so I don't know why. I mean, I went through that process in my own life, and they're still working through it. But it had to start spiritually. There was really nothing from the world standpoint that made me go, "Hey, man, I think I need to take care of myself better." And I know that was selfish, and I understand all that. But it was just I'm trying to figure out what his point of his message was, because what the Bible says about women, he doesn't seem to be covering, and men too. But anyway, so I don't know, Lori. But it did sound like a comedy bit. I mean, that would be a funny comedy bit. Lori in Nashville, Music City. Lori, go ahead.
Hey, so here's to remote monkey grass in my no makeup, no hair. I guess looking like whatever the preacher was worried about. So I have been listening to God-called preachers since I was old enough to go to church. Never have I heard a sermon like that. Never. And I'm going to help you men out, because you don't have these instincts that women do. This is the first thing I thought when I was trying to, why is he doing this? This is a man who is laying the groundwork for defense. That is exactly what he's doing.
It did sound like that.
He's got caught. Yeah. He's got caught. One of his buddies got caught. I don't know, but I'll bet you money that's what it is. This is an excuse, and he's fixing to use it.
Yeah, it sounds like it does. That goes back to what I said. It almost felt like at one point nobody was in the room, and he was he was doing this for himself and something in his personal life, and everybody's looking around going, what does this got to do with what we're talking about? I would like to hear.
And that one single guy going, amen.
Let's go. Yeah, the one guy with no wife. Amen. Cameron in Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Cameron, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Listen to y'all every morning. This was such a surprise this morning to hear that. You don't really expect to hear that coming from a church. It kind of makes you really concerned and really sad for that church. But two things came to mind. First off, I'm not married, but it's my understanding that the two will become one flesh. So we have a concrete example of what, the way that God sees us is one flesh. So he's talking about his own flesh there. The approach seems very not right.
Yeah.
Second off.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh. Well, he said don't give him a reason. That seems just silly and anti-common sense. If he has a reason to look away, it's not coming from her. That's on him.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
He's the one with the eyes.
It's almost like I was saying, now are you going to go to God Almighty and say, well, God, I'm going to have a wandering eye and lust after other women because it's my wife's fault. But then God said, then what did I do to cause you to lust after other women? I thought you said you served me. So really, when you look at other women, you're not just sinning against your wife, you're sinning against God.
Mm-hmm.
You 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big, the number. So we got some videos and some stories. We'll work them as the hour kind of works itself out. So video 8, this is just another reason why golf is not a sport. I've used this as an example. John Daly is still playing and not exactly concentrating on remaining athletically fit. And this is not going to help today when you see it does require incredible skill and talent. But you're about to see him make a chip shot while still drinking. So he's got a cocktail in one hand. He's got his golf club in the other.
Barefooted.
And he is going to
In the hole.
And it goes in. He is barefoot.
Listen to the other people behind him. Oh, come on.
Yeah. He's looks like he's tanked.
Your point,
He
Stan.
only swings left-handed.
By the way, this is from 3 years ago.
Oh, wow.
I saw this.
So from a few years ago.
I saw this
That's funny.
firsthand, though, a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Several shots like this.
You talking about with cocktail in hand?
Or cigarette or whatever.
Sure. Yeah.
But I will say this: it was he's
Get him a
always
bump.
he's always been a pleasure to be in his group. He was as nice and as laid back as he's ever been.
Sure. Well, of course he is. He's buzzing.
Yeah, he took the edge off.
I think it was the PGA Championship. I saw him on the driving range, and he had a cigarette in his mouth while he was at the driving
Sure,
range.
of course.
It's funny. I know
Absolutely.
that's not new, but just in that setting, it's funny.
Oh, it's hilarious.
and his look. Don't forget that.
Yeah, and so he's having fun. I'll tell you that.
He is.
Speaking of having fun, so I heard an interview yesterday. So Scheffler and all this.
Oh, here we go.
Well,
Scheffler.
this is something we would do, and we love
Scheffler.
friend groups
Scheffler.
like this. And so he's got him and like 5 or 6 other guys share the same. I don't know if it's like physio or whatever, but they're in this text group together, and so they've changed the text group photo to him and his mugshot. And I thought, see, that's exactly. And Xander
Now that's
Schauffele
friends.
actually told the story.
That's friends.
Speedy's favorite golfer, and so I just thought, well, that's us. That's something we would do if one of
That
us
is
was in this
funny.
same situation.
That's absolutely
that would be the logo that we would use for the group.
Absolutely.
That
And
was
Helms,
Greg's
you
picture.
had mentioned earlier with Ricky Fowler and some of the outfits that he wears, and they showed him he does have an all orange outfit that he wears.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they
Right.
said, that Scotty has a chance here for one of the funniest golf jokes of all time if he'll wear that.
Oh,
Yeah.
buddy.
If Nike just had that, not Puma.
Yeah.
Delta
I'm sure they got
Airlines.
some.
You ever probably come up with one?
You ever look out the window and see the luggage handlers handling
boy.
the gear? Well, speaking of golf, here's a golf team
It's a college golf team. They're at the San Diego airport.
Please look at their bag.
Headed to the championships, and they're watching they're watching the handlers handling golf clubs.
Oh my goodness!
Doesn't that look good?
This
right
is why
there?
you don't check bags.
Think about you're sitting on the
help.
plane watching this.
Yeah, that's their golf clubs just being thrown. I mean,
oh my gosh!
Got air on that one. It hit sideways.
Throwing it as hard as far as it can.
Does it ever cross their mind? Maybe not.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not
but
a
they
great
got a
idea.
million bags every day.
Golly.
Yeah.
Gracious.
There's a golf clubs. Surely, have you noticed that when they put fragile on it, these people never look for that?
No,
they don't look for that logo.
No, that's just to give you peace of mind.
Right.
It really doesn't help. Rick, also, right quick.
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
Go
I was
ahead.
going to tell a funny airline story. One time I'm looking out the window. I'm checking an amp, a nice guitar amp. I have like arrows this side up and all this stuff so it can be on its feet. It's like the entire plane was watching all their luggage go up the belt.
It's a tough feeling.
The arrow was pointing up, and the guy reached over and pushed it onto its side. And the whole plane groaned like, oh.
Yeah. Well, they don't look at any of that instruction.
It's crazy. Anyway, sorry, Bubba.
Yeah.
No, just some breaking news. Supreme Court ruling coming down. The Supreme Court ruled today that Republicans in South Carolina did not unlawfully consider race when they redrew congressional districts. The court, in a 6-3 verdict, said that the conservatives in the majority had not violated the law, so they have overruled that. The districts as drawn will stand in South Carolina. Now, that's not the case in every state. We had ours redone here in our state, but South Carolina's will stay as is.
So there you go. Also, Bubba, no shocker here. If you listen to the kickoff hour, you heard this, but that's been a while ago. It looks like that Mary Jane, the devil's lettuce, big ganja, has now overtaken alcohol. Experts.
Well, congratulations.
They're saying, now keep in mind, the Biden administration just announced they'll be reclassifying Mary Jane as a less dangerous drug. The only problem is they're putting it with the same safety category as like Tylenol and steroids, some of the steroids you're giving. Now, the problem is the studies are showing that consuming marijuana, smoking it, and drinking alcohol, they pretty much do the same amount of damage to you, and in some cases, weed seems to cause even more. But right now, people are smoking dope at a higher rate than people are drinking alcohol. So weed has caught alcohol and passed it.
We're number one, man.
And look at the graph, Bubba, on this page. Please look at this graph right here.
We're numero uno. We're numero uno, bros.
Bubba, one of the reasons for the rise, well, there it is, making it legal in states.
That'll do
it. But unfortunately, this is one thing I want you to know out there. Of course, Greg, you said in the kickoff hour, Bubba, you said it. We've all agreed. Who would have ever thought that inhaling smoke into your lungs would be bad?
Yeah, I don't care what it is. You can smoke roses. It's bad for you.
We keep trying to make smoking, be no big deal. I mean, the vape stuff's turning out to be a disaster.
Oh my! Whoever thought that'd be a
What
bad
about
idea?
the gummies, Rick?
Mary Jane's a disaster.
All natural.
Yeah, and they're saying that this does have bad effects on your body, just like alcohol does.
Smoking.
So we now have 17.7 million people in the United States that use marijuana.
So are they including
daily?
Like, listen, I know about the smoke thing, but are they including gummies and brownies and treats and stuff like that?
That's
a part of this.
Got a line about
that counts.
Because if that counts, then I mean the argument of smoking. I mean,
here's the I think you're talking about several different. You're talking about different topics here, but when it comes to smoking, lungs are made for air.
Correct.
And that's it. Not smoke.
Agree with that.
Not
water
vapor, not water. It's made for air.
How are you consuming the marijuana is the question.
Yeah, now that may be a whole different argument.
All right, so they're saying that even just the use of marijuana, no matter how you use it, they're showing it to be more and more damaging to the body, no matter how you're taking it.
Rick and Bubba.
Go back to Acts chapter 5 when Ananias and Sapphira tried this little deal about pretending they gave more than they gave. And Peter says, you realize you're not lying to me and us, you're lying to God.
What did David finally say when he repented? I have sinned against God. He didn't really seem to care that he had sinned against Uriah or he'd sinned against Bathsheba and he'd done things to other people. That was all bad. When he finally repented, when he's realized he did it to God. And so where's this guy's fear of God? So he's saying, well, if your wife doesn't take care of herself physically, it's going to cause you to sin. But the last time I checked, there is no excuse to sin before a holy God if you claim to be redeemed.
Right.
And I got news for everybody. As we age, if your whole marriage and you're going to be true to your wife with your eyes and with your body, or to your husband, and it all depends on them looking perfect, you're in for a disappointing ride. Mm-hmm. It better be bigger than that. Let's go to Jody in Missouri. Jody, go ahead.
Hello.
Hey, Jody.
How are you this morning?
We're great. So do you know this pastor?
Yes, sir, I do. I've met him plenty of times, and actually my next-door neighbor goes to his church, and several of my friends do go to this church. And a lot of the church members are very supportive of this preacher and agree with what he said, and feel like he really shouldn't be judged for just this one sermon. But I just am in shock with what he said myself, and I totally do not agree with how the church feels. And the way I see it, this guy has no remorse even about what he said. Whenever he did apologize, he just said, I'm sorry to who I offended. Really didn't mention anything about God in the whole sermon, in my opinion. And I really had to go to the Bible myself and just double look at what this guy was saying about women. It was just very appalling. There's a lot of people upset down here.
Yeah,
and,
well, again, Bubba and I talked about this in the break. Look, the gospel is offensive, and Scripture is offensive. I got zero problem with a pastor standing up in the pulpit and says, this is what the Bible says about gender. This is what the Bible says about marriage. This is what the Bible says about women and men, equal but not the same, as long as they're quoting Scripture. And then if I get upset about Scripture, then that's on me. But he doesn't quote any Scripture. I mean, he's not.
He does it, and I don't know why he did it. Now I know for a fact that he did a sermon about men the week before.
Yeah,
but I've been told, and he did refer to Scripture. And in this one, in fact, last year at his Mother's Day sermon, he said some pretty offensive things then. So there's been more than one time that he's not quoted from the Scripture. And he even came out one time wearing high heels to see how it felt, what a woman goes through.
So this goes back to my original question. Is there anybody that knows this person surprised by this, or is this some shocking moment?
Jody, you said you went back and watched it. What was the Scripture he was that this whole sermon was based on? I'm just trying to get the context of what was going on.
I've never, I cannot see that there was a point or a sermon behind,
Did you watch the whole sermon? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Did you want to shooting from the hip on this?
No, I've watched the bits and pieces. I haven't, by the time it was released, everything was taken down.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Thanks, so I've got the entire thing here, and I'm going to watch it later on. So I can't give you that at this point.
Right.
However, it says in this article, Clark, that's his last name, includes one Bible verse in the sermon which he told husbands in the congregation to display on the headboard of their beds. I don't know what that means. 1 Corinthians 7:4 is the verse. Now, in his defense, I've not heard the whole thing, and I'm going to go back and watch it. And if he uses Scripture, I'll pull it and let you guys know. But
I think that may be the list of the people who are not going to inherit the kingdom of heaven. And maybe something about sexual immorality in there. I don't know.
The wife does not have authority over her own body, but yields it to her husband. In the same way, the husband does not have authority over his own body, but yields it to his wife.
Yeah, and we've talked about that before. That's
now, I don't know if that's the only thing he used. In his defense, he may have used other Scripture. The article says that's the only verse he discussed in this sermon.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well, he could have just left it at what is biblically sound, that inside the intimacy of marriage, except for a time of fasting and praying, the intimacy between the husband and wife is God ordained and should not be withheld. That's biblical. That's Scripture. But this other thing about chasing this other thing.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so most of us, as we discussed a minute ago, if you've got death that's hanging over you, and maybe it is financially crushing you, even though the press secretary said the people they care about, it's literally crushing them. But anyway, financially crushing you, you're probably not going to get the federal government to come help you like they are some of these students that they hope will go out and vote for them. So you may need another plan, and that's why zapmydebt.com says we're here. We have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible and end it permanently. And that's the part I like. No, it's not the old school stuff where you call them, they go, hey, let's stretch out your payments over the next 900 years, and then you'll have a smaller payment. This is where they're going to say, no, we're getting in there aggressive. We're going in there. We're going to look. There's sometimes people will waive an interest rate. Sometimes people will give you a partial credit. Sometimes we can find other ways to do this, but they can help you. So why don't you try to, if you want to contact them now, go to zapmydebt.com. Zapmydebt.com. All right. So it's a company called Zero Debt USA. And you can talk to them for free, and they'll show you what they can do. No obligation to use them, but at least contact them and find out, and hopefully they'll do for you what they've done for so many, and they'll get you out of debt, and they'll get you out of it permanently, and you can take that burden off of you. Bubba, Fauci's right-hand man. The Fauci. Is it Dr. David Morins?
Morins? Yeah, we'll go with that.
Top aide to Fauci. Now keep in mind, we were after this guy and Fauci for knowing that the origin of this was gain of function in Wuhan. And of course, he's in trouble for sidestepping some of that, as we should also hold Fauci accountable for that. But Bubba, he's really in trouble now, the right-hand man, because they found misogynist emails.
Yeah.
Misogynist emails.
Rick, he testified, he's the top aide to Dr. Anthony Fauci, that he deleted emails. He also apologized for making misogynist comments about female co-workers.
How dare
he was confronted about his intentional efforts to subvert federal transparency laws when discussing COVID origins and links to a Wuhan, China lab during a testing congressional hearing yesterday. He was also forced to apologize about his disgusting and misogynist
yes.
comments he made about women in his correspondence.
But he is a magician on the side, so I see why you confuse that.
That's true. A lot of people don't know that.
Well, I tell you what, he made Wuhan disappear.
And his comments were made about the Center for Disease Control and Prevention head officer over there, how he believes she got her job because she wears a skirt.
You speak of Rochelle Walensky.
Yes.
Rochelle.
She got that job because she's wearing skirts. Wait a minute. I'll tell you one thing. I know that y'all caused a worldwide pandemic, but saying something like that cannot be tolerated.
It's nothing.
So how much more do we have to hear about these people to know that the pandemic was... Can we all just come out of it now and say, okay, that was... A lot of the things that you would have been, you were banned, Bubba, from all platforms for even suggesting are true. Now, I'm not talking about the misogyny. That's just a throw in that this guy's kind of an undesirable human being.
Yeah.
And he's cutting up and he's behind the scenes and he's deleting emails.
He had several other little comments about females that I will not read
we will
here.
Not do that. Kind of an undesirable. But he's Fauci's right-hand man. Not saying that means Fauci agreed with him and cut up with him because we don't know that.
Sure he did.
The World Health Organization, we got the Director General here.
Who, Rick?
Who are you? Who? Horton, here's a WHO Director General. Bubba, we must transform our food system away from meat eating. And here we go.
For the sake
our
of the
food systems are harming the health of people and planet.
I got him.
Food systems contribute to over 30% of greenhouse gas emissions and account for almost 1/3 of the global burden of disease. Transforming food systems is therefore essential by shifting towards healthier, diversified, and more plant-based diets.
Listen to me.
If food systems delivered healthy diets for all, we could save 8 million lives per year. WHO is committed to supporting countries
postpone them, maybe.
to develop and implement policies to improve diets and fight climate change. I'm therefore very pleased that over 130 countries have signed the COP28 UAE Declaration on Climate and Health. Together, we can protect and promote the health of both people and planet.
Good.
Boy, anybody know what he said?
What in the world?
Yeah, Greg. Unfortunately, I do. He said, in order to save people's lives and save the planet, we got to stop eating meat. That's what he
He
said.
threw out 8 million.
And not
people.
even that. He's going to make you do it.
Yeah.
When they sign on to this.
Yeah, so when you're eating a hot dog and hamburger for Memorial Day weekend, just think of that.
Tractors
And
out there
look, you're not
gathering
gonna-
the crops are going to be throwing out some gas too, right?
Even if it is healthier for you, okay, we'll make that assumption, which is not necessarily the case. What he's
No.
talking about, but let's just say that you're not saving that many people. You may at best postpone their death, but you're not saving that many people. He's not even referring to it right. And plus, you can't just eat plant and not have protein. If you do, you're going to have to eat a handful of vitamins, which means you're not getting a
And to
balanced
Greg's
diet
point,
anymore.
your point, you said it's not going to be the end of farming.
No.
We got to farm the vegetables. We got to farm the plants.
Yes, the same.
Plants love, by the way, CO2.
Listen, the same tractors that are going to have to run to take care of cows are going to have to run to plant the fields
Probably
and
more.
farm them, and probably more. You're right.
And little known fact, plants can also break wind.
They do, Rick. A lot of people don't know that.
All right, let's go back to this again.
A lot of people don't know that.
When he threw out that 8 million, it reminded me of the movie Remember the Titans.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yep.
When
he exaggerated
when
his
he
family.
exaggerated how many people he had in his family.
Well, there's no way of him knowing.
And the
this
guy,
number.
and I think they were in a meeting, and he says, "I'm going to have some kind of number." And somebody says, 10 million. Somebody said, "No, that's too high."
Yeah, it's got to be.
I think maybe 5 million. No, not enough. Not enough. How do we like 8 million? That sounds great.
Yeah, let's land there.
Yeah, 8 million sounds about
Eight's good.
Yeah,
How about check the number?
that number.
How about ask you how you got the
that
number?
number is so random and so pulled out of. I would say out of the air, but I think it came out of somebody's rear.
I'm noticing that
it
the
was
people.
pulled.
I'm noticing the people that say like eat meat, eat eggs, drink.
They say what?
Eat that say eat meat.
Oh,
eat
meat. Oh, I'm
eggs,
sorry. I thought you were mad. I thought you were mad at somebody.
eat meat and eat eggs. I'm noticing that they look really healthy and they're capable of lifting heavy weights, running far distances. And then the other people that tell me to stop eating meat look like Rachel Levine.
Oh,
I didn't know you would go there.
yeah. There it is. It's ready for you, Rick.
There it is.
There it is. You know what number to
Oh,
call
look
45A.
Here we go.
The ugliest woman in the world.
Listen, just when we
Well.
thought it wasn't enough, Bubba, weather and climate change, weather is racist. So, and if you don't believe that, ask a man pretending to be a woman, Admiral Levine.
Yes.
Oh, this and here.
check.
This and
No, we're
here.
talking about the singer, right?
Not Adam Levine.
Oh, that's somebody else.
Admiral Devine.
The Admiral's about to tell us that weather is racist. Here we go.
It's same.
Hello, I'm Admiral Rachel Levine. This Black History Month, I'm pleased to partner with OMH in advancing better health through better understanding for Black communities. Climate change is having a disproportionate effect on the physical and mental health of Black communities. Black Americans are more likely than white Americans to live in areas and housing that increase their susceptibility to climate-related health issues. And 65% of Black Americans report feeling anxious about climate change's impact.
They feel anxious about it.
Because you're scaring them to death with it.
That must have been from
Now tell me
February.
again. I don't get how if your climate change deal is real, how that affects one race more than another.
I don't know.
It doesn't.
Based on the housing, I don't. Are
That
they saying,
racist weather.
Are they saying that the white people got better air conditioning? I don't.
I think.
I don't know what they're saying.
And black people are more likely to feel anxious.
Yeah, they're scared about
weather.
Oh, I'm sure.
Not the black people I know. They
From a
don't-
dude
they don't
in a
seem
skirt
anxious about
telling
it.
us that.
So
none of them
and it ain't a
mentioned
kill.
to me.
Hey, I'm talking to someone on the phone and they seem anxious about climate. Probably black.
Yeah.
I mean, what-
everybody knows they're anxious about climate
what are
change.
you talking about?
I'm sick of these white clouds wearing white robes. That racist weather.
And you know, I don't want to be hard on this person, but
do we really want this person to expository teach us on anything?
No. Because I see what you think's fact.
Yeah, I mean, think about the world that this person lives in and what this person thinks.
Rachel.
How is that person going to tell you the truth about anything?
This person's in charge of health of our country. That's good.
And that, look, it was put there, as Greg would say, by the administration trying to be sharp.
That's it.
Nothing more. Phone calls coming up to wrap up the hour. All 10 lines available. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Through our Office of Climate Change and Health Equity and the Office of Environmental Justice, we're working with providers and community leaders to identify innovative approaches that empower communities to address the health consequences linked to climate change.
We don't like them. I don't like how they treated my wife. And now there's become the thing, the royal family is racist.
Oh, yes.
The royal family is racist. And, Bubba, you were telling me that Black Lives Matter because, they got rid of Orange Man because Orange Man, bad. So now they got to find other causes because, we've got the all-loving, all-wonderful Biden-Harris administration. And so they're looking for new causes. And because of the treatment of, I guess they're saying, a woman of color and the child, they believe, by the royal family, because you need to clarify, one of the experts says they're completely wrong on this. They say it's time to boycott. Black Lives Matter says boycott.
I saw the
royal
headline,
family,
and it caught my eye, Rick. BLM co-founder calls for a boycott of the royal family after Meghan's bombshell claim about concerns over Archie's skin color. If you go back to the interview, from what I understand, because I didn't waste my time watching it, that Meghan claims that Archie was not given the Prince title because they didn't know what shade he was going to be when he came out. I could give you a heads up because of pasty white Harry. I don't think you got anything to worry about.
It looks
there,
like it. Have you seen Archie? It looks like Harry.
I doubt the poor kid can even get a suntan.
Right, right.
But this whole thing kicked up. Of course, once that was thrown down, the racist card and selective breeding, is that racist? I mean, it's just turned into a racism issue now. And but I got to thinking, and I saw one of the experts on the royal family from Britain. He was explaining he didn't get the Prince title because he didn't qualify, because he wasn't in the direct line or something. And I don't know, and frankly don't care. Okay, let me be very clear.
But to tell both sides of the story, someone has stepped forward and says the discussion on whether to put the title of Prince on Archie has nothing to do with his ethnicity.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the top, wrapping up the hour for a lot of you, wrapping up the week. And if that is the case, tomorrow, a best of Rick and Bubba. Enjoy that. Speedy will host it. Speedy at rickandbubba.com if you want to make some requests. Monday on Memorial Day, a Rick and Bubba replay, everybody off as we take time to remember those that have given the ultimate price for the freedoms that we enjoy, and sadly, I think we've forgotten to take serious. So take a moment to maybe talk about that on Memorial Day while still. And some people say, hey, man, you know, we do all this. Let me tell you something. The people that gave their lives, they're thankful that the freedom they provide, you are getting to enjoy yourself on a weekend. So there's no guilt with that, but certainly want to remember while we're doing it. All right, phone calls standing by. Let's chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. It is Mooresville, North Carolina. Jerry standing by. Jerry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just talking about the student loans. Remember back whenever they had those hearings and the congressman brought all the bankers in and they said, what are you doing about student loans? And they told the congressman, said, well, y'all are in charge. Don't you remember you took it over back in 2010?
Right.
And they couldn't remember that they wrote legislation where they provided everybody that wanted a loan with a loan.
Yeah, they didn't even know that. They were almost like, why are we here? We're not even involved in this. I mean, the banks don't do much of that at all anymore. Let's go to Anita in Auburn, Alabama, I-92. Anita, go ahead.
Hi, good morning.
Hey.
I just wanted to comment on the gentleman's 800 million lives saved.
That'd be 800. It'd be 8 million. What? Right? He said 8 million.
8 million.
Yeah, 8 million. Yeah.
8 million. Okay, I stand corrected. 8 million. It is possible to do that due on two points of interest. One, he did not mention people. Two, he didn't mention a time frame. So if you broaden that spectrum out to include the animals that we would not be eating, which would be cows, chicken, and pig, we could potentially save that 8 million lives in 1 year.
Yes.
However,
yes,
I am not giving up. I am not giving my meat because somebody wants to eat a bush. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Second. There we go.
You know what? That's
well said.
I agree. You summed it up there.
Yeah, I don't know if you can say it any better.
Tony out of Idaho, Montana, that area. Tony, how you doing?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Fired up's all we know, Tony.
Tony with an eye.
Hey, I'm in a snowstorm. I just left Jackson Hole, headed for Bozeman to catch a flight back to outside of Tupelo. And I didn't know I'd sent y'all the story. We had on Sunday afternoon, a grizzly attacked a gentleman hiking up Signal Mountain. The cub ran across. The mom charged him before he could get the bear spray deployed. She attacked him, but she bit into the bear spray, and it caused her to run off. And so it did save his life. They airlifted him out. But that's just an amazing story.
You see a cub, you better get.
Oh, you don't be in that area.
You had.
And so.
Hey, I sent y'all a picture, too. Grizz 399, she's one of the most famous ones in the Tetons. She's got a yearling cub, and I witnessed people within 25 feet of them taking pictures last Wednesday. People out here are just crazy, but it's an amazing place to be. I just love it. Would love to spend my summers out here, but that gentleman is extremely lucky.
Let me ask you this, ma'am. What is the best time of year to go out there?
Do you want to see animals, Bubba? if you do this time of year, May and September, October, it's when you're going to see bear, moose. I had a couple of moose ran out on a trail I was hiking. A male was chasing a female.
Sure.
In June, end of June, July, and August, the animals aren't out, but you can see the gorgeous scenery. So
Yeah,
kind of depends on what you're wanting to see.
I've always wanted to see that, the big sky country up there. I've
Oh,
never
it's
been out
beautiful.
there.
I've been to Jackson Hole. I've been to Wyoming, and it's everything you. I mean, it's. But I want to go to Montana.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Much bear spray.
I was fly fishing with your dad, by the way, Adler, in the Snake River.
Oh yeah,
there in Wyoming. It was great, floating that creek. Let's go to Matt in Birmingham. Matt, go ahead. ZZK.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I want to request something for Speedy to play tomorrow.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's been played recently, but it was when Bubba had the midget standing in front of him that spilled the beer all over him.
Okay, yeah. Can we say that word now?
I mean, we can't say the title, Rick. He's just repeating the title.
We can't be held accountable for what was acceptable in the time.
Every time I play that bit, I get in a conference call.
Yeah,
we know who.
Is
that still going on?
But to Matt's point, it's one of the funniest bits of all time. We can't not play it.
Right.
We just have to suffer through it.
Little person.
If it upsets people, you could get in the mic every time Bubba says that word and go, little person. Little person,
especially when Bubba declares he's had enough and what's going to happen.
I mean, it's like the Soviet Union. I mean, you got to go back and rewrite history.
Yeah, we can't do that.
I think you play it and you say this was whatever year it was.
That's a long time. Everybody did then. Opinions have changed now. We're not saying that apparently.
Right. That's right. Apparently, Brett in Nashville.
The much more preferred little person is now used.
Right. Yeah. Brett, go ahead.
Hey, a couple of things about the Graceland.
Yeah.
The loan company was Colonel Tom Parker Saving and Loan, so that may be a hint. and then I was wondering, since the judge just put a stay on it, does that mean that Greg's going to have to give Lisa's Bible back that he got for Lisa from Melvin?
My bid on.
I think the auction's still on. Though.
Still going. Mike in Baldwin County. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, y'all. What's going on, boys?
We're good, Mike. How are you, buddy?
I tell y'all, we're good, but weather anxiety, them people are crazy. Ain't nobody got weather anxiety like somebody living in a trailer house and James Spann got your neighborhood on the TV. Come on, man.
Well, weather anxiety. Now, that is weather anxiety.
Yeah, speaking of past things that we can't be held accountable for, because I know it's probably considered to be mean-spirited today, but Bubba and I once did a segment many years ago on this anxiety saying mobile homes, affordable housing, or expensive kite.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
That was but I thought that was an important conversation.
It's still an important conversation.
Right.
Just look at the...
Right.
Yeah.
Look, you weigh the risk of everything.
You do. Alana, go ahead.
Yes. With Memorial Day heading up here, and just kind of a song for Rick and Greg and his sister on their dad passing away. Anyone can just Google it up and just Guy Clark, Randall Knight, and their live version. I think you'll appreciate your father and all your listeners out there with Memorial Day heading in. Anyone that enjoys and respects their father, they would enjoy this song.
A song? Is that what he said?
I want to be clear, Dad did not die fighting for our country, which is Memorial Day.
Yeah, I didn't
think it was. But he...
former football coach.
Yeah, I don't know that football coaches who made impact is what Memorial Day was set aside for.
A song? What just happened?
Yeah, he said they did some song for Dad, which I appreciate, and then tried to tie it to Memorial Day. But I think that's where it was a little awkward.
I couldn't hear him.
It got a little bumpy right there.
That's how we're be safe, everybody.
That's how we're going to end it. Yeah,
that's how we're ending it.
That's it.
That's it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother. Waking on the blubber.